Hello everybody and welcome along to a very, very special event indeed. Radio Show Limited across our network and around the world as well with 24H series. It is the Hankook 12H of Kuwait. We're at the 23rd different venue for a 24-hour event, a Hankook 24-hour event, and it is the first international event at Kuwait Motor Town. I'm John Hindorf. Alongside me is Phil Anson, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley joining us as well. It's been a busy 2022. We kicked off not too far away at the 24 Hours of Dubai in January. Then for that single event at Abu Dhabi. More about those two races in a little while. Then it was off to Italy in March, Spa-Francorchamps in April, Germany in May, Portimao in July and Barcelona for the 24 hours in September. And this is the third and final round of the Championship of the Continent, with the two major titles still up for grabs in GT and TCE. We've done a little bit of addition. We reckon this is the 80th CREVENTIC sanctioned race, and it forms not only the last round of this year's championship, but a brand new Middle East triumvirate trophy. We'll head off to Dubai in the second week of January next year, and then again the week after it's the 6 hours at Yas Marina at Abu Dhabi. Those three races forming their own mini championship, whilst of course the 24 hours of Dubai will kick off the 2023 championships for everybody in the main series as well. Well, wherever you are on this Friday, welcome along. Just after 8:15 in the morning in the UK, 9:15 in Europe, and 11:15 here, with the front straight, the long front straight, around about 2/3 in sunshine at the moment. The design of the circuit means that the pit lane stays in shadow all day, but I'm sure the sun is shining down on our very own Nick Damon. Morning, Nick.
Good morning, John. Good morning, world. Good morning, the band they've laid on for me. Welcome to Kuwait and welcome to the front of the grid and welcome to the trophy for the champion of the continents. More of that to come, as they say. Very quickly, we have the national in second. What we're going to do first is we have a quick word with our pole sitters, who've interestingly all meandered off, and it is actually a home pole for the 47. That is the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, and this is Mohammed Al Kazimi. Mohammed, home race on pole, no better than that.
Honestly speechless, guys. I can't wait to start. It's been a dream since this track opened like 3 years ago to ever race here. Thank you, guys. It made it happen. The best way to start is on pole, I guess.
How important is it to have this sort of international race to put the Kuwait Motor City on the map?
It's so important. A lot of Europeans and throughout the world, people don't know about our track, and I'm so happy. Every driver feedback is awesome about this track. So this is the start to something that will not finish, hopefully.
Now it's going to be on local television as well, so it's a chance for you to become a star.
Honestly, they already make me feel like one.
Now, how much endurance experience do you guys have? Have you done a lot of long races, or have you just mostly done shorter circuit races?
I do radicals, so it's only sprint races, and one endurance, which is only 45 minutes. So this is a big step, and it's also my first endurance. So looking forward and learning from my teammates.
And what sort of practice have you done for it? Have you been doing longer sessions in practice, or?
Yeah, you have to do be physically ready, and most of the work happens in the gym and the food, and hopefully all goes well.
Great stuff, Mohammed. Okay, so we're now going to come to the front of the grid. Can you all please be upstanding for the Kuwaiti national anthem? So the military band, and I'm going to pick back up with Seb again, and let's continue the grid walk and chatting to our great and good. And we're going to second place in the grid, which is the number 32, the Team GP Elite, and one of their drivers is Lucas Gronveld. Lucas on the front row, no better start really.
Yeah, let's see, it's quite a long race actually, 12 hours, so there can happen a lot, especially in this weather conditions, and especially with this track it's quite fast, so there can happen quite a lot in 12 hours.
Yeah, it's a really interesting circuit, isn't it? Not one you can practice before you get here. It's not any sim. How did you find learning it?
Yeah, it was of course a bit difficult with the short time we had to learn the track, but I think we managed the time quite well, and I think we got the maximum out of it.
I mean, how much experience do you have of endurance racing, Lucas?
Yeah, not so much. We did last year 24 hours of Dubai. We won that in class, so I think that's the only experience we have yet. But yeah, let's see. I think this is a good learning track for it. So yeah, looking forward to it.
And how much have you got a plan written down, and how much are you going to make it up as you go along?
Yeah, I think we just have to see how the first stint goes. I think from there we work it out. But yeah, let's see what happens also with the Coach 60. It's also important and with fueling. So I think we just have to get through the first stint, and let's see from there what's going to be all the strategy.
Lucas, thank you very much. We'll now nip across to the other side of the grid. I'm just going to keep the work going. I'm going to keep Seb moving. Left, right, Seb. So let's go over to the stalwarts of CREVENTIC Racing. It's the number 85, the CP racing car. Charles, can you come just a bit forward here? Because Charles, you are celebrating a milestone today. Did you know that?
That's what they tell us. They said a few races we've done. So
you've done 50 CREVENTIC races. What keeps you coming back, Charles?
It's an incredible race, and obviously the organizers are obviously, as you know, super nice, and the events are great. You know, we go all over the world, we get to see all kinds of different stuff, and it's endurance racing, and that's what we love.
Now, there have been 80 races, so how did you miss 30 of them?
No, not in the time we've been running. I think we've missed actually since 2015 is when we started, and I think we missed one race and then two more because of the pandemic.
Now, this, of course, has been a bit of a unique proposition, isn't it? A new track, not on any sim racing. You have to come here and learn it. How difficult has that been?
You know, it adds to the excitement for me, right? Because obviously when you're as old as we are, we've run a lot of racetracks, so it's rare that you get to come to a new track. So, you know, I found some YouTube videos from somebody, and then, you know, when we got here, obviously we were able to do the rental car rides. I'm sorry for the rental car ride, but yeah, it's great. The track is phenomenal, right? Absolutely fun. You know, it's one of those tracks that we have a lot of fun at, and, you know, we love it.
So, I mean, obviously, you're one of our fellow senior men. I think it's together here. I'm
Experienced.
Experienced, that's it. I mean, where does this rank in your list of tracks you've been to?
Well, you know, it's interesting. It's a great facility, obviously, brand new. Everything's really nice. The track is fun. It's unique in that it's really high speed, but yet technical at the same time. And usually you have one or the other. This track it's both. So it's a lot of work on the drivers. I can tell you, we're working full time out there. It's very busy, but yet high speed.
Right. And Charles, you've gone for the Go Faster moustache.
Yes, that's the my annual Movember deal. Usually I get to shave it off for December 1st. Obviously the race is a little late, so we're keeping it until we get back to the States on Sunday.
Very stylish. All we know is a Porsche 308 and a bit of chest hair, and you can go full Hawaii Magnum. Okay, over to fourth place on the grid. That's the number 44. That is the Arc Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan. And let's see if we can have a quick chat with Zenko Mugaso. Zenko, are you starting the car?
Yeah, I'm starting the car, yeah. I'm proud of it, yeah, I'm starting the car.
Well, you can't miss it, and it's yellow color. I mean, how have you found this this new track, this new facility?
About the Mira Konopka. Mira Konopka says we're going to drive 2 hours to 12 hours of Kuwait, so we're driving 12 hours. We will see how it happens. We'll do our best, so fingers crossed and hopefully for the best result.
In race pace, do you think you've got the pace for the Porsches or the Mercedes?
Actually, with this testing we've got, I don't think so, but we'll try to do our best. You know.
And of course, you know, with a smaller field, anyone drops out, it's great for you.
Yeah, because we have a lot of space over there, so we can race together with GT3 cars. We will see.
Great, thanks. Then go there from the 44 car. Now going to meander across to the 955. 992 class, Willy Motorsports by EB Sport, or yes, EB Motors, sorry. Have a quick word with Sergio Nicolai. Sergio, the Romanian flag proudly on the bonnet. How are you feeling about this event?
The event is very beautiful. Also the track, I enjoy it the most. It's you have high speed corners, medium speed corners, slow speed corners. It's amazing. The track, it's amazing.
Now it's lovely and sunny now, but within about 4 hours or 4.5 hours, it's going to be dark. Huge amount of dark running. How does that affect how you approach the race?
For us, it doesn't affect because we like to drive in the night, so it will be the same.
And you say you managed to put yourself, at the front of the class, the 992 class. So you've got a lot of pace in this car.
Yeah, it was amazing for us that we take the pole from the first race. Let's hope we will stay in front also till the end of the race.
So thank you, Sergio. Okay, across the way is a very, very familiar car. Why? It's the Red Camel Jordan machine. Now, normally we talk to a driver, but I want to talk to a man. I want to talk to a man who's got all the knowledge about the event. It's Paul Trustwell. Paul, short question, sure a long answer. What are the tactics?
There are no tactics. We'll do our best. What is incredible, I mean, the 992 class is so strong. There's so many fast cars. We've got a fast car, but there's 3-4 other fast cars in the class. So, I mean, I think it's going to be close. We're going to have to be quick in the pits. And then if we're quick in the pits, the race will come to us, I think.
Now, there are a number of very long corners, a very long left-hander, a very long right-hander. Is this a kind of a front tyre limited circuit?
Tyres actually have been behaving themselves very well indeed. We are not quite as quick on old tyres as we are on new tyres, but it's interesting, the new tyres don't make as much of a difference as I was expecting them to. So old tyres, we're going quickly.
No double stinting?
No, we won't double stint. I mean, we're going for an hour and 20 minutes on a tank full of fuel, provided it stays green. So that'll be 40 laps.
So thank you, Paul. Do a quick word with the driver as well, because we have the Rick and Luke, and it looks like Luke's got this. Luke, you've got the starting job. Did you win a game of rock paper scissors to get the starting position?
No, it worked out this way, and I think it's really fun to start here, the first international race in Kuwait. So looking forward to that.
And is it just basically the first hour and 20 minutes to stay out of trouble, or are you going to try and make some moves forward?
Definitely stay out of trouble. 12 hours is also a long race, so we'll see. Will be interesting with the strategy because there are less cars, maybe not so many Code 60s. So, yeah.
Now, I think that you two have been putting pressure on your dad. Apparently, Ivo's lost a lot of weight. He's gone to the gym. He's working out for this race.
He's definitely more fit than ever before. Not ever before, but the past few years.
Let's say ever before. It's fine.
Yeah, he's in good shape, so that definitely helps us.
There we go. See, the old guys have still got it. Though we'll see what he's like after an hour and 20 in the car later in the day. Back across we go, and we get to the unique in this race. KTM. It's the number 714, and it's driven by. And here's Daniel Drexel. Here he is. And I went to look at the car, and I could just look at your shirt because I completely forgot what your first name was. Daniel, how are you enjoying your experience here in Kuwait?
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's a completely new track for all of us. No sims, no nothing. You just go here and put your best out.
Now, you actually qualified this car theoretically in pole, and then you got a penalty. What was the penalty for?
There was some BOP issue. Let's put it like this.
So it was turned up to 11.
No, it was not that much faster, but it was, yeah. It was normal, but we are now here in the Cup Porsches, not in the GT3, so.
Good stuff, thank you, Daniel. I'll just get because we have a quick word now with another of our local driver. I say local driver, he's actually local to me because he lives in Kent as well. It's Hytham Karajuli, that's right, who's obviously another one of our single-seater experts having a go at endurance racing. But back in the country of your home, how does that feel to race here?
It feels awesome. It's like I wasn't ever expecting there to be a race here, but there is, so I'm really happy to race here. It's great.
And how's the KTM compared to the cars you normally go around in?
It's quick. It's weird driving with assist, but other than that, it's a really good car.
I mean, you've had a pretty impressive season in the Ligier, haven't you, in the sport races for a European Le Mans series? I mean, is that a completely different car? Doesn't prepare you anything, or is there anything you can take between the two machines?
You can take quite a bit from them. Other than like how this car handles, there's a big difference between that. But other than that, it's still the same driving style, the same brake pattern, same throttle.
Now you're moving up the P's to P4. I mean, is the eventual plan to see yourself at Le Mans? Is that where you see your career trajectory going?
I hope so.
How soon? Are we seeing you in 2022, 23? You know, you're driving an LMDH in 24.
Oh, I have no idea.
Anyway, best of luck, lady. Who see from Kent, somewhere the nice bit of Kent, not the bit I lived in, should I say? Back across again, we go to another Porsche. This is great news for John. All these Porsches. This is the 979 machine, which also has some the pole sitter in the 992 class. 992, yeah, and it's Rabdan Motorsport by Speed Lover, Oliver Don, Saif Almeri, and Enrico Fernando Fagundes. See, I can read. Now I need to find a driver. That's the next one. It's pointing over there. You see, I don't know why. Suddenly, you do kind of stick out from the identity parade as the driver. So pole position in the AM part of 992. So I suppose I can say it's going pretty well.
Yeah, the racing track is very good, and we have to push to the maximum.
What's it like being able to drive in your home country?
Home is home.
I mean, have you been round this track before on track days in other cars?
No, this is my first time here in Kuwait, and as an international race as well. You know that this is the first international race. And it's amazing. I've been to most of the tracks in the world, and this is the most amazing one.
Now, I have to ask you about it. Is there a longer left-hand turn in the world than turns 6, 7, and 8?
Yeah, it's remind me by Suzuka. I think they bring it from there. It's very nice. I was explaining to my friends yesterday about it. Imagine you are turning left on above 200 kilometers per hour. It needs some courage.
Some courage. Well, we are talking about the track, and I know that John is desperate to talk you around the track. So perhaps it's time for the track map, John.
Thank you, Nick. Opened in 2019. This is the long Grand Prix version, split up into 3 sectors. 5.6 kilometres, just over 3.5 miles, and 20 corners. Coming out of the final corner, turn 20, you've got just on 1,000 metres to head up to turn number 1, which is a very fast left-hander. A little bit of a lift for most of these cars, particularly early on when they are very heavy with fuel. Big runoff on the right-hand side, and the pit lane exit comes in from the right. Off the top of a little brow, so you're diving downhill to a tricky downhill braking area for turn 2, which is more than 90 degrees. Immediately you turn in, you're going up and over the brow. You can't see turn 3 or turn 4 when you turn into them. Through 5, and then stay wide through the first part of 6 before you cut back for 7, onto the curb and out through 8 into the S's. 6 and 7 are patience, then the S's through 10 and 11, and you're setting yourself up for what's called the Pentagon. 5 corners, set the steering wheel and leave it for the first 3 parts. Balance the car on the throttle, little dab of the brakes as you come through 15 onto the curbs at 16, 17 your straight line, 18 very important because it gives you your speed through 19, again over the cross, the top of the tross of the brow, and then down into a bumpy braking area for turn 20. Late turn in here, look for the white part of the curb and exit the corner, and you are back onto the front straight. 1 minute 52s in qualifying last night for the cars at the front of the field.
Right, so we've moved forward to, well, one car actually, to 929, and it's Kim Hauschild, who's on the 929. Now, this particular chassis was incredibly busy, wasn't it, the last couple of days?
Yeah, it got quite some mileage the past 2 days. We can say it that way, yeah.
Yeah, because your sister car was a little bit late in arriving, but you could, move the 8 drivers between the cars. So you got what 2 laps each?
Yeah, it was like, there was some issues with the logistics, but in the end, luckily we brought a spare car that was here together with our first car, and we just made a meeting and say, okay, let's make the best out of it. All the drivers we have here, we're going to share the driving time with the cars that we have. So, and last night it finally arrived. We at least catch 2 hours of sleep, so shout out to my team. They really did an amazing job to make this car even being on the grid. So yes, and now we leave all this negative shit behind us, and now we're going to go hunt some trophies.
Great stuff, thank you, and apologies for the German-based language there. Now, the next space, it's blank, John. We have no vortex at the moment. The
What?
701
What?
has, yep, he's not
Are you
come out to
sure?
the grid. There's no car, should be here according to my my grid sheet, so I assume I'm kind of tiptoeing. It's on the pit apron.
It should be Lionel Amarouche in that car.
Yeah, it's on the pit apron, John, so we'll talk to them in a bit later. We can now go over to the 710, which is the Lippert Lamborghini, of course. That car also arrived relatively late, but let's have a quick chat to Jean-Francois Bruno. JF, we've been talking to you all yesterday as you wandered around with us, having a bit of food, having a bit, not doing your driving, but you finally got on the track. You got 2 hours this morning.
We did, yeah. Finally, the car made it in late last night at around 11 o'clock at night. So unpacked the container, set up the garage, prepped the car. The Lippert team literally worked through the night. So for them, it's a 24-hour race. They started, working on the car almost 12 hours ago, plus this 12-hour race. But yeah, they did a fabulous job, and we took it out this morning, and it's running beautifully. Now we just need to, get the pace, figure out the track, and it's a 12-hour race, so we've got plenty of time to figure it out.
You say figure out the track. I actually watched your first couple of laps out. There's quite a lot of figuring to do on this circuit, isn't there?
It is. Yeah, it's a very technical track, and a lot of blind apexes, closing radiuses, very flat, so it's hard to find the right positioning as far as where you are on track and find your marks. But no, it's a very cool track, actually. They did a really nice job. Just the construction quality and the design layout, the whole structure is great. So very much looking forward to running here.
So you're up and running, the car's rolling. How many laps in do you think you'll have made up for your lack of practice?
2.
Excellent. Excellent answer. Thank you, JF. Bruno from the 710. Now, next to them is the 928. This is the HRT performance car as well. This is the car piloted by he's Bessem and Harry Hilders. It's the Bessem Hilders machine. No, Harry. Hello, Heis. So you've got the car around the track at last, then?
Around the track? that's a bit presumptuous. No, not around the track. We've got it on the track. That's a big difference. Well, we're happy to be here.
Well, we've just a bit of count back, and we reckon there's been 80 Creventic races ever. How many do you think you guys have done? Because you've only missed a couple, haven't you, ever?
I think the Americans beat us for CP racing, but then we're quite near the, I think 50, 51, something like that. We're waiting for the watch of Evo.
Well, that's exactly, yeah. I think there's a chance when you have an official high number, you do get a cake. I think actually, but I think it's yeah. But I think unfortunately,
Space cake, please.
Well, I'm not round here. But more importantly, I mean, what keeps bringing you back to the Creventic series?
This is fun. It's just the fun. It's the emotions. Like a day to day. You drive on track. It's race day, and then the tension builds up, and then. We do all the preparations to bring the car out. Then Harry puts on his. Then we have the big competition. Who's going to do the start together over no alcohol here, but usually over lots of alcohol. And then we come here, and then one of us starts, and it's the build-up of the pressure. And then the race begins. We know everybody here because we've been a long time entering into the Creventic races. Yeah, it's fun. It's a big family, and then it's competition. Huh?
And of course, you are the Iron Men because you're the only people doing this race as a pair.
Well. Or we're just the stupidest guys. Either or, we don't know. We'll find out after 12 hours. But we've done this a long time. We can do this 12 hours with 2 people. You can do that.
Great stuff, thank you. Yeah. That's host Bessem and Harry Hilders, the stalwarts of Creventic Racing. Across the road to the 930. This is the second of the Qatari Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation Porsches. This one's been started by Anders Fjordbach, who's leaning in. Anders, as you know, often drives cars sideways, not always on the street. How are you enjoying your bit more track racing?
So I think you might be mixing me with
Oh.
the...
No, Anders.
I'm in the work.
Ah, I've got Anders. I got the wrong Anders. I do apologise. See, I was doing so well. How many cars was that before a major mistake? About 12. Anyway, Anders, obviously you do a lot of track racing. This is a new track for you. See, seamless. So, yeah, how's the Kuwait track compared to the other tracks you've been around?
I think it's a spectacular track. I think it's maybe one of the best layouts I've been driving. We need a little bit more of running time to get some grip on the track, but I think it's a special place to be. I really like it.
So what you're saying is it's going to improve during the race, because with these cars going around for hour after hour, it's going to rubber in.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, it will. And I think we will see it already in the first few hours that when all cars are on track, it will pick up quickly.
So where are the key areas of the track then?
I think there's many places, and I think this is a really nice track where you need to push in some corners, you need to be a little bit hesitant in other corners. There's some long corners too. It's just a spectacular track. I think the last corner and the first corner is very important for a good lap time here.
You're working with 3 Qatari teammates. How are they getting on?
Very good. I'm very surprised how quickly they can adapt to just international competitiveness, and I think they're really working so hard to improve themselves, and they have done an amazing job.
And you can always try rallycross, you know. Yeah, we will, but I think we'll give you a go as well. Anyway, oh, look, it's an Aston Martin. Marvellous. It's the GT4 Century Motorsport. It's number 429, and they have a selection of British drivers. And I have a quick word with Bradley, because you were kind of saying yesterday it's a great track, but you want more downforce.
Yeah, I want to be in a faster car with more downforce, because it's got so many high-speed corners. It's just not quite flat in a few areas with the GT4 car. So I think with a GT3 car or something high downforce, they'll be flat and they'll be quite exciting.
So what was it that brought Century to this event? Why did you decide to come out why did you decide to come out to the Son of Kuwait? I think I've answered the question. Why did you decide to come to the Son of Kuwait? But why did you choose this race as one of the Century's races for the year?
Because David here told me to come.
Ah, David, the man behind the checkbook. So, David, what was it that particularly attracted you to this track?
I live in the Middle East now, so Nathan said this is happening. The car was coming out here. We thought it'd be a good idea, try new tracks. The track is amazing, really flowing and fun, and lots to learn. So no, I think it was just living here and wanting to have a go around a new circuit.
Great, so that's Nathan Freak, of course. And will you be joining the team as well for Dubai in a couple of weeks?
The car might well be at Dubai. We're just working on it at the moment. Obviously, Nathan's there already, but this car may also be there as well.
Great stuff, thank you very much. Now, interestingly, there are still spaces available for the Dubai 24 hours. Currently, the entry is a very, very compact 65. So a few more wouldn't go amiss and still be fitting into the track well. Right, okay, now I have to avoid the camera lady. There we go, don't ruin the shot, Nicholas. And we get across to the RHC Jorgensen Storm 4-5. Man in the way, 0. Darren Jorgensen starting this now. Is there any drivers around anywhere? 2 of them over there. Oh, there they are. I see them hiding in the shade. We've got stalwarts from the US. It's Brett Strom and Darren Jorgensen. Put your hand up. Who wants to be? Oh, he's the starter. He gets the chat. So, exactly. So what's the plan then?
To win.
Excellent plan. How are you going to achieve that? See, the plan's not well thought out, is it?
Yeah, it's well thought out. We don't want to reveal our strategy.
Excellent. This has gone very F1 all of a sudden.
It's secret. It's very secret, yeah. We've been juggling and,
Is it drive really fast and it runs out of fuel, put more fuel in it, drive really fast again?
Correct.
I should be a team manager.
You're doing it.
Thank you. So, Brett, were you behind this incredible strategy?
Yes, we've been thinking about it all night. We slept on it, dreamt about it, so mostly put a lot of new tires on it as well.
Exactly. So the BMW, is that suited to this track?
Is it what to this
track? Is it suited to the track?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The straights are especially good. So
we all like. I found out I'm really good on straights.
Yeah. No, it's a skill. But yeah, no, I mean that car is heavy but fast in a straight line. So we make it up there and lose it in the corners, especially compared to the Aston. So yeah, it's a good car though.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. And well done on the strategy. Brilliant design. Okay, the final car on the grid of the GT field is the very pretty little Cayman GT4, the 491, being run by our friend, the starting driver, Mr. Miller. Now, Daniel, you're at the back of the grid, but only one-way forward. No, seriously, I mean, the car, look, I've watched the car going round. It looks really good going round.
Super nice, amazing track, fast, and a lot of fun. So we're just having fun today.
I mean, it's a little car, mid-engine. It must be very good around the fast change of direction.
Yeah, it handles pretty well. We changed the setup a little bit last night, and it's super balanced and really fun to drive.
Great stuff indeed. Now, I have seen there's one of the Renaults in the garage, but obviously I can't tell them apart, so I can't tell you which one it is, but it is being run by Herberth and a Renault. Actually, not a Renault, it could be our Renault. Who knows? Okay, now, that was GT, now it's TCE, and in pole, and surprising absolutely no one, it's the 159 car, the BBR, the all-tie team that's absolutely dominated this season. You are very, very close to the champion of the continents. So, Cantadi, what can you? Do you need to do anything just to keep it on the track?
Yeah, just keep the car on the track. And don't looking for the championship. Don't thinking about that. But just keep the car on track.
Why do you think the team has been so successful this year?
So thanks to the team. They give a perfect car all the time. And also my teammate, they all fast, so it's easy for strategy. Yeah.
The track's really demanding. I mean, it's got those very long corners, both left and right. Does it mean you have to be careful with the front tyres? Look after the front tyres?
Yeah, we think like character of the corner is like a bit long, so it destroy the front tire. But the track surface is not too bad. But yeah.
Great stuff, thank you indeed. And the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice this is a new colour scheme. In case you want to know, Flow is an energy drink. So hopefully this team doesn't change into the sort of people that Red Bull have changed into. Anyway, back to the story again. And then on second on the grid, it's the 188. It's our friend at AC Motorsport. And Matthew Tree starting, but I can see Stefan Perrin. More importantly, I can see James Kay. James, who had to suffer being on the same flight as us, which is always a problem. James, you have how many years of touring car experience now?
I started touring cars in 1991.
And you've been to say, where does this track compare then to all the other tracks? I mean, obviously the Silverstone National Circuit is a classic with 4-hole corners, but I mean, how does this track compare?
This track is actually incredibly technical and flowing. It's a great credit to this country. It's a fantastic circuit.
So what keeps you coming out and racing after 31 years? Is it a disease, or is someone giving you a massive check?
No, nobody's giving me a massive check. I do it now because I enjoy getting away from the humdrum of life as it is. You know, I started in touring cars very early, so I was very lucky. And you know, I drove for some very good manufacturers. I'm very, very lucky to have got to this point. But now, you know, I pitch myself against some of these young guys, and that's what I enjoy. It's fantastic.
How does this latest crop of TCRs compare to those Super Tourers and the S2000s and everything else you were driving in the previous 20 years, mostly in the UK, of course?
Yeah, they're completely different. To be fair, the Super Touring age, you know, in the 90s and early 2000s, they were pure racing cars with massive budgets, huge aero, same sort of power, but a completely different regime of car.
Thank you, James. Now, I think we may have mistimed this slightly because the people clearing the grid, we've still got 3 more cars to go, including the 116, which is the Wolf Power car. Now, I can see Jasmine pricing, so that's okay. We'll get the 116 sorted out. Ah, excellent. Jasmine, not starting the car then?
No, today no.
So so we got Ivo Valle starting it. Now, how do you choose who starts these cars?
I also have some boys who can do a start, not only me. And now they have to train it and to learn it, so it's the best opinion to do it.
Still in with a chance at the championship, it's going to take a combination of things. Do you think about that at all, or is it just this race?
About the championship?
Yeah, do you think about the championship, or do you just think about this race?
No, now we just want to do the race, because yesterday we had bad luck. So we are happy that our boys fixed the car again. Now we are here a little bit with other colors, but we are here. And we just want to race 2 hours and cross the finish line, and then we are happy.
Great stuff, thank you, Jasmine. Okay, a couple more to go. We've got the 331. We've got the two Hoffer Bonk cars, aren't they? They're actually being driven by the same people, all 5 of them, which is Michael So in this first one, sorry, it's Rainer Partel. Okay, Rainer, very quickly, there's 2 sets of you, 5 of you, both driving all the cars. Who came up with that idea?
Yeah, this come from the team chef. The idea. We start with 2 autos in the TC class. It's perfectly so.
But the cars aren't the same, are they? Quite different cars. They're different versions, aren't they, the M2?
Yeah, we have different versions. There's the 450 powers and 360 powers.
So when you get out of the 450 and get into the 360, do you get like, oh, this is so boring?
No, it's not so enough. The difference is for like 10% from the race horse. It's no, it's clear.
Great stuff. Thank you, Rainer. And one more trip down to the end. And Michael Mayer is starting this machine, which is the 232, the slower of the cars. And we'll have a quick word with Michael. So, hello, Michael. How are you? Oh. So you can see all the cars in front of you. What's your plan for the first corner?
Oh, speak another English. This is great here.
So what are your hopes? What are your hopes for the race?
Please?
What do you hope to achieve in the race?
What do you hope?
Good luck. That's Michael. So that is all 21 cars apart, of course, from the Vortex, which is in the pit lane, but we'll find out why before we get going. It is a beautiful day here at Kuwait Motor Town. We are about to get started on the first ever international race in Kuwait. It's the CREVENTIC 12 Hours of Kuwait, and to talk you through, John Hindhaugh and Phil Anson.
Well, after that build-up, I'm not sure we are ready to take over from that. Nick Damon, the inimitable Nick Damon, down there on the grid with an extended. That was the remixed 12-inch version of the grid walk.
I was going to go
along if you're just joining us on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels on YouTube and, of course, around the world. If you've got friends who aren't at the track, let them know that they can tune in live. Let's just confirm then the starting order from the front of the grid. On the front 2 Porsches, it will be Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, who will lead away, and Zaid Ashkanani is going to start that Porsche number 47. Lucas Granovel for Team GP Elite in the 32 alongside. On row 2, it'll be Charles Esplanade who'll start the CP Racing Championship leading number 85 AMG Mercedes-Benz at GT3, as Deno Mulasco for ARC Bratislava alongside in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. That's the 44 bright yellow car. Then it's the parade of Porsches. On row number 3, Sabino de Castro for Vili Motorsport by EB Motors. That's the pole sitting in the number 955 with Luke Breukers starting the bright orange Red Camel Jordan.NL Porsche Cup car. These are all 992 Cup cars. That's the 909. Then the KTM Crossbow, 3-place penalty for a post-qualifying infringement in technical inspection. That's the Razzoon Northern Racing car with Dominic Olbert behind the wheel of the 714. He's got Olivier Don for the Rabdan Motorsport by Speedlover 979 Porsche GT3 Cup car. That's the 4th row. On the 5th row, Abdullah Al-Abazi for QMMF, the Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycling Federation, with HRT Thurea Gata, and that is the 929. In 10th position, Lionel Amarouche for Vortex, except that car's not there. The bright orange number 701 is in the pit lane and will start after the cars have cleared the green flag for the first first time through when the lights have gone out. It is a rolling start today. On row number 6, Greg Gorski, Leipert Motorsport. That's the another brightly coloured car, the green 710 Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo, that car, and that's one of the GTX cars. Harry Hildish for HRT Performance in the 928 Porsche alongside him. On row number 7, Anders Fjordbach. That's the second of the Qatari Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation by HRT. This is the Sahel Qatar sponsored car, and that is the 930 with David Holloway and Century Motorsport in pole position for Aston Martin Vantage, and Century Motorsport the 429 with the flag of St George, the cross of St George on that car on the outside of row 7. On row 8 on the inside, it's the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century BMW M4. Darren Jorgensen will take the start in the 450. Daniel Miller for Lion Speed, run by Herbert Motorsport. The 718 Cayman GT4 second in the GT4 second in the GT4 category, and that car then will be the 491, third in GT4. Excuse me, I was right in the first place. Daniel Miller to take the start. Then it's a little bit of a gap in the TCE, the Touring Car Endurance Machines, led by the championship leader BBR Kantadeep Kasiri, one of 5 Thailand drivers in that car. The 159 then on pole position for Mathieu Detrey for AC Motorsport, still very much in with a chance of a championship in that Audi number 188. Yves Valles will start the Wolfpaar Racing Audi RS3, and it's Rainer Partl in the 331 Hofer by Bonk Motorsport BMW with their team car Michael Mayer behind them as the cars, I think, almost teasingly are sent either side of this is what you can win, fellas, as they take off on the starting grid. Nick Damon down on the grid. It'll be Joe Bradley joining us later on. John Hindorf, that's me, in our booth overlooking the finish line, and we can see a huge amount, probably about 85%, maybe 90% of the circuit here, stretching off all the way down to turns 2 and 3. They just go out of our sight as they drop down into turn 4. I'll have a chat with Phil Anson in a moment, whose voice and his distinctive Australian tones you'll hear in a moment. Onboards, Daniel Miller is carrying one of our onboards today in the 491. We've got the Jorgensen Strom BMW also carrying one of our onboards. That's the 450, second in class and 15th overall, just coming over the top at turn number 3 and down into 4 now. Track limits being very well observed, by the way, through turn 4. It is super easy to straight line that. Leipert Motorsport, late arrival, but up to speed very quickly. Greg Gorski starting that car, and hard-working team at 021, the 0221, have managed to install an onboard in that car quickly as well. That's second in the GTX class and 11th overall. Razzoon, the Razzoon racing car, is also carrying a onboard. That's the KTM Crossbow, Razzoon More Than Racing. And as they head up the field, Team GP Elite on the outside of the front row. Lucas Groneveld has us looking over his shoulder on that Porsche GT3R. Good morning, last 2 minutes of the morning. Phil, ready for this one? This is going to be a cracker. We've got to remind ourselves, and so have the team, that they have got 12 hours to go, and in the pit lane and ready to go is Lionel Amarouche for Vortex in the Vortex 1.0. So the good news is that car is on the pit apron. Nick Damon is down there. What was the problem, Nick, that stopped this car getting to the grid? Was that when they were spooling up the engines? They had a fault. Sounds like our trip here. Phil Anson, first trip here for an international series. You've seen this circuit before. We've driven the circuit together and you've been around. This is a big, big moment for Kuwait Motorsport.
Oh, most definitely, John. Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. The cars are now getting into position for this race start, approaching turn 20. This is fantastic for this region. It's fantastic for the MENA region. It's another quality racetrack. And as all the drivers said on the grid, John, the facilities and the track is so challenging. This is going to be an exciting 12 hours. 20 corners around here, 11 left, 9 right, as we're coming onto the start-finish straight now, waiting for the red lights to go out.
The first ever international event at Kuwait Motor Town is the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. Lights out and we're racing. It's high noon to midnight, and the pool-sitting cars get away very, very carefully indeed as they head towards that ultra-quick right-hander down the hill now with the pit lane exit on their right-hand side. The Jurgensen Strom BMW moving around in the middle of the pack. And it's the Lamborghini that's come through into second position very early on.
44 of Zeno Mikalusa.
That's the ERC Bratislava car who's had the best of the starts, no doubt there. Pulsing at Team Kuwait by MRS Racing, Zaid Ashkanani, very, very experienced. And here also coming through is that looked like the Vortex coming through as well. So that's been let out of the pit lane and already in among the TCE cars who had their own start and coming in fact to the back of the GT4 field. But the top three now, Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche. This was not in the script, as Lucas Groneveld was rather jumped at the start as they went through towards that first corner. I wonder if being on the outside maybe wasn't the advantage that he was hooked. Pole position is actually on the outside into turn one, so you get the swoop. He had the tighter line into the first corner.
I think he just got wide. You could see the amount of dust that was coming up there. I think they struggled for grip out of turn one, and it just gave the Lambo enough to get up the inside down at turn two as we're approaching down between turn 19 and 20 now. 3 straight sections here at Kuwait Motor Town, and one of the harder braking corners down there into turn 20. Downhill, quite bumpy. The Lamborghini runs wide out of there, lights up the rear tyres, heading down the start-finish straight for, we reckon it's probably around between 35 and 40 lap stints before they start to come into pit lane.
That'll be for the
Porsches.
For the Porsches, for the Carrera Cup cars. I don't think we'll get quite as many as that. I'm thinking probably somewhere around about 30 laps for the GT3 cars. Now
Lambo's dropped back into third position. Oh, look at this fight down into turn two. Wow.
Now this is a bit further back down. This is the recovering
the KTM's
Vortex. The KTM, excuse me.
Yeah, the KTM's gone around.
That's the 714, the Milwaukee Tool sponsored machine. That's a turn two. Got out onto the orange and yellow, and that is very dusty out there indeed. The Hankook tyres unable to cope with the issues of the dust on the outside.
Well, I think yesterday we were watching them, John, and it took about 3 laps for them to get good tyre temperature. They sat on the grid for a long time, and I think with the full tanks they've got on at the moment.
And that has cost so much time that the bright orange Vortex has gone past.
Yes.
So was that just a mistake, or was there a little tap? No, trying to go
wide
around the outside at turn number 2 is not going to happen. Deceptive little rises and falls here, and my goodness me, how close was that to that was the red camels and the bright orange Carrera Cup car. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us, we are underway.
There we go. There is the Vortex and the KTM, 2 very specific looking cars here. You can't really get them wrong, and they are battling at the moment down into turn number 15 and 16 as they make their way through the second part of the technical sectors here, as the leaders, car 47 still out in the lead. Zaid Ashkanani now with around about a second over the ARC Bratislava car, who's got back into second, and then another 1.5 of a second back to Lucas Groneveld in the Team GP Elite Porsche as well. That's an AM car in the second position at the moment.
Well, start is under investigation, so let's see if we can work out what race control might be looking out for, as the Light Perp 44, the IRC 44 is making its way through the field. Side by side, the 2 Porsches. Red lights, well, they're not in line. They were told at the drivers' meeting they had to stay in line. Now they've got back in line. The lights go out.
Lambo.
Do you think the Lambo jumped to it? I think that's okay. I think he jumped Lucas Groneveld very quickly. It was after the start line, and to me, the red lights had gone out there. It was tight, but that was a really smart start indeed.
That was a drag racing start, John. He called the light.
Yeah,
he called the light.
He absolutely did. He absolutely did. Phil Anson and John Hindorf joining you in the booth here, overlooking the start-finish line. It'll be Joe Bradley down in the pit lane later on, but for the moment, Nick Damon is in the shade. Brilliant piece of design here by the circuit and their contacts, because the start-finish line runs almost exactly north to south. Therefore, the pit also stays in north-south, which means it never gets in direct sunlight. Very clever indeed. Let's take a lap around with Leipert Motorsport. Greg Gorski in the 710. He's into the long left-hander that leads into the midfield section. This section called... so he's coming round to... That was turn 18 and 19. Now he comes to the final corner. We'll stay on board with him for a lap so that we can explain this very technical, just over 5.5 kilometres, just over 3 miles. So turn 20 then. Hit the curb on the inside, drift all the way out to the red and white curb, then just snatch gears. And you're heading towards turn 1. Cross the start-finish line, underneath the gantry. Pit lane exit on the right, but doesn't come in. Pick your turning point, nail it, get back on the throttle, out to the curb on the right-hand side. Here's where the cars come out of the pit, so there's plenty of good vision there. Just over the little top of the brow. Wait for it. You're still flat, still flat. Now brake. Front of the car dives down. Turn in late and then nail the throttle because you're going uphill. Unwind the lock early. Greg just holding maybe a little bit of extra lock there, but he's already turned into turn 3 and 4 because it's over the top of the brow. You can really nail the curb on turn 5. That was great. Now he's into patience. 6 and 7. He goes to the inside. Some of the drivers are holding a wider line there, so he's taking a much wider line. Now that's going to throw him offline for turn 7, which he comes to now. So he'll go wide. Now he'll cut back. Watch for the white curb on the right-hand side, so he doesn't take the last apex there. We tried that when we were out there. That's very interesting. Now through the S's, 8, 9, balance the car through turn 10, because as you come up through 11 to 12, 13, 14, the Pentagon, set the steering wheel, which is what Greg does, and then it'll be just tiny little movements. There's the second apex. Here's the third apex. He's barely moved the steering wheel. Then a little dab on the brakes, and then just a little more lock, and still he's got the same lock on. That's 5 corners where he's barely moved the steering wheel, maybe 2 or 3 degrees, then through 17 and 18 to 19. Nice apex that lets the car drift out onto the back straight, right out over the curb. That's fine. That's 19. Now coming to 20, note he goes up and over the rise. He's on the left-hand side of the road as he's letting somebody go through. Little bit bumpy on the braking area to turn 20 before he turns in again. It's a late apex, and that is a lap with Greg Gorski. And that, particularly through the Pentagon, I thought he was absolutely bob on there.
Look, he's got to look after his front tyres, and with all of these cars, they're all going to struggle a little bit with tyres as they get through this race. These cars probably hour 10 minutes before they're due to come in and pit, and nobody, as we were talking with Paul Trustwell earlier today, in the Cup cars aren't going to double stint. These guys definitely won't be double stinting tyres today, and really nailed the lap, and they're all looking at tyre preservation. What we don't know is about the fueling, as the leaders are already into the back markers, and we're starting to get traffic out there at the moment. And what we discovered in our, especially going out in the hire cars, sorry for the hire car, but it was very much, there are only certain places you can overtake here without going offline.
We have to say that there was a strict 80 kilometre an hour speed limit for those. It's not as if we were racing around. This is a familiarisation concept that CREVENTIC introduced very many years ago, and all the circuits we go to, but particularly well attended this weekend, of course, because no one has been able to see the track. So it's not like you're driving your road car like a racing car. Puncture for the right rear of the number 44, the ARC Bratislava machine, and that was a brilliant save.
Oh, turn 1, unbelievable
that
save.
That is a super quick
260 kilometres an hour.
That was Adena Malesko, and he was actually leading the race across the line ahead of Zaid Ashkanani. So he turns in.
And you can see it
there
go
it goes,
right there.
right
Bang.
as he turns in. And that is the loaded side of the car.
Wow.
That is the loaded wheels, the working side of the car. Now,
that's 5 laps, John.
Yeah,
5 laps.
And that is going to be a long nearly 6 kilometres.
Yes.
He's got to bring that car back.
And try not to get that tyre flailing and start destroying the bodywork on that back right-hand corner. He's got to be very careful, which is going to make it a very, very long lap.
The camber, and he's already dropping some debris here. This might be code 60. We don't have safety cars here in CREVENTIC Hankook Racing because they many years ago went to a flag system called Code 60. It's been adopted right up to Formula 1. They call it a virtual safety car. But this is the origins of it. And it feels like you're crawling around, and it's still too fast.
When you're in the rental car.
Yeah, that's probably right, yeah. It's still too fast for that right rear corner.
Yeah.
Now, this is an unknown quantity, of course, this track, and the temperatures are as high as we've seen them over the weekend, or the week so far.
Yeah, 23 degrees air temperature, probably up in the mid-high 30s on track temperature.
At least, I would think. Yeah.
And we're due to get up around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to peak at 26, so we could be into the 40s track temperature.
Single Hankook Racing Slick, one of the F200s to go on that car, and actually doing a really, really good job here as ERC Bratislava Zdeno Mlasko has... He's almost 3/4 of the way around now. Now that's handed the lead back, of course, to our pole sitters, Zaid Ashkanani.
Yep. The start, no further action over the start of the race.
Yeah.
So that was clean. You called it, John.
Yeah, thought so.
A great reaction time. Absolutely great reaction.
Well, that would not have been out of place down on the drag strip that we have here that you pass on the way in.
I think it would have been a 4:00 flat. 4:00 flat reaction time. And as you said, Zaid Ashkanani leading the race at the moment by 1.2 seconds over Lucas Groenveld. Great battle out there in the GT3 category, and then it's Charles Espinard leading the GT3 AM category in 3rd position in the Mercedes AMG GT3. Yeah, the leaders on screen going through there. 6 laps competed in this one, 11 hours, 47 minutes and 20 seconds to go. A long way for the Lamborghini to make up time again. It's just that run back down into the pits. He's going to lose. You know, I would say it'll be close to a 4-minute lap, 3-minute lap that he's going to lose there. I can see him just coming down here now out of the right-hand side of the commentary box.
Yeah, we get a great view on the infield. He's just coming in.
Heading into turn 12 now. So he's still got about a third of the circuit to go. He's trying to get, very close there. The Porsche had to go around the outside of him just to... it's very difficult for him to stay off the racing line because it goes left, right, and now he's trying to stay on the inside, but he's going to be on the apex of the next corner.
I think that was Harry Hilders.
Yes,
in the HRT performance. Yeah. Was that the 928 that went past him, or was that the 930? It would have been Anders Fjordbach in the 930, the QMF by HRT, the white and red car. So that was very, very close.
It was indeed.
And actually, that is the 928. So that's changed colours. So Harry Hilders also in a red and white car now. That was great earlier on in the weekend.
Yeah, Backmarker's trying to get out of the way now of the leading cars, and I'm watching them as they're going down into turn 15. And there's a lot of overtaking happening down in that corner because 12, 13 and 14, you're on a fixed line through there. 15's a little dab of the brakes, and that's where you can get up on the inside. And so it's a very, very interesting way that's sort of working. As I'm watching the AIC Bratislava car now exit turn 18, he's on the run down to the pit lane entry. Now, in normal circumstances, that's going to be a pretty good run into the pit lane. And as we found out over the course of the weekend, and we're going to be watching these cars, there is so much time to be made on pit entry and pit exit. And I think that's going to be very, very telling of how good your drivers are. And especially for the guys who got here a little bit late, they haven't been able to practice that.
Charles Esplanade, the CP of CP Racing, sits in 3rd position at the moment. They are chasing their 2nd title of the year, already won the Drivers' Championship in the European Series, looking for the teams and drivers as far as the Championship of the Continents is concerned. The Championship. Taking your results from the 12 hours, the 24 hours of Dubai, and then your best of the long distance European races, and then this race as well. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane. Where have you made your way to, Nick?
At the 44 pit, waiting for the very unlucky ARC Bratislava car to come in. Rear right is flat, but the key really is what damage has been done once the wheel comes off, and the answer is very, very little. They're having a check to make sure there aren't too many bits and bobs. They do seem to have slightly broken the rear of the wheel well behind the wheel, so that's going to give them a slight aerodynamic disadvantage, but he's kept the outer aero in place. Now the question, obviously, John, which you two can debate, is that bad luck or not? Because this isn't the first time we've seen a Huracan have a puncture. In Dubai, there was a rash of them a couple of years ago. There's always the temptation to set the car with a bit too much camber. There's a lot of curb mullering over here because you're inclined to do those because they're motorcycle curbs. You didn't get away with it. So is it bad luck or is it bad setup?
He's gone straight to fuel. He might as well do, even though he's done a 5-lap stint. He's going to top that up at the fuel station. There is no fueling at the pit, so that's why none of the pit mechanics are wearing fireproof with a normal pistol grip, as you would get in your local service station. Quick thought about that. I've talked to a number of the drivers, and Nick mentioned there, Phil, how flat these cars are. This is an FIM, a motorcycle Federation International Motorcyclisme Group A, Class A circuit. So this can host right up to MotoGP. So the curves are relatively flat on the curb. There's a green stripe all the way around. That's for the motorcycles. Anything on the green, and you're starting to get penalised. That's why that green is there for the motorcycles. But talking to a number of drivers, they say that the edges of the curb, if you go just over and then come back on, you, particularly early on, you are really potentially compromising the inside shoulder of your Hankook tyres.
Debris down there, just coming off the cars. But yes, you're right, John. We did explore the track limits when we were out there just to see what it was, deliberately, just to see what these curbs would do. And as you said, it's an FIM circuit, so it's not a raised curb where you can bounce the car off and use it to change direction of your car. But they did have a slight drop off on the outside, and maybe he's caught that on the inside of that right-hand rear tyre as we're watching the 32 try and go through. He's got the Aston Martin in front of him, and what we expected, John, it's so difficult to overtake here. And he's coming into this lovely flowing section at turn, but that was at turn 7, and he couldn't get around the Aston Martin.
It is going to be follow my leader a little bit
indeed.
Through the inside section. I think really from the exit of 2 up to 18 and possibly 19, your overtaking spots, your quote-unquote easy overtaking spots, even for lappery, breaking down the inside into turn 20, although that'll compromise you a little bit, but if you're passing a slower category car, perhaps not as important. And then down into turn 2. The rest, you're going to have cooperation from the car that you are passing. Lucas Groneveld working the steering wheel on the Team GP Elite number 32 as he's chasing down the leader, Zayed Ashkanani, in the Team Kuwait car. At the start of the race, we did have a quick look at it.
There was contact between the Porsche and the Lamborghini came out into the centre there. So was there? It was the wrong side for the Lamborghini. So
not necessarily. If he just brushed up the left-hand side, the battle for the lead coming down to the braking area at turn number 2, and the two Porsches together. A little bit of tyre debris on the track from the Lamborghini number 44, which is back on the track for Zenano Milusko, the ERC 44.
Yes, yeah.
Milusko, and our leaders then with Ashkanani.
He lost 2 laps on that one. He's 7 laps at the moment. Leaders are on 10.
Definitely Lucas Groneveld in the orange and white number 32, gaining through into patience now. Took a very different line. Zaid took the wide line, taking far less out of his loaded left front tyre, the GP Elite car taking completely different lines through corners 6, 7 and 8, and maybe just gaining a little bit, but what's that doing to the tyre life on his Hankooks, Phil? There's no doubt to me that there are some different lines and some different tactics here, but these tyres have got to last these cars somewhere close to an hour.
Indeed, and if you're turning the car tighter, you're putting more load on that tyre. And so, we're watching, Lucas really soaring away at that wheel. We thought, look at him, he's really. I think they've set this car up a little bit loose to work the back tyres a little bit more and try and take a bit of load off the front tyres. He's steering it by the rear axle rather than trying to push the car through the corner. And in a Porsche, steering, as you well know, steering with the rear axle, you have to be a very good steerer in order to do that. But I think they've gone a different setup way to try and make the car quicker on the tyres towards the end of the stint. We've got our great drone cam here this weekend. Some fantastic shots from that above this amazing circuit here at Kuwait Motor Town. The first international event here. Circuit was opened in 2019, 29th of March. Then we had COVID. But what a great place to come and watch motorsport this weekend.
Let's see if we can head down to Nick Damon. We'll keep an eye on what's going on at the front of the field. Nick, just a quick thought from you about these early laps. We've had nearly, in fact, just over 20 minutes of running, which has gone by in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, very, very exciting start. We obviously had the first bit of track-on-track action. That doesn't actually work that way with the KTM going wide. Then a puncture, which I'm not massively surprised about. Having, I said, even on our slow run round the track, we were looking where you could jump the curves, looking where you get a bit of an advantage, and that is going to put a strain on the sidewalls of the tyres. And one of the things that no one's had, even the cars that arrived in time for the first practice, no one's had lots and lots and lots of laps, and they certainly haven't had lots of laps when you're pushing, and more importantly, not always on the line you want to be, because someone else has been there, or you're overtaking, or you push a bit too hard and miss. So I'm interested. It's been, in fairness, it's been a little bit cleaner than I thought it was, which probably helps. It's got not a too great density of cars, but an interesting opening with a couple of highlights of activity.
Thank you for that, Nick. As we're on board with this battle that continues on out the front, and it's a couple of tenths.
Ebb and flow.
It is, yeah.
Ebb and flow. I think at the moment it looked like the orange car of GP Elite and Lucas Groeneveld had closed in a bit, but that was a good lap by Zaid Ashkanani, and in fact took 3 tenths. Nearly half a second actually out of the second place car. Ebb and flow. What they haven't done yet is hit any big pockets of traffic.
And they've got that coming up
very
soon.
They have got that coming. The back of the TC field. Let's check in with the TCE. That's the Touring Car Endurance. At the moment, leading is the best of the TCR cars, and that's AC Motorsport. Mathieu Detrey has got ahead of the pole sitting Kanta Di Kassiri in the BBR. That's the 159. Meantime, Zdeno Mikuláško is back on the track, and with a little bit of damage to the right rear bodywork. It's just one of the strakes behind the rear right wheel. I don't think that's going to cause a problem unless it falls off. But AC Motorsport pushing very, very hard indeed in that number 188 Audi RS3 LMS TCR. That's the previous version of the car. We don't have any of the Evos. 1 or 2 track limits coming in as well. We need to keep an eye on that because there is a set amount that the teams get. It's per car, not per driver, and then there'll be penalties handed out, and they'll stack up. And what the teams will do is they will try and hold on to those penalties until there is a code 60, the purple flags. Although that doubles the time they've got to be in the penalty box, it still works out better because everyone is travelling so much slower. You've got to take them within 2 hours of them being assessed, but they will leave them till the last moment if they can to try and make that strategy work. Porsche action on the infield with the 929 second place car in the 992 category. That is the second of the two QMMF cars. First and second in class at the moment. 930 from 929. Anders Fjordbach from Kim Andre Hausschild. And third place for Vili Motors by EB Motors, Sabino De Castro. And those cars are separated by 3.5 seconds. That's the top three in 992. Welcome along if you're just joining us. Coming up to midday here in Kuwait on a Friday lunchtime, of course. People making their way into the track. Quite a few people here last night for qualifying. Very encouraging to see. The 930 then leading in 4th place overall. And these Cup cars will go very, very long. An hour and 25, an hour and 30 minutes for these cars.
Yeah, for the full tank, and just under the code 60 as well, you're only allowed 50% of your allocation, as well as doubling your penalty time. So it's there to deter people using the code 60 to do it. You're going to have to pit again anyway. Puts you off strategy, but it also lessens your time at the fuel pump because you may be there when nobody else is there.
I think down through the years, there's only two strategies that are employed. You have the Herberth team strategy, which is every time there's a code 60, you come in
into the pits
and take half a tank of fuel, or as much as you can squeeze into the tank. Now, obviously, if you've been in 3 laps before, maybe not. So there will be a determinating number of laps. So if you've been out there 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it is, and there's a code 60, you come in and take half your fuel allowance. And there are some people who just refuse to take any notice of code 60 and just run their fuel plan.
Yeah.
And there's very few people who swap and change, because at that point you've got to have absolutely perfect communication with the drivers, and you've got to make sure that there's a pump available for you. And I think there's only 8 pumps this weekend, although 8 pumps for 20 cars. I'm looking at Joe to see 4 pumps, do you think? Okay, 4 pumps, Joe Bradley thinks, down there. The fuel station is at the pit out end of the pit road. Now, I like that. My only CREVENTIC race was now way back in history in 2017, and that was at the Circuit of the Americas, and the petrol pumps were on the outbound side of the pit there, which meant that you had a little bit of time to compose yourself. An incoming driver jumps into the car, there's all the excitement of getting your belts on, plugging your radio in, making sure that you've got your driver identifier, and then you trundle down the pit lane at 40 clicks, and then you go into the fuel station, which is walking pace, and then you sit there for 2 or 3 minutes, because it isn't being filled like you would your street car at the local fuel station. Then you trundle back out again, then you come off your pit lane speed limit, and then you do it. So by then you've kind of got yourself settled in the car.
Yeah.
You know what it's like if you do a normal pit stop and you're straight out, Phil. Yeah. By the time you get through turn 2, you're thinking, I haven't done that belt up quite where I want it, or it's not sitting on my hands device, and you've got to wait for the long straight to be able to get it sorted. There's none of that when you have the petrol station on the outbound level. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane, coming to half an hour gone, Nick.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Just having a quick shifty down. There are 4 Bowsers, but there are 8 pumps.
Right.
In the fuel stop. Also, I've just found a hole in the middle of the pit lane. I've turned the ankle. Anyway, that's my own personal problem. So don't ask me to run. I can at best sachet now.
You're at your best when you sashay.
Exactly.
In fairness.
Exactly.
Thank you. We're just still trying to work out, and thank you to our colleagues in the TV gallery, as the second place car, the GP Elite machine, at turn 4, which is one of the places that is being closely monitored. I'm not sure how much, if any, of the Hankook was still beyond the white line. The white line is the edge of the track, and you've got to keep some part of the car beyond that and on the black stuff. But it's Lucas Groneveld at the moment in traffic and gaining on the leader, who's been held up by the Vortex. The 701 Vortex that started from pit lane, now up into 10th position under the tutelage of Lionel Amorouche. Second in GTX, Greg Gorski with that right rear tyre giving up early on for Kuwait Motorsport in third and one place further behind. And through has gone Team GP Elite. Is that the leader ahead? Second gear, coming up through the final couple of corners and now into third. Fourth as he comes through 19. Phil, I think you're spot on with that. That car looks really loose on the back end.
Yeah,
And poor Lucas is having to work. His hand's going 19 to the dozen there as he heads down towards the final corner. Not quite getting into sixth, and he closes in under braking to the leader. But he seems to be working much harder than Team Kuwait and Zayed Ashkanani.
Zayed's very smooth through those sectors. The car is very, very settled with the day and a half of running that they've had to get the car sorted out for this circuit, as nobody has brought these cars to this circuit before, so it's a total unknown. Most of the cars were going out on new sets of Hankooks just to get the drivers familiar with which way the circuit went as you progressed around through these 20 corners. And then it was all about looking at the data, and we believe most of the guys didn't look at the data until about their third session, until they could work out where they needed to go, as the 47 is getting through the traffic at the moment and continuing to make their way around.
Nick?
Pit caller, I'm having to sachet too, from the TCR class. I think it's the Wolf Power car as I get there, 146. They seem to be working on firming up the structure of the car, so they're actually looking at the front left. They look at the bonnet. I wonder if they've got some things having a problem. Here on the pitch, here on the track, we have a second puncture. We are currently walking up towards the Wolf Power machine. Now that is definitely having a problem with its bodywork. They're putting bits of tape to try. I think what's happened is they've lost the front splitter slightly. So my guess is they have monstered some curb and they've caught the front of it, stripped off the carbon fibre stripper from its mountings, which would be several screws. So they are now giving it full duct tape, which obviously I am pretty pleased about. I don't think they've done any tyre changes. I think they've kept the tyres as they are. They've just literally worked on this reattaching the splitter, because obviously that produced a huge amount of downforce for the car, John.
We'll get a word with Yasmin Pricek, who is watching that in a moment with Nick. Let's quickly update you with what's going on. It's another right rear puncture for ARC Bratislava. Now, there were a couple of places in the driver's briefing yesterday that we were sort of watching remotely. 3 places on the track, which included round the outside between 13 and 14, where the drivers were being told that there were sharp edges or at least areas where they shouldn't be on there.
And it was well over the curbs, well behind the green area. So if you've run off track in one of those areas and got into that area, that's going to be an issue, but really difficult there.
Car 930, by the way, one of the Porsches, the leading 992 category, has already had its third warning for track limits down at turn number 4. Nick Damon, as the Wolf Power car leaves, is with Yasmin Pricek.
Yasmin, obviously the splitter has become detached. Do you know how it happened?
No, we don't know exactly, but the driver said we have so much vibration on the car when we drive the straight, and now they have to fix it. We don't want to lose something. Now we have to look if it's better, I hope.
When you're going over the curbs, which you're all doing, is the car grounding right out as it comes either side and back on again?
No, it's like soft. I think not it's about the curbs. I think it's something on the car, but we have to look. We have 11 hours to go, so.
Yasmin, thank you very much. And it's the same rear right as the 44 car comes past us. This is obviously some form of setup or technical issue. I assume they'll have a look inside the wheel arch to see if something's catching. It didn't look like there's anything wrong when it took off a minute ago, but to lose 2 tyres like this is surprising. But let's be honest about this, John. This has happened before to Lamborghinis.
Yes, yeah, we've
just
seen
so you know, this time it's taken out the rear light cluster, so they've at least lost the electrical connection there, so they only have lights on the rear left. Not that's a major one, but this is not unique.
It's the same tyre again. So you remember, my father was a police detective for the first 20 odd years of my life, so I was brought up in an atmosphere of not believing in coincidences. There'll be a cause to this effect, and it's either something that the driver's doing or something perhaps that is catching on the inside arch of that car, underneath the guard of that car. Now, they're not putting the tyre on straight away. That's quite a ways away from where Nick is. We can see it from our commentary box. So we'll try and keep an eye on that and see what they're doing. But they've not just sent that car with another tyre. They realise it's worthy of some inspection. Let's check out the battles in the Porsche 992 class, where Kim Andre Hausschild, and he's got a right rear puncture as well, and that's gone at turn 1 and down towards turn 2, exactly the same as we saw earlier on. That's the second place car.
Wow.
And through goes Vili Motorsports, Sabina De Castro, and that again, a good save there. This is the extremely quick turn number 1, and that was extraordinary. It's just beyond the apex of the corner when this goes. And again, what we've got to say is how hard these cars have been practicing all week. Have they been running full fuel?
That's
have they been running a race setup?
It went there.
It was, in fact, it was a little bit further round than
Near
turn
pit
1.
exit, yeah.
So a little bit further down the straight from turn 1 to turn 2. About 20-30 metres before the pit exit. Now, rear engine car, there's all kinds of stuff underneath the back of there that you do not want rubber to be flailing against on a Porsche. No radiators there in the front of the car, actually, but there's oil lines and catch tanks and all that kind of thing around there, and that is going to be a long run back for Kim Andre Hausschild. Oh, what a shame for what was the second place QMMF by HRT Tharea Qatar, number 929, and he's dropping down through the field. The ARC Bratislava Lamborghini has been sent to the fuel and out again, and through the very quick pit exit. There's no pit lane speed limit where that bright yellow Lamborghini is right now. Another new right rear tyre. No, hang on. He's slowing down.
There's a problem.
I think that tyre loose, or is he?
No,
we've gone to code
debris.
60. We've gone to code 60. My apologies. Good spot from Zdeno, Michaelisko, and so gives me an opportunity to explain code 60. Code 60 is instead of putting out a safety car. The advantages of code 60 are many, not least that you neutralise the field immediately without having to wait for the leader to come round to the start-finish line in the safety car. The second is that once you have cleared the issue, you can go back to green straight away without having to wait for the safety car to get round to the end of the lap. So this is for debris between turns 1 and 2. And our hard-working marshals, and this also gives me the opportunity to do as we do on every single race, to say thank you to all of our volunteer marshals here at Kuwait or around the world, whether you wear white or orange or yellow or whatever colours you're wearing. You are giving us the most precious gift you can, that of your time, and we thank you immensely for your hard work and your dedication. It is quite simple. We could not go motor racing without the volunteers who are trackside waving flags, driving recovery trucks, the medical support, and indeed those checking tickets and parking cars as well. They are all equally required for us to indulge ourselves, and we do realise it's an indulgence a little bit, Phil, but without those volunteers, simple as that, it doesn't happen.
Motorsports worldwide doesn't happen without them.
Correct.
And that's...
From the very top.
Yep, right from... Yep, exactly. And endurance is a different level of commitment for our volunteers. 24 hours, 12 hours, it's a long day. Out there in a beautiful sunny day out there, 23 degrees at the moment, and the feels like 21 degrees in the shade, 23. And as you said, our pit crews down here are so happy that they're in the shade this weekend. They've come from Europe where it's cold and standing out there in the sunshine or doing pit stops, etc.
Nick Damon is waiting for, presumably, Nick, with about 40 minutes gone, we'll see a slew of cars taking the opportunity to come in.
Yeah, we've already got the 909 Red Camel's Jordan car has driven to the fuel, the 979 Porsche, but here comes the car that's caused this problem, the QMMF machine, the number 929, with Kim Hauschild, skids to a stop because he locks everything up. Up it comes. Well, that's got a lot of damage on the wheel arch, as you can probably, hopefully you'll be able to see with the cameras, but basically it's slapped off the rear, so you go from the back of the wheel, the rear bumper element, so it's gone for about half a metre, been snapped off, so that's going to affect the aero. It's looking like it's quite recalcitrant to come off the hub at all. It looks like they're going to do a full tyre change. It's taken a little bit of the underskirt, which goes between the wheels away as well. Let's have a look in that. Well, they're not too bothered about the wheel well, they're just literally just put the tyre back out on again. A bit of tape being used, watching other cars going by, including the 85 from CP Racing. I'm not sure whether they're going to end up queuing. I think we may be just even with 8 tanks, 8 pumps for 21 cars. I think we're getting a bit full on the fuel here, and we may have to wait. But Red Camels were first, and they've gone out already. The 928 goes down there as well. A bit of tape now for the QMF car. Kim Hauschild gets ready to go again. Go too fast because you're going to collide with the vortex unless you're careful. 710 car comes, the Liepert machine. They're all trying to go for fuel, and in for fuel also goes that QMF car, but there is certainly now a situation where people have to wait, because I think that all bar about 5 cars have gone for fuel. I can see the Liepert car sitting there waiting, as we all do at Tesco on a Sunday morning, cursing the woman in the Kia ahead of you. The Cayman has come in. That's the car which was at the back of the GT field, being run by Herbert. That's having a driver change and tyre change. They're doing the whole lot there. I suppose it's a short stint.
That's the Lion Speed 491
so
that
that's
Nick's
the
talking about.
491. Yeah, so it's still got quite calm. The question really is, that's 3 rear rights we've lost already.
Yeah, just a quick one. The green Lamborghini, the Liepert car, is sitting waiting for a pump. And I think there's one more car about to join the queue there. The cars that got in and out without impediment were the 909 Red Camel Jordan, Luke Broikers, as one of the 992s. The HRT Performance car is in there now. They didn't get any impediment. I've got a feeling the 930 QMF car by Anders Fjordbach. No, that hasn't been in yet. Excuse me. I apologise for that. So there was another Porsche in there. It must have been the 928 then, was it? Yes, it was. It was the 929, excuse me, that came down. That was the one with the puncture. Hello, Nick. Yeah.
There we go. Yes, we've also got the top 2 in TCR now, who are also doing some pit service. I think they're getting some tyres on. They'll be fine because the pumps have been abandoned by a number of the cars. Don't forget, of course, it's a shorter fill. You're only allowed half your tank during Code 60, and that includes when you come into the pits where it's not Code 60 now. That was a rule change during this season. So hardened Code 60 lovers will know there used to be a bit of luck involved. That luck's gone as well now. So if it's a Code 60, you get half a tank, regardless of where you were, where the Code 60 was called. So there's fuel for all of those. And I would say that everyone has come in and got a bit of fuel.
The only cars that I can see that haven't come in, 930 QMMF by HRT Sohail Gata. Anders Fjordbach stayed out and has assumed the lead in the 992 category. Also not having come in is the 714 KTM Crossbow, the Razzoon Northern Racing, Dominic Olbert has not come in. The 2 BMWs from Hoffer Racing, 331 and 332, have not come in. Those are the only 4 of the 21 cars who have not been down the pits, Phil.
Yeah, we have a car stopped on track, John. It's the Wolf Power Racing 116, stopped at turn 19, just getting towed back down now. That's the one that came into the pits with that splitter issue. He's parked it up there. It's on tow now, and they're just getting that back. So he is up there.
Turn 18.
Turn 18. 18, yes, turned 18. He is.
Well, that was the car that had the splitter problem.
And remember, she said they had a lot of vibration in that car, so maybe something's gone there. It's been taken off to driver's right onto the support road. There's a tunnel that they can get them across into the pits as well. So they'll recover that car back to the pits, but that was on probably the second lap around onto code 60 that car, the 116, came to a halt. I was Valles at the wheel of that one. So the debris is being cleaned up at the moment, and just some general track tidying up as this code 60 came at 38 minutes into the race. And we have been under code 60 now for around about 8 minutes, and hopefully to get underway very, very shortly.
We're going to task Nick to head down to the number 44 ARC Bratislava garage to find out what they think is causing them the tyre problems. So Nick and Seb, our intrepid cameraman, and known here as Das Pit Machine, because he just keeps on going. He is the pit cameraman version of the Duracell Bunny. Other batteries are available.
Exactly. We
but
change
not other pit cameramen.
Yeah, we change reporters, but we don't change cameramen. And that's the way that it works. As now just over 9 minutes under this first code 60 came with 11 hours and 22 minutes to go. So now all of the team managers will be in the pit lane, shuffling the Ouija board to try and work out where we're going to go next. How do we now shuffle this strategy to try and work it out?
Now, one of the cars that hadn't stopped was, I think I said it was the EB Motors car. Now that has stopped.
Yep.
And is already out, having taken half a tank of fuel. We'll reset the timing for you. I can tell you at the front of the field, it is still Team GP Elite and then number 32 Porsche that leads from Team Kuwait, the pole sitters, in second. There's been a driver change at Team GP Elite. Dan van Giech is in the car, and it is still Zaida Ashkanani who started the 47, still in that car. CP Racing has Charles Esplanade. So that's been a change as well, as Charles Putnam started that car. He's the CP in CP Racing. I remember seeing that earlier. So there's your top three. They're separated by 8 seconds under the full course purple. Nick?
I have had a quick chat down at the 44 ARC Bratislava team, and they say there's nothing wrong. We don't understand it. They haven't tried anything on setup. They haven't done anything different before. It just appears to be bad luck, or perhaps they've hit a curb, but they don't say there's anything intrinsically wrong with the car, and the car apparently is fine now with its tyres.
Interesting to see that. Under a minute to go before we end this code 60 and get back to full race pace. And as John said, driver change in the 32 car leading the race at the moment. Now with code 60, everybody's at code 60, so the gaps should stay the same. It depends how your pit stop went, given that all of the field did come in and pit, and it depends on how your pit went as we go green now here at Kuwait Motor Town, and everybody gets back up to speed. But the 450 is still in the pits. It's Darren Jorgensen at the wheel at the RHC. Jorgensen Strom by Century, the BMW M4 GT4, still in the pit lane. Everybody else is out. Jose Garcia and the Lion Speed Porsche 718 Cayman on his outlap from the fuel bay as well, but everybody else has been out there for at least a lap.
So still 3 cars who've not stopped. The best placed of them in 4th is the QMF by HRT Sohail Qatar, the number 930 Anders Fjordbach. Then the other 2 are the 2 Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport, 331 and 332. BMW's Rainer Partel and Michael Mayer running 1st and 2nd in the TC class, and in fact running 2nd and 3rd third and 4th in the TC Endurance category. All right, so we have had 10 minutes of neutralisation, and we are back to green flag here. So racing has resumed, and immediately we have battles out on the circuit with the number 85 Charles Esplanade driven CP racing car has, for the moment, managed to get ahead of the Porsche, has he? Which must be your spotter guide there.
There we go.
Thank you. I think that's the 47 car. I think Charles Esplanade is ahead of Zayed Ashkanani from the last time I saw those two cars. I'll try and pick them up on the track. They're coming down the front straight now, and here comes the Lamborghini going past the number 32.
The 85 is still in front of the... Yeah, 85 has got past. You are correct, John.
Yeah, I just... You know how you just see something out of the corner of your eye and you think, hang on a second.
That doesn't look right.
So Charles Esplanade ahead of Zayed Ashkanani on the restart. So he was very well wound up on that. BBR now in the blue and yellow floor colours. And that car moving around a lot on the infield and dropping over the edge of the circuit onto the drainage area. And I do wonder what kind of stresses and strains those drivers, when they do that, are putting onto the inner shoulders of those cars. GP Elite then leading the motor race and coming to put another lap on the stricken Lamborghini. Dan van Kuik behind the wheel, and at the moment has a 2.5 second lead over Charles Esplanade up to second in CP Racing's AMG GT3. He's got half a second on Team Kuwait and Zayed Ashkanani. That's the number 47, the dark maroon and white Kuwait car. Then it's the battle in Porsche 992. In fourth, the leader is 930. That's the QMF by HRT's Sohail Qatar. And Anders Fjordbach with a decent little lead at the moment over the Vili Motorsport car. But remember, that QMMF car has not stopped. The Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation has not had any fuel left. Now that said, that 10 minutes of full purple will extend the fuel window there. And that those are cars that could do nearly an hour and a half anyway. So he may still have a good 40 minutes to run in that car. Third in that class and sixth overall, Red Camel Jordan, Luke Breukers in the 992, number 909. That's the bright orange car. Then the GTX leader has 7th place. That's the KTM Crossbow and Dominic Albert. He's been in from the start in the Razoon, more than racing car. 8th HRT Performance is 4th in its class. Harry Hilders for HRT Performance in the 928 and the 929. In fact, it's just gone past that car. Kim Andrea Halschild has just gone through past us under our feet here in the booth. So that's now 8th for the 929, 9th for the 928, and half a second between them. Making up the top 10 is Vortex. And in the other classes, GT4 has been led by Century Motorsport, David Holloway behind the wheel of the 429 Aston Martin. He is just ahead of the Lion Speed Porsche in second. That is the 491, the car that's been won by the Herberth team, and third is the Jürgensen Strom BMW. Well, I would never turn my nose up at any Porsche, but it looks like the 929 is turning its nose up to everyone at the moment. The intakes at the front, or those are the vents on the front of the GT3 Cup car, depending on where he is on the track, are being blown up, and that is the 929 machine.
He's just got past Harry Hilders in the 928 and the HRT Performance machine, so it's actually not slowing him down very much.
That's there, Phil, that's there to vent the air through the radiators and exit the air over the top of the screen to try and clean the airflow up. I've never seen that. I thought I'd seen everything in a motor race. I've even seen at the Nürburgring in the 24 hours, someone tried to drive back into the pits with the bonnet over the screen, got all the way at the pit lane entrance, and then absolutely nailed the pit lane pit barrier. I mean, couldn't have been any more square in the middle of it. We've seen cars rolling away from their drivers while on fire at the Nürburgring. I've not seen a 911 GT car with that part of the bodywork in front
He's coming into the pits.
Well, he's got to, because if he loses it, what's that going to do to the airflow?
With his cooling, and Harry Hilders takes that.
Oh, he
lead.
hasn't come in.
No,
it's still flapping around.
I thought he was going up here.
Oh no, that must be another one.
Yeah, that was the 929 coming into the pits, QMMF by HRT Thuraya Qatar. Kim Andre.
Right, well, there is another car that's got that flapping. Nick Damon is down there at the moment, watching what is now the 10th place car, getting a little bit of remedial work. You'll love this. Two of the three of your essentials for endurance racing being applied.
I've not seen the lump hammer for ages. It's a soft hammer. They're using the soft side. That's interesting because that has bent at a non-place it should bend. Effectively, it's not like it's a inspection panel that's on a hinge. That shouldn't do what it's done. It's actually gone through a weak part of the, I assume, glass fibre, because carbon fibre would have snapped in half.
It's carbon fibre reinforced plastic.
CRB, yes. So it's not quite the full carbon deal.
Well, actually, no, I say that. That's what it is on the road car.
So anyway, it's bent. It's now having a large amount of tape applied to it. They'll obviously have to hope that they aren't going to have to add any fluids later in the race. They'll take it all off again, but excellent, and welcome to the lump hammer.
If only they'd got a mobile phone torch out at the same time.
Tie wraps.
Tie wraps, okay. Yeah. All right, so we've seen 2 of the 4 in one repair there, Nick. You must be ecstatic.
I am, and I'm going to let them off with the mobile phone torch, because that's obviously more likely to happen once it gets dark. So I'm still happy we'll get all 4. The lump hammer is the hardest one normally, so happy we got there in the first hour.
Into the pit lane is the number 47, Zayadash Kanani. This car did pit for fuel. I think this might have the same problem, Nick. No. Keep an eye on the 47.
It's not got a nose problem.
Oh, okay.
It is coming in, and it's not being met by any tyres or any... Oh, they've run out now for a rear right. I think it was going down but hadn't gone. So another rear right problem. They've got away with that one with a tyre pressure indication telling them they're about to be in trouble.
Nice.
And they've swapped the right, no fuel, and gone out again.
Okay, wow. Thank you, Nick.
So that's our 4th incident with the right rear. We've had the 929 on lap 19, the 44 ARC Bratislava, lap 6 and 16, and now on lap 25, the 47 Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing. So is there some way that they've possibly set these cars up with a little bit too much camber on that right rear?
But you wouldn't make changes just before the race without trying them, Phil, surely.
Well, I hark back to what you said earlier. Have they run full fuel?
Well, that is a very, very good point. The Porsche is a funny one, though, isn't it? Because the fuel tank is in the front, and for the Lamborghini as well, because that's a mid-engine car, Porsche a rear-engine car. To balance the weight of that, the Porsche has its fuel cell in front of the driver, unusually. It's an odd one. I'm going to suggest that they're going off the circuit somewhere that's causing a problem on the inside shoulder. What's interesting to me is I think all of those have occurred relatively early in tyre runs, or when tyres have cooled down. The race tyres nowadays are extremely grippy from extremely early on, and they can what can happen is the tyre grip that you get before they're up to temperature and therefore up to pressure can lull you into a false sense of security to think, oh, I can drive as fast as I want and I can nail every curve. But actually, they're not quite there. And that's when they're at their most vulnerable. So 6 laps in for the Lamborghini. Then it came in and changed the tyres, and then went back out again for another 6-ish laps or 7 laps.
Yep.
And it's the same just after the restart for the cars that we've seen.
Soft sidewall.
Yeah. Nick Damon.
I've just been down having a bit of a shufti, sort of CSI Kuwait. CSI Team Kuwait, actually. I had a look at the tyre that came off. It was beginning to delaminate on the inner edge There was it's definitely curb damage. It's taken the inner edge. You looked at it. It's the very outer side was like beginning that peeling off process. There were a couple of the threads you get, the cord threads or the carbon threads, I'm sure they're now coming off, and they were a lap away from that going down. So they were lucky. Obviously, they got a tire pressure warning and changed it quickly. But this is curb strikes. This is the inner edge combination of camber and curb strikes.
Yeah, that's very interesting. We've already had then our first time penalty for track infringements. And it is the number 930, now in third position, leading 992. Anders Fjordbach, we said he'd been pushing hard in the QMMF by HRT Sohail Qatar, number 930 Porsche. And he's been running in the late 150s, 156, 157, so he's not hanging about there. And that is therefore hanging over that car at the moment. I will check to see if there are any other penalties that are 10 seconds. The 85 was given a test penalty to test the system. That's fine. We've had lots of laps disallowed, but that's just warning effectively. Yeah, so it is the 930 who has become the first car to be penalised. So if that's what you had, the over and under 930 for the first penalty, then you're the winner in the Kuwait Motor Town penalty bingo.
Indeed it is. And the 930 was leading the 992 AM category.
Still is,
at that time. So let's have a look at the category leaders after 1 hour, John. The 32 is leading the GT category. And remember, we've got lots of little categories inside our GT. We've got GT3, GT3 AM, GTX, GT4, 992, 992 AM. And then in the TCE category, we've got TCR and TC. So the 32 is leading after 1 hour. In the GT3 category. In the GT3 AM, it's the 85 car, the CP racing car. And in GTX, it is the 714, the KTM Crossbow, the Razin More Than Racing with Dominic Albert at the wheel at the moment. In GT4, the 429 is leading that category, and that is the Aston Martin Vantage. Century Motorsport, David Holloway at the wheel at the moment. In the 992 category, the AMs are actually in front of the actual 992s at the moment. Sabino De Castro in the 955 car is leading that one, and in the 992 AM at the moment, currently running third outright, QMMF by HRT Sahal Qatar, Anders Forbeck leading that one. In TCR, the 188 is leading that at the moment, currently sitting in 11th overall. Matthew Detry in the AC Motorsport Audi R3 LMS TCR. And in the TC category, it is the 331 leading that, Rainer Partel and the Hofner Racing by Bonk Motorsport, BMW M2 CS Racing BMW, and that is how they cross the line with 1 hour gone.
Thank you, Phil. Phil's going to take a short pit stop for a bite to eat. And thank you, by the way, to the very efficient circuit caterers who have done us proud. Maybe having to book an extra seat on the way home. I've eaten so well since I've been here. Been a very well organised meeting, and this circuit, even as you drive in, really might even put to shame some tracks that have been around for a decade or more. Very nicely landscaped on the way in. Joe Bradley's going to join me here in the booth. Good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everybody.
Well, an interesting start. Feisty, particularly from that Lamborghini, and Zdeno Milkalusko, who got up into second, but 6 laps later he's in the pit lane.
Great start, wasn't it?
Was a great start.
Really. He's been
He
practicing
planned that, hadn't he?
Yeah.
That doesn't happen by accident, does it?
No, he's been thinking about that. He's been thinking about that all night. He probably didn't sleep very well. Not really a surprise to me that we're seeing issues with punctures and stuff. It's a brand new circuit. everyone came here with a clean sheet of paper with regards to suspension geometry and the like, and you know, there's an element of all aspects of that to consider, and you know, are we a little bit too excess on the camber, but also I know we're an FIM motorcycle grade 1 circuit as well, so the curbing are very shallow, but that's to go off the track. It's when if you go all the way off the curbing, and it's when you're coming back on, we haven't discovered the sharp edges of the place.
Correct.
And
I can't believe, Joe, as I said to Phil though, I can't believe that people haven't, you know, set their suspension up. Why would it be any different in the first 6 laps of the race today than it was, you know, in the 10 hours of practice that they've had?
You haven't worked with race engineers who constantly want to fiddle. They constantly fiddle. 10 minutes to the session. Can we just take a little bit of talk? No, we can't, because we haven't got time. You know, I've had many a conversation like that.
Nick Damon is down in the pit lane.
I'm with the Wolf Power, the 116. Now, the Wolf Power was, of course, came to a halt at the same time as the Code 60, and we thought it was to do with their previous issue, the vibrations. Unfortunately, it wasn't. What happened was they hit the tyre carcass, which caused the Code 60. And that's gone right up and wrecked the radiator and the underneath the car. So they obviously there was no yellow flag because they hadn't quite called the 60. They must be in the next car but one along after the Porsche had that delamination. They got a huge number tyre underneath the car, and as you can see, there's a huge amount of work going on. If you look at the splitter, which has now been untaped, there's a lot of water in there, so they've got a radiator that's been holed. They got some bodywork damage from hitting the carcass of the tyre from the Porsche.
How unlucky. How unlucky.
That is pure luck, or lack thereof, I think. It just goes to show, though, you know, it's 12 hours and anything can happen. And that Wolf Power will repair that car, and they will get back out there because, you know, some bad luck could befall their competitors. So it's, you know, over this sort of distance, it's always going to be a case of hashtag this is endurance. Just get it fixed, get it out there as quickly as possible.
You've got to feel slightly aggrieved by that, though, Joe, if you're the team manager, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, absolutely, but you haven't got to think too much about it. You've just got to get on with what's in front of you, and you know what's in front of you is a repair job, and you've got to focus on that. And it's maybe, you know, by Wednesday of next week, you'll have a think back and think, why did that have to happen?
You can't blame the driver on that one either. If that's happened right in front of you, with no particular warning, and that car had been struggling already with the front splitter. Anyway, that car came to a halt, obviously having lost the radiator. It came out on the back of a flatbed. Now, in a lot of series, that would put that car out. That's not what happens here in Creventic. The idea is to get people on the track and keep them on the track.
It's because it's a Pro-Am series, you know, and we're talking about people using their spare time. There's a lot of business people out there. There's a lot of people who have day jobs. We're not a professional series. So it's all about track time. And why, you know, that car would be out, wouldn't it, in other series?
Oh, yes.
That would be just even more unfair.
Our second track infringement penalty has come. The first one was for car 930. They haven't served that yet. It doesn't have to happen straight away. They've got 2 hours from when it was adjudged to serve it, and they'll be waiting for another code 60 if they can. They're leading the 992 category in third position, that QMMF by HRT. Our second 10-second penalty is the overall race leader, Team GP Elite. Dan Von Keek has picked up the 6th infringement in the first, hour and 9 minutes for the number 32 Porsche that leads the race. Meanwhile, in the other categories, second in GT4, RHC Jurgensen Strom, Darren Jorgensen behind the wheel of that BMW M4. This is a team that has connections to aftermarket tuning parts for BMW team. 2/3 of the team based in the States. I'm not sure if the 2017 quarter race was their first Creventic race, but certainly it was early on. I remember seeing them in the pit lane and talking to them, and they have been regular competitors since then in a variety of BMWs. Sad that we haven't got Samantha Tan Racing here. Talking of BMW, they're took the first victory for the new BMW M4 GT3.
Would you believe they were out with that BMW at the historic race at Daytona Classic a month ago? I know it's not an historic car.
There was non-historic races going on, was there?
They were called invitation places.
All right, okay.
And Paul Miller Racing was there with their similar GT3 spec BMW M4.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
How interesting.
Practice for the Rolex 24,
well,
isn't it?
True enough. Into the pit lane for BMW, and that is one of the Club Sport cars. So that will be Michael Mayer in the, well, it was Michael Mayer that brought it in, the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport. That's the 360 horsepower rather than the 440. Did I get them the right way around? 332 getting fuel at the moment. New fastest lap of the class for the car leading 992 QMMF by HR3 Sohail Qatar. Anders Fjordbach in third position overall. It's only 50 seconds, 50 seconds away from the lead. Gap between Team GP Elite and CP Racing, by the way, for the overall lead at the moment, 4.5 seconds.
I was chatting to Martin Crawley, who was in both of those BMWs, by the way. I was asking him what the biggest difference was. There's a 10-kilometre top-end speed difference between the 331 and the 332. It's slightly underpowered. The 332 is the 365 horsepower one, the 450 horsepower one. However, has to run bigger brakes because it's got more power and it pushes through the air. So it kind of, during over the infield section of the track here and off the long straights, they kind of balance out. There's very little difference between, because the more powerful car is slightly heavier.
Interesting that I'm starting to see quite a lot of light colours on the timing and scoring now. If you want to pick up the timing and scoring from timeservice.nl, then if you go to 24H series, you can click through on there. Lots of information there, including a digital version of our super glossy, super fabulous programme. If you want the full set of race results, you can go to livetiming.getraceresults.com/24H series. You'll find them there as well. And you'll see on the penalty screen there, we've had a third of the 10-second penalties. And it's a second one for the 930. So they're clocking this up. That's now 20 seconds for the Porsche number 930 that they'll have to serve when they come into the pit lane. Now they can choose to take it, but I mean that's just wasted time, isn't it? It drives you mad as a team manager.
It's tricky, isn't it? You're expecting, and you know, we saw for ourselves just our few laps we did here the other day how some of the corners just really, it's like a magnet, getting it, you know, the dragging you across the curb and exceeding the track limit
through turn 3 and heading towards turn 5. It's a straight line. It just so happens there's a kink at turn 4 that's in the way. And I suspect that quite a lot of what we're seeing here is turn 5, turn 18 and 19.
19 had a magnet for me.
Really?
Because through 19 is really important, and it's a very fast turn. It's not a slow turn, but you're wanting to maximise that turn to pull you all the way down the straight for the final turn. So you're trying to, you know, eke out the last little bit. So when you go flat on the throttle and commit, it pulls you. You know, you've got to commit. You can't. The last thing you want to do, when you know you're going to go over the curb, you know you're going to exceed track limits, the last thing you want to do is lift off that throttle. Yep. You've got to keep it nailed.
Liepert Lamborghini into 10th position. Greg Gorski. The sound of the V10 goes past us down through turn 1. Now this car has not had any problems, so it's not definitively a Lamborghini issue. It's not definitively a Porsche issue, because we haven't had a slew and we haven't had both Lamborghinis. Now, in fairness, they are two different Lamborghinis. They look the same because they are Huracans, but this is the Super Trofeo car. So this is the Super Trofeo Evo, actually, with that periscope on the top. No, I've said that. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. And so this is the car that takes part in the single manufacturer series, the Super Trofeo, either in IMSA competition or various places around the world, and they come together for the Finale Mondiale, which was, where was that this year? That was at Imola, I think, where
the home of Lamborghini.
Yeah, I think so.
Bologna.
Yeah.
I would suggest, because of their limited track time that the Leopard car has, they've probably gone for a very, very conservative compromise on setup, not overly aggressive, and they haven't really had time to play with it. So they've gone out there pretty much as they did this morning. They'll have played a lot with tyre pressures, but it's going to be a situation where they are going to, come away from this event with massive amount. Well, everyone is. We're going to, because coming into this event we had zero data, and that's what we're going to come at the end of the day or into the small hours. We're going to have pages and pages of data. So when we come back here next year, we'll be able to evolve, and we're going to know the place, and we're going to know where, what curbs we can and can't use, and all sorts of other information. And it's, at the moment though, they're running exactly the sort of race I thought they would. Very conservative.
30 seconds now for car number 930. That's the third 10-second offence. That coming in a minute or so ago.
He's got into a rhythm, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got into a rhythm. The Anders Fjordbach in that car has gotten into a rhythm.
Now that was at turn 20.
And he's finding, so turn 20, that's the fight again.
Right,
another corner that's important for a straight that comes after it.
He got a whole slew of them at turn 4. So then he cleaned up turn 4, but then it was turn 19 and 20. So, in fact, no, it's both 20. The last two have been both 20. It was 19 for the 32 car for the leader of the race. So that information is available via livetiming.getraceresults.com, and then you can select 24H series. That's the competition that we have at the moment here at Kuwait Motor Town in the first international event, FIA sanctioned as well, of course, this FIA Endurance series. Into the pit lane for BMW number 332, and Nick Damon is in the shade, not of the Coolie Bar tree, but of the magnificent 7,300 seat grandstand. Nick?
Yeah, a leisurely stop. They are only competing against their teammate who's got, this is the slightly lower powered one. It was the higher powered one in last time, John. That's a toss-up. We'd all lose that one, to be honest. So they are racing against themselves. I think Michael Bonk has got into the car as Michael Mauer got out, but they are just taking it easy, used to the tyres. They'll go and get some fuel, and they're going to continue having a bit of fun around the Kuwait Motor Town circuit.
Yeah, really enjoying their inter-team rivalry, no doubt. It's not really inter-team because the same 5 drivers are in both cars, so I would pretty much, there might be a bit of inter-team rivalry with regards to lap times, and I got the best average lap time over my stint, but I think their job in hand is to get those cars home. What are you going to say? What?
Are you kidding?
What?
Everybody's going to be trying to get the best times.
Yeah, but the only car you're going to beat is yourself, is what I mean. So that's what I mean. That's where they're going to be. That's where the competition element's going to come from.
The competition is challenging yourself.
Yeah, that's what
I think it is.
And beating your teammates.
And beating your teammates.
And wanting to be the fastest driver in both of those cars.
Yeah. I was faster than you in the 332, yes, but I was faster.
Yeah, but it was a bit hotter, and you had the cooler temperatures, so you had
newer
power.
tyres.
Yeah, you had new tyres. Yeah.
The leader is in elegant isolation at the moment. This is Dan Van Kook, who is in the tangerine, the bright orange and white number 32, just heading over to the far side of the circuit now, and that leader is coming through down back towards us. We should see him over the top of the brow. Here he comes down into turn number 20 and onto the front straight. Now, where's he gone?
Yep, here he comes. Just coming out of turn 20 now, and he'll cross the line. It'll be 37 laps completed for the leader. And
down to turn 1, Joe.
Yep.
Goes right across to the red and white curbs, turns in what always looks to me to be a bit early, but there's plenty of run on the out of that corner. Track narrows just a little bit. Down towards turn number 2. Braking point is just at the end of the cones on the left where the cutout is. He didn't trouble the apex of turn 2. Turn 3, nail the curb. Turn 4, nail the curb, but keep your left-hand side Hankooks on the straight and narrow. Now, patience, they call 6, 5, 6 and 7. And Dan Van Kuik favouring the wider line into 8. Now he'll cut it back. Watch for the end of the curb. That's the aiming point there. Over to the left for turn 8. Through 9, that's flat. 10 is flat. Balance the car through into 11 and 12. Through 11 now. Oh, it gets a big slide on. I wonder if the rear tyres are going away there. Now 12, 13, and contrast what we're witnessing with Dan Van Kuik and how much he's working the wheel in that Porsche with what we saw on the Lamborghini earlier on, where it was basically fit and forget for the steering lock, whereas he was working so hard. And that's the second Porsche that we've seen having to work so hard. They're clearly, Joe, not getting quite as much grip from the rear end of those cars.
Certainly not from the rear, no. You saw the driver have to correct firstly through a left-hand section and then a right-hand section as well when he first turned in. And he's trying to get through there as fast as possible, nigh on flat into the first couple of apexes. And it's only for, I think, the third apex, which is turn 15, as we've got on the track map. That's when you've kind of got to lift and back out, just because if you didn't, you'd be exceeding track limits by, 3 or 4 car widths by the time you come through 16. So yeah, a little bit of a compromise there, but it's the sort of corner where you feel, I can go a bit quicker, but invariably the laws of physics will be the judge of that, and that's why I think that's why we're seeing so many track limits infringements, John, because it's the sort of track where you've at very, very high speed, and at those very high speeds you can't just deviate, you can't just choose to turn right or left and put it across the curb.
Significant pit caller now as the champion of the continent's leader comes into the pit lane. This is from second position. Charles Esplanade brought that car in and is out of the car as it takes Hankook tyres and heads for fuel. Nick Damon.
Yep, full service for the 85, right at the pit entrance, so we weren't able to zip up to it, but I don't think that was anything more than a scheduled stop, an hour and 20 in. They did get a top up, of course, but they are also finessing driver times as well. A little bit of a look at some of the tyres. So we'll obviously have a word with Charles in a minute and see what actually happened. But the car has gone through. I was miles away. I couldn't see who it was who got in, but I'm sure we'll get a bit of an indication any second now. Then they are quite concerned. Oh no, the tyre was gone. The tyre was gone. Now I don't know which tyre that was. One of the rear tyres. My guess now is the rear right. Let's see if I can find it. So they had a puncture, John. Let's see if I can grab a quick with Charles. We were saying, oh, they've come in, it's probably on time, but I've just got up here and you've had a flat.
Yeah, we had a little bit of on the previous stint, the tire had a little bit of damage to it. So I was really careful to stay off all the curbs and stuff, and this time we got another one again. So fortunately, the tire monitor system that AMG puts in there for us saved the day on that one.
Is this the rear right?
Right rear, yeah.
Yeah, this is causing a lot of problems with a lot of cars. Do you have any idea why this is causing problems when it didn't in practice?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, obviously we're on full load of fuel and stuff now, so maybe that's making a difference. I was really tidy trying not to use any of the curbs on that second stint, so I was kind of surprised it did that.
So was that the same tyre from the start, or had you replaced it once already?
No, we replaced it on that Code 60.
So is that quite worrying? Do we need to go have a chat with Hankook, or can you do anything now? You're not running any silly canvas or anything, are you?
No, not at all. We, us, the old guys, we run pretty conservative on the setup just for that reason. The Hankook's a great tire, and it's unusual that we have a problem. you know, I know some of the other guys are a little more aggressive at the start and stuff over the curbs, and that usually bites them. And you know, we're really conservative. So.
I mean, these are different curbs. These are motorcycle curbs. They're lower. You're more likely to drag the inner edge, I suppose, over them. Is that? Could that be anything to do with it?
Yeah, it's possible. Like, you know, I noticed that the outer boundary of curb, you know, normally for us in road racing, they're all like evenly spaced, and these are up and down, up and down, up and down. So we're getting a lot more chassis movement, and the tires taking a lot more abuse. So that's why we're trying to stay off of all of them. So
now it's a second a lap slower and just stay on the grey stuff.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Giles. Thanks a lot.
Joe Bradley and Phil Anson now in the booth while John Hindhoff takes his pit stop. Interesting that 10.5, well, just coming up to 10.5 hours remaining in this 12 hours of Q8, and already we're seeing drivers having to be very, very wary and discovering the vagaries of a new track that they haven't over the many, many laps we've done in practice.
Well, I was talking to John about this earlier, and I think they didn't run any full fuel laps, or possibly didn't do that earlier on, and because we had such limited running time. So probably 3/4 of the running time was done just for setup only, rather than race spec.
And driver acclimatization.
Exactly. If you got 4 drivers, we had limited time to get all 4 drivers in them, try and find the setup that suited all of them, and then work from there. So tyre testing really didn't come into it. It was, as you say, it's all about getting the drivers comfortable in the car, getting them set up. Now we're doing tyres, full fuel. All of a sudden it's all compressed into the first, well, lap 6 is when we had our first puncher.
It'll take a good driver 3 to 5 laps.
Exactly.
And then they start to explore.
Yeah.
And they'll pretty much know their way around. It's more what's coming next.
Yes.
And then they can work towards optimizing what's coming next.
And then linking it all together. Yeah. And that, I think, and talking with CP yesterday and JF, it's all about the flow, getting the flow right. And
this track's all about flow.
And you can lose a second if you don't get the correct flow on the circuit, you know, and you miss an apex here or there, you know, at turn 7, you get it wrong there. Turn 8, 9, 10, 11 is the 930 currently in the penalty box, as it is serving it 10-second time penalty for
30 seconds.
Sorry.
Yeah, they've mounted up, Phil, while you've been on your lunch.
I had my lunch. They got 2 more penalties.
You've been eating lunch. The 9:30 has been eating curbs.
Curbs here, literally around here. But what we were saying earlier on, Joe, was that the backside of those curbs may be a little bit of a lip on them, which is catching that inside of the, you know, catching the wall, inside wall of the tyre. Because that's where they seem to be going. You could actually see that where the brake was, when Nick was down in the pit lane, when we got it on screen, it was like, okay, there's actually a bit of the sidewall there, and it's broken off as it turned.
Hankook tyre engineers will be looking.
Oh, of course they will.
Tyres and they'll be advising as well. I mean, you know, you're working with tyre engineers myself in the past. They're constantly telling you and advising on how to optimize the tyre without risking the tyre as well. And and again, clean sheet of paper for everyone.
Exactly.
They're accruing data and information on what is happening with the tyre. A car that is going very, very slowly.
32. That's the
overall
race leader.
Yeah, race leader going very slowly indeed. Dan Van Kook at the wheel of the 32, and I'm not quite sure whether I can make out what the problem is. We may have another puncture. He's moving very, very slowly.
In first gear, so
he's in first. You can see that, can you?
Yeah,
Feel
first gear.
Good spot, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in first gear.
So he's crawling around in first gear, and
he's at turn 9, 10 at the moment. He's got a long way to go to come back to the pits.
He really has. He's got all the way through the S's and then through the multi-apex turns 12 to 16. Managing to keep out of the way of the rest of the traffic.
It's so hard to stay out of the way because it goes left-right so often. You can see there that he's trying to stay offline, but it's so difficult to do around here. Just having to see if the tyre has gone down or is it another issue, because to me that car looks quite flat.
And he looked to speed up in a section of track where he had to go left and right and get in everybody's way. He sped up to get through that section. Now he's slowed back down. So I'm not sure what the problem is and whether it's mechanical or engine or whatever. Maybe he's got a warning light on that.
45. He's 45 minutes into this stick. Nick?
Yeah, just down with the 710. I had a quick look with the 930 came in with Anders Forberg, who obviously has been off the curbs 4.5 million times to get all his penalties. I did have a look at that rear right. There seemed to be no damage on it, so perhaps it's an individual strike that does it, where it's continual wear. Now with the 710, the Leipert car, it's only run today. Out has got Greg Gorski. I think it's Jean-Francois Bruno who's in the car. But again, originally, unfortunately, got the situation where it's taking longer to belt in the drive than it did to everything else. Fire up and away it goes. That car is running consistently without throwing tyres. And luckily, the next door pit is the 32 one. So when the GP Elite car comes here, I've got a massive walk.
Yeah. How's your ankle, by the way? I'm
It's a bit sore, actually.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll keep on. You haven't got to do the remaining 10 hours. It's fine. I'm very brave.
It's all right, mate. I'm good for 10. The 11th, that kills me. We've got JM Lippman, who's watching from home. He's a stalwart competitor with CREVENTIC. He's telling me that the back right is red on the cockpit tyre indicator.
So low pressure.
So it's a low pressure warning on the right rear again. Back right is red. Thanks, Jim, for that.
Yeah.
So that probably is a clue. Now, joining in behind the 32 is the number 44, I believe. Did we say 40? Yes, it is. It's 44. That's the RC Bratislava Lamborghini. We've got the white flag flying because we've got slow cars on track. So, two cars now in limp mode of varying sorts, making their way around the track. That's the 32, who has dropped off the overall lead now. The lead now being taken back by the number 47, the Team Kuwait by MRS. Porsche takes the lead, and there's the 44. Now, if that car didn't have bad luck, it would have no luck at all.
Exactly. Unbelievable. They've both gone now. I was just looking at the stint time for the 32, and 48 minutes they've been out on track. And they're coming up towards the pit entry now. And what the 44 has done is actually gone around up the inside of him. And then we've got the 32, our previous race leader. Race leader now is Zayed Ashkanani in the 47 car, the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing. And they with 42 laps in the book. And the 44 up to speed.
Yeah.
Again, wow, this is awkward because that is really strange.
Well,
did he think it was a code 60? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what I was going to say. As the 32 comes in, it's tail of woe with that low tyre pressure indicator showing for Dan Van Kook at the wheel of the 32. He soaks up a penalty that he's incurred. Now he pulls away from the penalty box and makes his way to the pit apron, where Nick Damon will have all eyes on, I would imagine. There's Seb, our cameraman, about to receive the car. Nick about to receive the car.
Yeah, we have a second puncture, the EB Motorsports, the Villi Motorsports by EB Racing. That is the multicoloured Porsche car. That has a completely delaminated tyre. We're going to concentrate on the erstwhile leader, the 32 car. That tyre at the right rear was completely flat. The 955 comes past with a delaminated right rear tyre. It's all the same story. It's all the right rear. Now, if we look at the, I don't know if we can get the shot here, but what's happened is that if you come around, Seb, quickly, because it's here, the car is delaminating from the inside of the tyre. This is a bigger version of what we saw, which didn't quite go on the other Porsche, but when it completely goes, of course, the tyre then splits up under. So that's when, if you're lucky enough to get a low tyre pressure warning, you've gone off the curb, you've broken the inside bead, and off you go. But we've now had two more that have happened in the past few minutes, and there's going to have to be something done because they can't change the Hankook tyres. They haven't got time to change the camber, so someone's going to have to start thinking about actually driving on the track.
Track and tyre pressure.
It's the right-hand corners that's going to be causing that, not the left-hand corners. Because when you go through a left-hand corner, that car leans towards the outer edge of the tread and flattens the tread.
It flattens the tyre.
When you go through a right-hand corner, the camber of the wheel puts even more load on that inside edge. So I'd be looking at the right-handers more than the left-handers.
Yeah. That right-hander right there.
Yeah.
12, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah.
That right-hander there may be playing a big part in this.
It goes on and on and on. Maybe, I know I'm going to be taking over from Nick in about half an hour, and I'll maybe have a word with Ben from Hankook to see if they can.
I think that would be really interesting, because obviously it's an issue, and Hankook, being the professionals that they are, know how to manage this. But as you said before, everybody came with a clean sheet of paper. We haven't had enough running with the cars on full fuel to actually do the dynamics of it.
I mean, he may be able to shed some light on that.
Yes,
as well. I mean,
exactly.
As ever, we purely speculate up here in our little box, and it's the teams that have been who know what they've been doing and may be able to shed some light on that. And you know what? Nobody sets a car up to go out and get punctures.
No,
that's
exactly. And as you know, quite rightly said, it's not the first time that this has happened. It's just about how people are setting the car up, because the Lamborghini that's had the least amount of time to set up, the 710, has had no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, well, that's...
See, that's...
Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah,
a conservative approach.
May have worked for that, because they had so limited time in order to get their car sort of with a baseline, just a baseline setup.
Yeah.
Maybe this car right here with Greg Gorski at the wheel is just, maybe they're in with a shot here.
Well, the 32 that has fallen off the overall lead, the Team GP Elite Porsche, is now into fueling. We saw that car; it's taken its penalty.
Yep.
It's pit stopped. It's replaced that damaged tyre.
Yep.
He's now out of fueling and back out on the track, and he's down to 5th place. The leader is now the number 47, and that's the Team Kuwait Porsche, Zaid Ashkanani, at the wheel of that. In 2nd place is the KTM, the first
GTX car.
Yeah, in 2nd place overall, car 714, the Razzoon Northern Racing, Dominic Albert at the wheel of that car, just off the lead lap. In 3rd place overall is the class leader in the 992 class, and that's the 909 Red Camel's Porsche. Luke Breukers started the car. He's still at the wheel of the Red Camel's car. 44 laps completed for that. It's the CP Racing Mercedes car 85, 2nd in GT3, 4th overall. Charles Putman now at the wheel. And that car, as I said, 2nd in GT3, 4th overall. That's how mixed up this field is.
Unbelievable. And the Mercedes has a car that does really work its rear tyres, hasn't had the same issues.
No, it has. It's just...
Oh, it has. While I was away.
Charles Espinard brought the car in.
And it was just...
a right rear tyre going down.
Wow. 47 and the 701 together on the circuit as they make their way up through turn 10. The Vortex and the Porsche, and it's so difficult, as we were saying in our laps, Joe. How do you overtake around here? You have to wait until the end of that section before you get into 12, 13 and 14, which is going to slow your lap time up, because if you get that line wrong, this whole 5 apexes becomes a bit of a nightmare, as he's out of that now, up through turn 16 on board with the GP Elite car. And the braking area down into turn number 1 is a real handful with some of these cars, because they're trying to overtake. They're going on that inside line. It's really hurting them down the straight. As we continue on, so it is the 47, Ashkanani leading now by 1 minute and 42 seconds over the Razzoon Northern Racing, Dominic Albert in the KTM Crossbow GTX. Luke Breukers in 3rd. Just having a look a bit further down in the categories. In the GT4 category, it's the Aston Martin Century Motorsport. They've held that lead for a little while now, 429, car number 429. TC still the Herman Bock at the Hofner Racing Bonk Motorsport, their 331 car, that's a 450 horsepower car, that is leading that from its sister car, the 335 horsepower car. And then it's the 992 AMs that spread out very much so, but it's all a part of this this issue they're having, trying to keep that right rear tyre inflated. As I welcome John Hindolf back into the booth. John, more punches since you've been away.
Yes, so I heard. The extremely efficient public address system
is
here
indeed
at Kuwait Motor Town. Thanks to everyone who's made us so welcome and made our stay here very easy. A lot of work goes into putting these things together. It doesn't happen by accident. I was about to say it doesn't happen overnight, but some of it has had to. In fairness, for reasons beyond the control of the circuit and indeed everybody here, the global transportation issues still going on in certain parts of the world, and those challenges have been met head on by everybody here in fantastic efforts to make sure that we had all 21 listed cars make the start this morning. We've got one in the pit lane at the moment, and that is Wolf Power Racing. Yves Valles was the very unlucky driver, hit part of the tyre carcass that came off the Porsche in the rundown between 1 and 2. And underlining what we were saying, in fact, Phil, earlier on, about the fact that this is a deceptively topographical circuit.
Yes.
It isn't just flat. It's not Silverstone Airfield flat.
No, there are 6 metres of elevation change here, and it's difficult to understand what it is, but you end up with blind brows.
Lots of them.
Lots of them, in fact, that you've got to think about, okay, which way does it go? Track referencing, the side of the tracks is very difficult. You don't have marks like this, that, and the other, like TV towers and stuff like that. The walls of the circuit are a long way away.
Hello to Jerry Z, listening in from Florida on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. Might even be watching as well. He says, I'm split on the Code 60 versus the safety car. Code 60, great for the lead drivers because effectively it freezes the position. On the flip side, and Jerry is talking as an American, of course, safety car bunches up the cars and shows closer racing. I suppose it depends whether you're leading or chasing, Jerry, as to whether you agree with that. I think what it does for multi-class racing, more than anything else, is it gets you back to green quicker. Because as soon as you have... in some respects, I have no problem with a safety car for single category racing, in that it neutralises the field, it bunches everybody back up. You start adding classes in, and you, by right, have to then do wave bys and pass arounds.
Now, this is interesting. Now, CREVENTIC actually introduced this at the 6 Hour of Abu Dhabi last year, and our erstwhile friend Jeremy Shaw does a brilliant description of how a wave run works. I was actually telling the drivers that because it was the first time they'd seen it. We would have a Code 60, then the Code 60 boards would change to a safety car board. The safety car would be released. If you are in front of your race leader, you get in front of your class leader, you get the wave round. If you're behind, you stay in position. Up to the drivers to work that out.
But that takes time, Phil.
It does indeed. But what Gary was saying to me, it said it's all about the restart of multi-class racing. When you're under that, it cleans that up.
Yeah, and I understand that. It's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, we run IMSA Radio as well as a co-production with IMSA. CREVENTIC have worked with IMSA in the past as well at the Sebring event. And what we always get about IMSA is how come a bit of debris in the track and we've had 25 minutes of yellow flag? Because you've got to go through and make sure all 4 or 5 classes aren't disadvantaged. Otherwise, you start putting laps between cars in every lap other than the top class. And even as clever and as careful as IMSA are, we had a situation at Motul Petilamon at the end of last season where the GTD Pro cars were disadvantaged by a whole lap to the GTD AM cars because of where they were on the track when the safety car came out. So you can, and we've seen it happen at Le Mans as well, where there's 3 safety cars. You've seen it happen whereby you can put laps between battling cars if you don't do the pass arounds and the wave bys. Code 60 gets rid of all that.
It does indeed.
Because it's like when you used to be racing scale extras against your mates and somebody went off and you would go, stop, and everybody had to get off the controllers. It freezes the field.
Yes.
You put your car back on and it's ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And you start again. That's Code 60. That is effectively Code 60. Thanks for that, Jerry. And it's
Great insight.
at Radio Show Limited excuse me, at radio, at RSL_studio. Also, hello to Luca Piravano, asking, is that GP Elite Porsche the chassis that Max Verstappen owns? GP Elite is Max Verstappen's e-racing team, I think, if I'm right.
Yes.
I don't. Nick Damon will maybe know a little bit about that. And hello to Jet as well. Dalawal, Jatinder. Work getting in the way, so he'll be watching and listening on the archive later on. Well, the good news, Jet, is that once you get back in tonight, you will have the opportunity to see the end of the race. This is going on to midnight here in Kuwait. That is going to be 9 o'clock UK time. That is 10 o'clock in Central Europe on this Friday. An hour and 45 minutes completed, and still out front we have the number 47, Team Kuwait by MRS GT. That was the GT3 pole sitting car, and what a great story that was to have that car on pole position.
Zaid Ashkanani, a very experienced racer in this region, and he knows how to get around any circuit. He's raced in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, internationally.
Second place for the Razoon More Than Racing, Dominic Olper, who's been in since the start of the KTM Crossbow, with the best lap of 156.2 for that car.
That's a dark horse, John, because it's going to be able to run long.
Run very long.
And it's lightweight. It's going to look after its tyres.
Great looking car.
It is stunning.
This is the GT4 version. As the leader comes into the pit lane, and Nick Damon is down there to watch the Team Kuwait by MRS GT machine come in.
Yeah, I was actually up with Century Motorsport, the 429 car, doing what seemed like a very standard stop, and it was a lovely standard stop. And then when the car went, one of the mechanics was sitting there looking slightly perplexed, and he had a piece of wire in his hand.
Oh dear.
And what it is, you know when they go on the air jacks, there's a single piece of wire you pull to release it. It's come off in his hand. So I'm not quite sure how they're going to get it off the air jacks from now on, but that's what happened. So he pulled it off, and that's broken, and they're going to have to work out what to do about that. From a distance, this is full service for our leader, driver out, driver in.
It's not. The world doesn't look blue and green, then, does it not?
No. So they are going to just get. Obviously, the second time this car stopped, they had a puncture as well. Though they managed to get away without delamination, and car now is down. Slightly long stop, but they've managed to get it through. So it's always a key point. Can you get the driver changed in the time it takes to change the tyres? And if you can, you're going to gain several seconds from the other teams. But that was
and that isn't as easy as it sounds.
No.
As I'm going to test now, even with 5 wheel studs on a GT4 car, manoeuvring one non-professional racing driver out and another one in. A is not tremendously elegant, and B is not the work of a moment. These GT3 and GT4 cars are built for customers and non-professional drivers, so the gap between the door bar and the roof is on the driver's side still the same amount of protection there, but you tend to have a drop bar on the driver's side. Now there's a car being pushed into its garage. Was that the 7? No, here's the 714 coming in.
321. The 321's gone into garage. It's the other end of where we are at the moment, because we're with the
331.
331, yes.
331, the Hoffa Racing.
Hoffa car ones. We'll go find what in it. We're up the front with the 714. There's a bit of damage to 714. They've had a little shunt into someone at some point. The proboscis of the car is certainly damaged. A bit of rhinoplasty is needed on that, but looks like it's kept its integrity, so they aren't going straight for the tape. This car, of course, facing the wrong way. Now, this is interesting. Do you remember when it spun, John? You thought it just missed that Porsche.
Yeah.
Because that is where it was just spinning to. Now, I mean, it could be a point. I haven't had a look on the side of the Red Camels, which I think was the car involved, and I will have a look next time it's in. But this is a standard stop. They made a changeover. They put Daniel Drexel in. Dominic Albert has got out. Let's have a quick word with Dominic if we can. Dominic, that was a very good session, but started rather frighteningly.
Yeah. Yeah, was a bit of action in the start. I tried to go wide, but yeah, there was a lot of mud on the track, so I spun, and then I tried to push hard and came back.
Bit of damage on the nose of the car. Was that from the spin or another point later?
No, that was from the spin. I got the slightly touch, and yeah, then we're going to race. And hopefully, hey, Sam and Daniel do a good job, and I think it looks good.
Lots of cars are having problems with their rear right tyre. Did the team tell you about that? Have you been avoiding the curbs?
Yeah, we do not avoid the curbs. We ride with our tires. We can go 650 kilometers still with good pace, so we for sure will not have any tire issue.
Oh, thank you. Okay, very confident.
Very confident.
Indeed. Cheers. Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you, Nick. So great, great piece of working out done by Nick there to wear that nose damage on the very, very handsome GTX version of the Crossbow. We've seen it in a few guises down through the years. There is a full GT4 version of that car as well. Leading TCR car, the AC Motorsport 188, with something on its nose as well that I saw flapping around a moment or two ago.
Yes,
yeah, something sticking up at the front of it. It looks like it's got a timing straight on for a sprint.
For a hill climb, yes.
Yeah, for a sprint or a hill climb. That's exactly what it looks like. Here is the 701, the other futuristic-looking coupe. This is the Vortex into the pit lane. Nick Tiernan is watching this one.
Isn't this the last outing for this car? Haven't they? We're promised a new car for next season.
Oh,
with
really?
Vortex. Hopefully with slightly better panel fit. But apart from that, obviously a stalwart of the championship has won its class on a couple of rounds. Driver change going in, and Nico Nobbs is getting in. Not quite sure who's getting out. It's probably Lino Amarouche. What I do like is the all-French team has fallen for the same problem as Japanese teams are, is they've written some random English down, which doesn't really mean anything. It now says, "We are repeat." So I'm sure the translation makes perfect sense. But for me, it just sounds like the BBC in the 70s, where it was all repeats.
Very good. Not as big a hit for Band-Aid, that one, "We Are Repeat." The follow-up single didn't have the same impact. Just to let you know, by the way, all those 10-second time penalties for the 979 and the 930 and the 32, which were all adding up, they have all been served. There's none outstanding at the moment, so they've got rid of those straight away. You don't have to take them all the same time. Well, of course you can, and so they have. So they've cleared. In the last couple of hours of the race, that will become more important. What is that that's flapping around on the front of that Audi? It's annoying me now. Is it a tie wrap that
it looks like they
put onto the grill and they haven't
snipped it off? Untidy.
That would be very unusual for AC, because they are normally a very, very. I use this advisedly and deliberately. They are very tied down normally.
Indeed. Maybe they had it the other way around and it's just flipped up. And they have it left up. But leading the race now, the 999. Luke Brokers in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car in the 992 category, the first 992 leader of this race, with 10 hours and 7 minutes to go. He's been in that car for just on an hour and 50 minutes now for this stint. Charlie Putman in second position in the 85 CP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3, and then the 47 of Mohammed Al-Kazmi in third.
And don't forget, he being Luke Breukers, sorry, in the 909, your driver time limit is 2 hours.
Yes.
The time limit is 2 hours. Now, I always forget, so I'm going to let you look this up, because I know
Thank you.
Does the time in the pits count or not count? I think in this series it counts if you continue the stint. It doesn't count if you get out.
The stint, as I've been watching this, the stint changes as soon as you hit the pit-in line.
Right.
Okay, that goes to 0.
Okay.
I was watching that on there. Okay. So that's the start of the next stint.
Okay. Well, in terms of the cumulative time, do you take the pit stop time out? So, you know, if he's been in the pits 5 minutes, can he go to 2 hours and 5 minutes? Or does he have to get out at 2 hours?
I did print out the sporting regulations.
I know you did. That's why I've asked you the question.
Oh, dear.
Phil Hanson and John Hindorf with you in the booth. It's Nick Damon down in the pit lane. We'll be hearing the dulcet tones of Joe Bradley down there as Nick nips off for some lunch in a moment or two's time. No worries about the weather today. Beautiful day. A little bit hazy out on the horizon. It was this morning. Yesterday was probably the clearest day we've had while we've been at Kuwait Motor Town. Got a bit chilly last night. Well, that my colleagues were saying it was chilly. It was hovering around 19 Celsius.
Absolutely Arctic, John.
I refuse to believe that was cold, and the fleece, the Radio Show Limited mesh that I brought with me has not been put back on since I came through security at Heathrow Airport. That was tucked into my bag, and it won't be coming out again until we get out and we're off to the to Jola Taxi on the way home on Saturday afternoon. And well done to everybody who's got down here at this time of the year. Lovely place to be, I should say. And hopefully we are piquing your interest on this circuit. And don't ask us which sims it's on, because it isn't. Now, this has not been scanned, this circuit, yet. I can't believe that it'll be too far away, to be honest. And hopefully, well, our friends at iRacing, who we work with very, very closely, I know at least a couple of people who are watching and listening to our broadcast now. This, for some of the iRacing leagues, can you imagine Idemitsu Mazda MX-5s around here?
Oh,
I think that because you've got the long straights for the drafting,
yep,
and then you've got the twiddly bits. And the good thing about Mazdas is they can go side by side,
3 wide,
where nobody else can. Correct.
Indeed.
Because it's all mechanical grip, you see.
And talking about the circuit, a bit later on today, or this evening, we're going to be joined by Khalid Al-Madaf. Local racers. Just spoke with him briefly down in the canteen area and invited him up. He was part of the design team of this circuit, so getting a bit of inside goss on this magnificent place, and Khalid will be joining us sometime later in the broadcast.
2 tangerine bright orange cars going side by side there, and that was Team Kuwait. It was Team GP Elite and Dan van Kuik who was passing the Vortex. He may well have been pretty close to track limits there as he made that pass. The Vortex back up to up to pace after its pit stop. I heard a harum from the pit lane.
No, there's the smoke. That wasn't me, oh, come to me, love. That was actually, I've just breathed in something unpleasant, as you can probably see, coming up from the brakes of the 979 car. That's the
Rabdan Motorsport machine.
Don't seem too concerned. It was a standard stop. I was actually next door trying to find out what was wrong with the 331 Hoffa racing car. There's a computer attached, and they're waggling the inlet plenum. But the good news is I have a professional team manager and mechanic I can hand over the microphone for, and you can find out what's wrong with the 331.
I'll give some good news for Wolf Power Racing. Yasmin Preissig has taken the RS3 out, so that front end damage that it incurred from the discarded tyre carcass, the unexpectedly discarded tyre carcass from the Porsche. That car has been fixed. It has lost some, 54, 47, it's 37 laps off the lead now, overall lead, and from its class leader, that's 34 laps, 35 laps from the lead. We're just coming up to another hour to be completed. We'll have the rundown for you. Joe Bradley has taken over from Nick down in the pit lane. 188 has come into the pit lane, and there's no evidence of what was flapping around on the front of that Audi. Joe Bradley's looking down there as Mathieu Detrey is out of that car. The lead drivers, of course, Joe, having to get out of the cars now with 2 hours rapidly approaching.
Yeah, driver limited, I think is the term. You reported something potentially flapping on the front of the car. The only thing that's flapping is a tiny bit of trim. on the front of the grille.
Oh yeah,
That's
that was
not
it.
Really an issue.
Yeah,
on
that
the,
was that
car at all.
It was
In
sitting.
fact, it gets ripped off.
It was getting.
So that it's not going to cause any more issue because it's not there anymore.
It was going straight up, Joe. I thought it was a pitot tube.
Like a little
start.
aerial.
Well, I thought it was a pitot tube on the front of it to start with. Then I thought, they can't be, surely.
That's exactly what it would look like.
Yep.
Because I've got it here. It's just a bit of plastic.
Okay.
That's just a bit of decorative trim that sits like that. However, it was like that.
What was it?
Don't need that anymore.
As it goes on to a hot brake disc, bursts into flames, the race has to be halted.
That's where they would have. That's where they would keep the hot discs.
Yes.
Thankfully, we're too early for a brake change. The good news next door is the 331 BMW, the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. That's had a problem. What was the problem with the car? I don't know.
Nick left you to find out.
Yeah, I know. The only person I've picked on there was the guy who doesn't speak very good English, if any English. I'll see if anybody can tell me.
It was Herman Bock that brought the car in, and we'll see who takes that out. Meantime,
what exactly was the problem?
Go ahead, Joe.
We had some pressure loss in the manifold system, and there was just a hose which came off. So nothing big, but yeah, we fixed it, and so we are out.
Well done in finding it. That's a sort of problem that can manifest in all sorts of ways and hard to find, but they found the errant pipe that had fallen.
So, turbo pipe, we think, there for the 332 Hofer Racing. Nick did say that they had a computer on and they were wiggling the intake plenum. Perfect way of finding it's fine, it's not, it's fine, it's not, it's fine, it must be that then. That's the idea. Another penalty before we do the 2 hour standings. This time it's number 955 who have overrun the track limits too many times. That's Sergio Nicolai, who's driving at the moment in the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, 4th in 992. Let's stay with GT as we look at the 2 hour standings. It is CP Racing, Championship of the Continent's leaders at the moment, who lead overall. For Red Camel Jordans in second. That was a slightly false position by the 992 class leader because they hadn't made their next pit stop. That's happening right now. Team Kuwait then by MRS GT Racing will move up into second. Also pit stops for the 929, that's second in the 992 Cup class, and the 928 third in the same class. So they'll drop back down again and the GT3 cars will come through. So that means Team GP Elite with Dan Van Kuch behind the wheel will move up into third overall. That 955 Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, that's another 992 class car. That's going to be promoted as well, and that will be close to the front of the field, I would think, in that category once the pit stops for the cars ahead have been completed. In 8th overall is another class leader. It's the GTX car, KTM. I'm not going to say it because probably Dominic Albert or Haytham Quadjaroli will come up and punch me if I hex that car. That's the 8th position. 9th, Leipert Motorsport. What a run for those guys. Jean-Francois Bruno behind the wheel there. That car only turning up in the wee small hours of the morning. It's a special 2 hour session arranged by the track and by CREVENTIC, the organisers here, for that car. And indeed the 930 to make sure that they could get some track time. It is the 930 in 10th position. They're 5th in the Cup class at the moment. Vortex is the GTX 3rd place car. Then we are into GT4, and on the pit strategy, it is the BMW, the Century Run RHC Jorgensen Strom machine in 12th overall. Speed Lover, the Rabdan Motorsport car in 992 category. The 979 is in 13th. 14th is the Century Motorsport Aston Martin. That's Piers Johnson, Bradley Ellis, Adam Hatfield, who's behind the wheel, and David Holloway, who started the car. They are in second in class at the moment. And we'll wait to see how those pit stops work out. Then it's the Lion Speed Racing. It's Herbert, if you peel the stickers off that one. Well, at least they're running that 718 Cayman. Jose Garcia behind the wheel. 16th ARC Bratislava. A couple of tyre issues early on, but they seem to have stabilised that. Miro Konopka behind the wheel of the 4th placed GT3. And in TCE, it's BBR, the championship leaders, with Anason Aris Lethasiri, sorry, Anison, in the lead of that category, ahead of AC Motorsport in second. They're in the fuel area at the moment. And then the three Swiss flag cars, the two Hoffa Racing TC cars, 332 from 331, the two BMWs, the lesser powered car at the front at the moment, and then the delayed 116 Wolf Power Racing, Yasmin Preissig. Now, if they get a clean run from now, I guarantee you they'll start closing that gap. Here's the highlights of the first 2 hours. In that first 2 hours. Team GP Elite then in third position at the moment. Dan Van Kook behind the wheel of that car, heading through turn 2, underneath the banner for turns 3 and 4, monstering the curb, the area of the circuit that is being modelled slightly on the corkscrew. Not quite the fall that we have at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. He's now into Patience, 5 and 6, tucking the nose of that Porsche in. And now through into turn 7. Meantime, slightly further around the track, the number 85 in the lead of the race for Team CP Racing in their Mercedes AMG GT3. 58 laps completed, Phil, and we've not really seen this race yet. The race strategy, Paul Truswell down at Red Camel and all the rest of the race strategists will be looking at the data. We have at least had a full green flag fuel run now, which will give them some idea of where they are on race place.
Indeed, John. I think this actual session right now sets the benchmark for everybody. And in answer to your question, the driver's stint time is from pit out to pit in, which means the pit time stoppage is not included.
Right,
so
even if they continue.
Yeah. Because it starts again. Well, it starts again when they on pit exit,
and that makes sense because you can be sitting quite a long time waiting for fuel.
Waiting for fuel. Yeah, exactly right. So thank you very much. That is Article 30.22 on the sporting regulations on page 103.
Well done for finding that.
I did have a long flight.
Not as long as ours.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think that stint right there. Really, that hour 20 minutes that we had, we went code 60 with 11:22 to go. We're at 9:53 now. We had 10 minutes or 11 minutes of code 60. So it was around about 11 and a half hours. We're now at 9:53. So everybody, the TCE categories as well, have got a full stint in now to have a look at where they are on fuel and tyres.
Six lead changes.
Yep.
With 4 different cars. Team Kuwait, ARC Bratislava, Team Kuwait again, Team GP Elite, Team Kuwait, Red Camel Jordan.
Yes, exactly.
As well. So we've had a GT3 Cup car leading. I said that would happen yesterday. I said they'd cycle to the front, and now we've got CP Racing leading as well. In terms of the fastest lap, early on was Team Kuwait with Zaid Ash Kanani, and then the 44 ARC Bratislava BMW Lamborghini, where have I got that from, has then taken to the front of the top of the fastest lap and actually then improved it as well. Fastest laps in class, by the way, 992. Anders Fjordbach in the number 930 QMMF by HRT Sohail Qatar. In GTX, Razun Morvan Racing. Century Motorsport hold the GT4 fastest lap at the moment. Adam Hatfield in the Aston. BBR Kantadi Kusiri in the Cupra Leon. For TCR and TC Hoffa Racing, Rainer Partl, in the M2 competition, the 450 horsepower machine.
60 laps in the books here in Kuwait. It's the CP Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3 with Charles Putman at the wheel. 60 laps in the book for him. 59 laps, around about a minute and 7 seconds behind is Mohammed Al-Kazemi in the 47 car, Team Kuwait by MRS GT
And
Racing.
that, was that down to the 47 car got a penalty, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at my penalty screen and see whether...
Or am I making that up?
47 got track infringements and but a warning only, so
okay.
So no penalty there.
Okay, so quite a big change around. With the 85 cycling back to the front, was sitting in a very solid third position for most of the first hour. But has cycled through to the front with Charles Putman now driving. Remember that this all of the strategy that we've talked about, and whether it's the GP Elite machine, number 32 with the white stripe on the orange car, or any of them, they have got to cycle their drivers. There are minimum driver times. We'll not bother you with them at the moment, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. We've got a huge amount of information that you can access to via timeservice.nl, 24hseries.com, and you can click on all the timing information there and see exactly what we've got here in the booth at Kuwait Motor Town. And that includes driver stint times that you can follow through. The teams have even more information, of course. The GP Elite car comes down to finish the lap as into the pit lane. The
right rear.
This is Yasmin Preissig, I think, that's come into the pit lane. Joe Bradley.
No, it's the 955, the Vili Motors.
Oh, okay.
Vili Motors Porsche. Just been in right rear tyre change, and the tyre that's come off wasn't delaminated. It's still intact, but no air in it. Completely flat. The team are just inspecting it now, and once again, it's the inside edge that's looking the worst for wear on that car. So another right rear issue.
And that was the leader in class, Joe. Yeah. Sergei Nicolai.
Overall, I think.
Say again, sorry, Joe?
I think that car was 5th overall.
4th, actually, when it came in. Hasn't lost that 4th position yet. I'm still waiting for the GTX leader to come through, because they've just made a pit stop. So the GP Elite machine, drive to perfection. You might wander down, Joe, if you don't mind, to GP Elite, the number 32 car. Had a question on at RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series or 12H Kuwait, and about whether that is a Max Verstappen owned car. It is very orange, in fairness, and it's going past. It's trying to go past the other Dutch car at the moment, the 909, through the Pentagon area.
Up the inside
to
now.
16 now, still can't get through. Here's 17, 18, and then there's a short straight to 19. And just proving how difficult it is, Dan Van Kuik, who's got the full house GT3 car, there's not a huge amount of difference now between the Cup car and the GT3 car. Big flash of the lights, but hasn't got the straight line speed to just drag through. Should be able to go through on the brakes, does go through on the brakes into the final corner. The two orange cars coming onto the front straight now. But if we needed any illustration about how quick this new 992 Cup car is, Phil, we saw it right there. That's the outgoing 911 GT3R, which is their GT3 Formula car. And that was a bit of strife there to get through.
He did not make that easy at all.
But there was no blocking per se.
No, there was no blocking. That car just drove off the corner so well. He couldn't get up underneath the rear wing. Rear tyres, I think, are being looked after a lot better in that model car.
Well, Ivo Breukers has not long since been in that car.
And I think we have a tyre differential between the two cars.
We do, yeah. Whereas Dan Van Kuik has been in there for quite a long time. But talking to the guys in the States, in the Visit Cayman Islands, Porsche Carrera Cup North America, when they first got the cars, they were testing at Sebring prior to the season start 2 seasons ago, and the GT3 cars were out at the same time. There was barely a couple of seconds difference between the GT3s on the bumps of Sebring and the Cup cars, which is why, of course, that Porsche are bringing out a new GT3 car, the new 992 911 GT3
Why not?
car.
they don't have enough GT3 cars at the moment.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
It looks like it should be mounted on the hard point of a fighter bomber.
Exactly.
It is a weapon, particularly in black carbon. We see those cars first at the Raw before the 24. We'll be covering that for you, of course, here on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. We will have some racing for you on the Raw weekend, the new VP Racing Fuels series with LMP3s and GT4s, and of course the qualifying for the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Rolex 24 Hours. That's 4 sports car endurance weekends live consecutively at the start of next year, and of course it is the CREVENTIC Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai that will start it all off on the 13th, 14th and 15th. That's a that's a Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Yep.
Remember, we go to the Saturday, Sunday race in Dubai at the start of next year. Between now and then, we will have the Christmas break, and then of course we have the 3rd race of the Middle East Trophy, which is Abu Dhabi down at Yas.
Yep, 6-hour race down there, 21st and 22nd of January, just a week after the 24 hours Dubai. If you don't have enough in the 24 hour, you can add 6 onto it.
Well, and that means we've got double weekend of action then.
Well, we do indeed.
So you'll be down at Yas with part of the team. We'll be at the Raw. Then we'll be at the 24 Hours of Daytona, and then we're straight off to the Liquid Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst. So I'm not going to see...
I may be in your suitcase for that one.
I'm not going to see home for a little while.
Exactly.
They have to be doing some washing. Interesting info from race control. Keep away from the edge of the exit of turn 20.
20. There we go.
The sharp edge, it says in brackets there.
Yes.
So that's right. That would be right rear there, Phil.
That is exactly right, and it's just past the entry to pit lane.
Yeah.
And so there may be, that's what Pirelli have been looking at. Oh, sorry, my mistake. That's what Hankook have been looking at, obviously with
10 dirhams in the swag.
So it is indeed. It's actually 50 fills here. That's what they've been looking at, and obviously they've been talking to the drivers as well to try and get the feedback of where they've been placing the car. Yeah. And as we've discussed, and I discussed it with Joe as well, because of the restricted testing times that they had, getting 4 people into the car, trying to find, or 3 people in the car, trying to find the balance that they're all happy with. Really not enough time to do some long runs with full fuel and all of that. So
here's the GT4 3rd position car coming across the line now. And that is the 2nd place car for Line Speed, Jose Garcia. Decent walk-up yesterday later on in the day, and the organisers telling us they're expecting similar today.
Nice.
And the concessions out the back. Very good coffee from the VW Combi, I hear.
Amazing coffee. We were there bright and early this morning as they opened.
Well, you were there early. I'm not sure you were bright until after you.
No,
coffee.
We're very bright now. Indeed we are. Oh, another puncher for the 710 this time.
So this is... I heard you saying...
Yes,
Bradley,
no.
You've cursed.
JF's
The curse of the commentator.
Oh, no.
Jean-Francois Bruneau at the wheel of that car. And this is the Lightmet machine. It only arrived in the small hours of this morning. The Lightmet team got it out the container, got it ready to practice this morning in a special session that was organised by the track and by CREVENTIC. That Huracan Super Trofeo, not exactly the same spec as the number 44 machine.
Yeah, it's so hard to keep.
How long's he been out?
Let's have a look at the 710. And he has been out, 159, 45 minutes.
Right, so that...
Yeah.
So that's coming to the end of the stint, and it's gone by the time he gets to the brow at turn 3.
Yeah.
So again, is that exit of turn 1 run down to turn 2? Maybe.
Just
putting the pressure on at turn 2 going up the hill.
Well, when we were listening to the cars...
It's gone a while back, actually.
I reckon that as we were talking to him yesterday, he said, look, in these cars, turn 1 is flat, absolutely flat through there. Maybe that side load through there, as well as a bit of curb strike, is just causing that issue. Luckily, at the moment, that tyre is staying together, so no body damage. Now have a look at where he's placing that car. He's trying so hard to stay out of everybody's way. It's so difficult around here because some of the runoffs don't work in the right area, but he is staying well on the inside all the way up.
He's off the track.
He's off the track at turn 15, and he's going to be able to stay off that circuit all the way around until he gets down into pit lane now.
And he's on the right-hand side of the circuit.
Exactly. So
if he follows round the long way around, turns 17, 18, 19 and 20, he's in the pit lane. And he won't have to be on the racing surface again.
That is just, well, as you said, so courteous and also so smart, because he can release it a little bit more, go a bit slower just to hold that tyre together so it doesn't damage the bodywork. So, yeah, very intelligent driving and very courteous driving.
So he is just heading down onto the back straight now.
Yeah, I've got him, but visually out of the commentary box, he's just coming around turn 19 now. So he's got that little straight to go, and he'll be in pit lane, and Joe will be down there to have a look at that one and see if it's the same thing again.
It is the 710 Lippert car, Jean-Francois Bruno, the American, who is bringing that second place GTX car, sitting right on the edge of the top 10, just 5 laps off the lead, and they thought they were in with a chance of a decent finish here. Wouldn't take much stumbling from the GT3 cars, and we've already had problems with the ARC Bratislava, another Lamborghini, and more right rear problems for these cars, but this is the first one for the 710.
Yep.
It is not the same specification, remember. This is a Huracan Super Trofeo car. And brilliant driving by Jean-Francois. Well done, JF. He's got into the pit lane. And Joe Bradley will see that car. We'll hear the pit lane siren in just a moment. And the good and bad news, it happened early in the lap. That's the bad news.
Yep.
The good news is the pit team have had a long time to prepare for that car coming into you, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, they've been here quite a while. They've been watching that car on the TV monitors and just seeing what a fabulous job that Jeff Bruno has been behind the wheel, done behind the wheel. The carcass of the wheel, of the tyre, I should say, is kind of poking out from under the wheel arch, but I can tell you the wheel arch is completely and utterly intact. As that wheel comes off, it's going to be 2 rear tyres that are going on this car. They're not going to bother with the fronts. They've just brought out 2 rears. Now, a quick inspection underneath the wheel arch, and everyone's happy because the wheel's already on. So, car already off the jacks. And Jean-Francois Bruno is already back out and heading back towards the track, and he's done a sterling job in not...
Hang on, Bradley. We've got another Lamborghini. I thought it was a replay there for a moment, but this is the 44 car with a right rear puncture. And at the moment, that's the Miro Konopka-driven car. So they have not... Again, I may have cursed them by saying they seem to have mitigated whatever problem they had earlier on, and it's gone at the same early part of the lap, Philip.
I think it is the pressure that is put on the sidewall at turn 1. I think that is where...
I can't quite see the exit, even if I lean forward of turn 1. I wonder if they're just running over the curb.
I can hear them run over that curb on the exit.
I was thinking
I was listening to that last night and going, they're really hammering that exit curb at turn 1, and I think that just is doing enough to upset that sidewall.
Let's go back down to Joe Bradley, where the Lippert car has left him now, and he's down in the fuel. Joe, what's the reaction from the team down there?
Well, they're just glad that the car came back and in one piece, and they're staring at the broken carcass of a tyre and shaking their heads in disbelief. But when only 2 garages along, we get ready for another Lamborghini rear puncture. So it's not uncommon, and I'm pretty sure that everybody's scratching their heads and trying to find out the reasons for that, as still waiting for that other
you've got to wait
to make its way.
Yeah, you've got a wee while yet, Joe.
Right.
Yeah, okay. It's about a third of the way.
The team are ready, by the way. The team are ready. Pretty much, I think they must be listening to you, mate, because as soon as you mentioned it, I turned around through 180 and looked up the pit lane, and they were already bringing rear wheels out. Again, it's going to be rear tyres only for the ERC Bratislava.
He's just coming into the Pentagon now.
T12, yeah.
Yeah, this is Miro Konopka driving. Mato is ready to get into that car, and another puncture, and it's another car that's had one before. This is the 47, Team Kuwait by MRS. This is Mohammed Al-Kazemi. Now, last time they saw that on the tyre pressure monitor and brought it in.
Yes, indeed.
And it didn't actually cost them too much time. So this is very, very worrying for these teams, because there are other cars out there, there are other Porsches out there which are not having this problem. And now both the Lamborghinis and the 47 Porsche, multiple times for the 44 Lamborghini, and now multiple right punctures for the 47.
They have to change their driving style. That is the only way that you can stop this from happening.
The problem is, Phil, you'll ask the driver, where are you going over the curbs? And you say, I'm not.
Exactly, because they're blind to it.
Yeah, because that's just the line that they
take. Exactly.
And in some ways, you almost want to compliment them for being consistent and doing the same thing over and over again, which is exactly what you have to do to drive a racing car quickly. It's either a setup problem or it's where they're putting the car on the track, and you know, therefore they are going to have to modify something.
Well, it's the only thing they can modify.
Clearly the 44 car are learning something, because it's taking them longer this time to do damage.
Yeah, last time was lap 16. We're on 67 now, so they've got a session and a bit out of that car.
That's a full tank of fuel.
Exactly.
That's a full tyre run, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but you would have to change your driving style in the hardest corner to change it, because you change up just after you go through turn 1, and so you'd have to come through there, turn in earlier, and sharpen that.
Here's the theory then. We've had race control telling people to stay away from turn 20.
Yeah.
He's going off a little bit at turn 20, coming back on, maybe cutting the sidewall of the inside sidewall, and then you're putting the pressure on it, the side pressure, as you rightly said, which is flexing that tyre wall, and then it's causing the issue.
Yep.
That, to me, listen, I'm putting 2 and 2 together and making up, maybe I'm making 554, but that's starting now to look like a set of events that we can put together. Joe Bradley has another Lamborghini and another Porsche, both with right rear punctures.
I've got a bit of Lamborghini deja vu going on here,
Yes, I
because
bet.
the 44 is in, and again it looks exactly like the Liebert car, insofar as the carcass has moved off the wheel. The left rear is off, now the right rear. This is the punctured one. I've just been having a chat to the Hankook tyre engineer, and they've done their track walk earlier in the week, and they identified potential areas which could be concerning, and they were mentioned, if you remember, in the driver briefing. The drivers were told, don't go off here, watch that there, because it's not just edges of curbs, but there's drainage covers and areas of the drainage lips that can cause problems, but everybody's been made aware of them. So,
do you remember back to Mugello, when we were there a couple of seasons ago, and the big double apex corner at the bottom of the hill, the drainage covers were actually being lifted by the GT3 car, and they had to all be welded and screwed down because they were causing issues. You remember?
I do, yes. And didn't we red flag it, or did we go code 60 for a long time?
I think we had to kill a session for sure whilst it was done before we went into the race.
Yeah, the 44 has got it, just trying to fire the car up. It's been given the go-ahead by the team.
This is the ERC Bratislava machine.
This is the ERC Bratislava, that's the Lamborghini. Miro Konopka is in a discussion, as no surprise, with the Hankook engineer, and I'm pretty sure Miro's going to be saying exactly what Phil said. And, you know, I wasn't overly using a curb, etc., but it's all a job of identifying on all of these cars what everybody has been doing, because this has become a behavioural pattern now, hasn't it? This is a pattern of behaviour. All, you know, different marks, Lamborghinis, Porsches. It's not really picking out its victims, is it? This tyre problem.
No.
Or curb or drainage cover problem.
It is very, very reminiscent of the Arabiata problem that we had at Mugello. At RSL_studio, let's hear your thoughts. That gets you to the booth. Hello, Adam Wareham. With no 903 Red Ant racing car in Kuwait, does this mean no dramas for the Porsche, and they'll take the lead of the championship. No, it doesn't, actually. I'm not sure anyway. Miro having a good chat with the Hankook tyre engineers, by the way, down at ARC, as reported by Joe Bradley.
Standing by as well, John.
We'll get back to you with the standings.
I'm gonna chat, let's chat and you, and then I'll try and have a chat to Miro. You know what? Nobody's wanting to apportion blame here.
No.
We're trying to get to the bottom of a problem here that's not just causing the ARC team, but all of the teams down the pit lane, and that's pretty much what the tyre engineer is looking for. He's trying to gather information from the driver of where do you think you've picked up this puncture. And when you put all of the elements of the clues together, if you like, it's a bit of basic investigation, isn't it? And he's gathering information now from Miro, who's the latest puncture to have come in. I think what's happened behind me, outside of this ARC garage, is the Porsche has been in, I think, John, is that right?
Yes, correct. And if you give me 1 second, I will tell you that they have disappeared. Let's go down to Miro.
Yeah, let's Miro. We've been talking with the tyre guys. Where do we think's causing all the problems? Not just for you, but for everybody, it seems.
It's not easy because I don't know, but if we have 3 puncture for 30 minutes and I run really very soft, I don't touch curbs or very soft, and after 1 hour 90 minutes also puncture every time same rear right, maybe not very well construction tire for this temperature and this circuit. This circuit is really very hard for rear right tires. A lot of very quick left curve and turn, and maybe that's problem, I don't know, but little bit dangerous for us.
We've been told that turn 20, which is the final turn here, might be a problem. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I feel in turn 20, but was very late if go for pit. And I try here, and because I have TPMS, that I looks my pressure, and I was 185, 185, and immediately 0. That I know that is some problem, but sorry, it's bad that every time in this very quick curve, number 1, and all circuit, and I don't know why. And I greetings for Mr. Director, but I have 4-time puncture and never was called 60. But all another car had 60. That's I don't understand.
We're trying to get to the bottom of it. We're puzzled as well.
Greetings for Mr. Director.
Great job, Miro. Get it back without damaging the car. Great job.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Joe, it's gone to code 60, as Miro noted there. I think it still has only been 3 cars, Phil, that have had this issue. So
the 929, the 47, and the 44 have all come in, and then we had the and another Porsche as well. So that Charles Putnam had the 85 car with that puncher as well.
Well, we'll take the opportunity whilst the track inspection and cleaning is going on to start getting you excited about next year. It's not that far away. Here's what 2023 looks like in the Hankook 24-hour series by CREVENTIC. So they... at the Autodrome, starting on the 13th of January, followed the next week by the 3rd and final leg of the Middle East Trophy. So that doesn't form part of the main championship, and we're back off to Yas Marina for the 6 hours. Then to Europe, 25th and 26th of March, to Mugello, and the awesome dive down the hill to Arrabbiata, as we have the first of the European Championship races in Italy. And then another 12-hour race off to the Ardennes, and the sweeps and curves, the rise and falls of Spa-Francorchamps, and the new gravel traps as well, much closer to the edge of the track. Then it's another 12-hour European race, the Cathedral of Speed at Monza. That's in the middle of June. Then Estoril, new venue, brilliant circuit. I've been there before to watch the European Le Mans Series, and we have a new feature too. Bit like F1 the sprint. We have a 6-hour sprint as a qualifying race for that. And then one of the biggest European races of the year, the 12 hours of Barcelona in early September. About a week later than normal for that race. The 24 hours of Barcelona, of course, is the twice around the clock event in Catalonia. That rounds off the European Series for 2023. And then we'll have another Middle Eastern trophy. We'll tell you more about that closer to the time. Under Code 60 then, this is the second Code 60, and it's for cleaning of the track. We've had another tyre go on a couple of cars, 2 Lamborghinis and a Porsche in the last few minutes. Race control deciding it's a good idea to clean up the debris. They're also going to clean other areas of the track and have a look at some of the areas that were identified earlier on by the tyre engineers, the Hankook tyre engineers, and see if anything has changed. I suspect they'll be looking at curbs and the outside areas of turn 20, probably turn 1, turn 4, and the outside of, as you enter into turn 14, is when cars are going off the track, and then turn 20 at the end of the lap. Let's head back now to Joe Bradley. Got an opportunity to talk to some drivers. I don't think this is going to be the work of a moment. He's at the 909 at Porsche Cup Car pit, as one or two people taking the opportunity to come in for fuel. And Luke Breukers, who started the race some 2.5 hours ago, is with Joe Bradley.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like 2 minutes. It doesn't seem like 2 minutes since you started the race. What was it like at the start? It looked exciting, an exciting first turn.
Yeah, the first turn is always exciting here because you go about 220 kilometers an hour, and the start went initially good, only had trouble to get into the rhythm. So I lost some places, but at the end of the stint I did the full 2-hour stint, and the laps were good, so I think now we're running P1, so we're going good.
It looked like you might have got some damage from a collision with the KTM, just a slight collision. Did you feel anything?
I didn't have a collision, I think, so I didn't feel anything, so no collision.
So it's the first opportunity we've had to see what the track is like under race conditions. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's really surprising how the tires hold up. I see a lot of flat tires, but our tires seem to do fine. I did my fastest lap at the end of the stint with 1.5 hour old tires, so it's interesting.
It's quite a technical track. Is it as technical to race on? But, you know, do you have to be very careful where you make the move?
Yes, it's very technical because you have really fast approaching entries, so you have to position the car really right. If you not have the good position, then it's difficult to make the corner.
Is there anywhere on this track where you're conscious of putting tyre wear and using the tyres too aggressively?
Yeah, especially in the S's, because you're really scrubbing to the corners, and you want to minimize the scrubbing and also have a fast exit, so a balance you need to find.
What about the long left-hander and then the long right-hander? Does that not load up the tyre?
It does load up the tyre. You see your tyre pressure going up. So after that, you go a bit slower the lap after, and you just try to keep it in balance every lap.
The Porsche class is always the most competitive. How are you guys approaching the race? Have you got a strategy?
Yeah, we have Paul Truswell.
I know. What greater strategy can you have?
Exactly. No, he's doing a great job, and now we're running well. So yeah, I'm curious how we look up in the end.
Thanks, Luke. Great stuff.
Very, very interesting. Yeah. Look, Luke is not that experienced a driver. You would not think that, Phil, from what he's just said there. And he's made the point that we've been sort of trying to say that, you know, our tyres were fine.
Yes.
We're looking after them.
Yeah, indeed.
And they've all got TPMS now, tyre pressure monitoring systems.
Yeah. So, and very, very, I like what he said about there. You can see the tyre temperature rising as you're going through these corners. But we're just
I want to have a quick chat about what's going out in the
Yes,
circuit.
indeed.
One of the circuit cars is out there. It's very unusual for us to have a circuit car. And they're looking, there's a hole at the edge of the track and the officials are looking into it. Yes, I'm making a slight joke about that.
But it's a hole.
There is a little bit of breakaway of the back edge of the curb at the exit of turn 20. Now that is in itself a little bit of a worry. I think what they've been looking at even more closely is the fact that there is a drain cover right there. This is a cast drain cover, like a manhole cover that you would see on a city street, what are called ironworks in the trade. Now, normally that would sit flush or below the area of the track, but because there's been a little bit of damage to the edge of that curb, the edge of the manhole cover has been exposed.
Yes.
And I think that's what they're looking at there.
Most definitely. Making their way down towards turn 2 now. They didn't look on the outside of turn 1. They've gone past the pit exit and they're heading down towards turn 2 at this time. So we'll keep an eye on them.
See if they stop anywhere else. Give Joe a chance to do some interviews. We are still with 9 hours and 20 minutes to go. Just starting to get the moon rise, even though it is only 20 minutes before 3 this afternoon. It's very, very clear here today. The haze that we had earlier on has just started to burn off. Yeah,
I think we're 13 miles now to the horizon, John.
We were sitting talking about this the other day. Nick and I were musing on how far you could see with an absolutely flat vista in front of us, which is pretty much what we have here. And with a little bit of searching the internet, we found the equation which involved a square root calculation. Thank goodness we had a calculator on our phone to do that, because it's a long time since I've had to do that.
I left my abacus at home.
Yeah, slide rule would have been required. We reckon we're about 30 metres up here, just under 100 feet up in our eyrie of a commentary booth, which gives us a phenomenal view of this track, by the way. And at this height, the curvature of the Earth, being able to see to the horizon, is just over 13 miles or 21, 22 kilometres. And that will change a little bit, obviously, with air quality and haze, etc. But if we're seeing all the way to the horizon, we're seeing about 13 miles on the flatter parts of where we are here.
Now the track car has just done
a height in meters, by the way.
The track car has just done a little corkscrew. It's just done a shortcut.
I saw that.
Yeah, and he's just nipped back. Nipped back around onto the middle of the back straight as he comes in now. So I think turn 1 was the only place. He didn't stop anywhere else. I did follow him around, and he's heading down towards turn 20 now. So I think that is the area down there at the exit of turn 20 where the majority of the issues are taking place at this time.
Let's go down to the pit lane. Joe Bradley's going to take the opportunity as the circuit car comes back in. We're not seeing news that Code 60 is going to end, Joe. I'll go through who's been in and out of the pits in a moment. Who have you got?
I've got Dan Van Kuik. It was just out of the GP Elite Porsche. We've cleared something up, guys. The speculation about the team's connection to the Verstappen family, there isn't anything really other than you're orange and you're all Dutch.
Yeah, the connection is easily made, I can imagine. No, the connection is, maybe people remember that his dad, Jos, was supposed to drive in Dubai at the beginning of the year. So that's maybe where the connection comes from. But unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't participate. So no, that's it.
And talking about this race, of course, Dan, you started the car. You had a very eventful first stint, didn't you, with that puncture?
Yeah, definitely. It's really searching with the Hankook tires and the curbs here, the combination, how to keep them alive. In the beginning, it was apparently too much, the things that I was doing, maybe on curbs, maybe on exits, pushing a bit too much. Then we had to change the tire, and in the second stint I found better the rhythm to be quick, but also to keep the tires alive. So now we managed, and we had to change due to the Code 60 situation.
Now we've just gone green out on track, Dan, but I want to talk to you about what sort of compromise did you have to make with regards to the tires?
Yeah, of course we can play with the traction control and the ABS settings on the car to ask less of the tire, and other than that, you just have to be careful to really go wide on the exit curves. So you are a bit less gentle going on throttle to keep really the steering straight and not go over that angle that the tire doesn't like, apparently.
It's been identified, the final turn here, turn 20, that's been identified as a potential problem. Did you notice anything?
That's the one I was staying away from the beginning. So I think it might be part of the problem, but I think there's more places where you really have to be careful. Maybe now that the temperature drops, it will be a bit easier to keep the tires alive, but we need to see now. My brother's in the car, so it's his job now.
And overall, I mean, everybody we spoke to is loving the track, and now that we've raced on it, are you still of that opinion?
Yeah, the track is really, really great. It's so fast, especially in the GT3 car, where you can take so much speed into the corners, and especially in the dark, the trail gets even bigger, because it's hard to see some apexes. There is a good lighting, but at some places it's a bit less. So yeah, the first time going out on track 2 days ago in the dark was a real challenge, but a lot of fun, yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
Well, we've got drama out in the circuit for the 429 Aston Martin. It is spewing fluid from, I presume, that is the fuel access area on the right rear of the car. Whether the buckeye hasn't closed properly, that's got to be it, because it's not just leaking a little bit, it's every left-hand corner. The Century Motorsport car is being driven by Adam Hatfield now. That'll be being reported by the trackside marshals, and it's clearly sloshing up there, and it shouldn't be doing that. That should be an absolute seal there, and it's very spectacular, particularly through turns 1 and 2, but basically every left-hander, it is,
yeah.
I don't think that's properly closed. It hasn't sprung back, Phil.
No, I'm just seeing if he's coming into the pits. Yes, the 429.
Has to.
He had to. They obviously saw that on the TV as well. And in their pit box with their very large screens down there. And yeah, well spotted.
How good are these pit box? Air conditioned. They've got lavatories in them. You can open them up to make a double wide one if you need to, or close down the shutters if you want a bit more seclusion. The teams are having a ball here.
They are. They're very reminiscent of the Yas Marina circuit pit boxes.
Yep.
Very, very similar to that, as the team's now going to work on trying to get that valve shut. Now, they've got a dry brake system that they have to put the gun into, and I think that might have been the system.
They've actually got a fuel cap.
Yes, and the fuel cap didn't see them, because that's normally where the dry brake system would be, and the O-ring has either failed, or the locking mechanism, which is a aircraft locking mechanism on those rings.
Joe Bradley?
Yeah, I can talk to Bradley Ellis. Brad, what's happening, mate?
We seem to have a problem with our sort of fuel filler cap. It's sort of broke. So a bit of fuel vapours were leaking, so we've just come in to fix it.
It's an odd one, really, because it's high up the car, so it's not like it's took a prang or anything.
No, it's just, as you can see, I think the locking mechanism is just a bit jammed, so we just brought it in. It hadn't fallen out or anything, but it just obviously wasn't sealing correctly, so we've just brought it in just to ensure we can get it sealed properly, and just under safety, bit of a precaution. But because we just fueled up, tank's full, so it's just the stuff in the filler neck really that was leaking.
It wasn't like it was being drawn from the tank?
No, not at all. It's just the filler necks are full up, so just because we just did a splash and dash under the code 60.
Okay, mate, I'll let you go. The car's back out, guys. They've done a quick fix on it, and it's back out onto the track. So, fingers crossed, keep an eye on it, and hopefully that fuel will stop.
Didn't come back in for fuel, as it had only been. I think that if it wasn't its outlap, it's only its first flyer. So let's keep an eye around the left-handers for that very pretty Triple Crown Aston Martin.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Dark green and gold.
Oh.
Yeah, that works for me.
Does for me too. Indeed it is. Team manager of car 930 to report to race control.
They absolutely blew the pit lane speed limit on the last pit stop, and they've attracted the attention of race control and been assessed a 32-second time penalty. So that will tell you immediately how fast they were going, because all of those speeding penalties in the pit lane are on a sliding scale depending on how far over the 40 KPH marker you are. I'd say they've fixed that down at Century, because we've seen a couple of very quick left-handers and no vapour whatsoever coming out of that car. So good spot from them. And Adam Hatfield, let's see him through this left-hander. That's where it was flying out before. No, he's fine. Well done team.
Even though they had to come in and pit, they still held on to their place in class. So they're still leading the class, even with that unforeseen stop to fix the filler cap.
And that place in class is the lead.
It is indeed, and they've had that place in class for a little while now. So in that category, so it's the Aston Martin, one of the quiet achievers out there this weekend, and looking up the top, Shane Lewis is now in the 85 car in the lead of the race, 76 laps in the books for the CP Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3. Around about 2 minutes clear of the Team GP Elite. Jesse Van Kook is in that one, the Porsche 911 GT3R, and that is running second in the GT3 category. And then it's Mohammed Al-Kazemi in the 47 car, Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, another Porsche in third position in the GT3 category. And then it's that KTM Crossbow. It's that KTM Crossbow, that GTX car, 714, up there in the top 5.
It doesn't help that it's an X.
It's
and
an
it's
X,
a GTX and it's a Crossbow.
I get all my X's mixed up, John.
I completely know. I just want to update everybody on what's going on for re-penalties. The 930 with that 32-second track, pit lane speeding penalty for QMF by HRT Sohail Katara. So that'll need to be served in the next 2 hours. The only other penalty snuck in while I wasn't watching, actually, a little before at 2 o'clock, so about an hour ago. So they're an hour into their 2 hours, and that's the 955, the Willy Motorsport by EB Motors. Sergio Nicolai has check that 10-second penalty, I think it was. Yes, it is. And that was at turn 4. But it was his 6th offence, so that's the first. You'll get 5 on your 6th. You get a 10-second time penalty, and then I think it's every 3 after that you get another 10-second penalty. So that will. Let me just run through 10 second. Yeah, I think so. It's 4 by the look of it. Excuse me, but there we go. It adds up. We did get the number 930. They have been the most penalised car so far. They've already had over a minute in penalties with their track limits and then the speeding in the pit lane. Wolf Power Audi had problems earlier on, and they're now back in the pit lane. They ran into some tyre debris shed by a Porsche. Spent the better part of 35 laps. That's nearly an hour, isn't it? And it's over an hour for a TCR car in the pit lane, and they are back in again. And the fact that I can only see 2 pairs of legs out the front of that car, with Yasmin Preissig sitting patiently in the car, even though it's up on the hijacks. Been there, done that one. Not fun.
He's underneath.
Joe Bradley is there, and it's around the front again where they had to do that repair earlier on, Joe.
Is this the car that had something flapping, but it wasn't from underneath?
No, what happened, Joe? You might have been out for lunch. Sorry, as I just mentioned, what happened was that they fixed that flapping underneath, they sent it out, and then it did a handful of laps, and then when we had one of the Porsches shed a rear tyre, it hit the carcass, and it had to come back on a flatbed. This car, radiator was replaced, and quite a lot of the under tray.
Right, that explains why we've had so many bodies, because you could only see two pairs of legs sticking out the front. We had a pair of legs sticking out both sides as well, right underneath the driver's seat. We've brought out some brake discs and pads as well, so I'm not sure whether the decision has been made. I mean, I'll be amazed if it's needing brakes, or whether it's just going to need one set of pads and discs for the 12 hours, so it doesn't really matter where within that 12 hours you change it. Now that you've gone past, 2.5, 3 hours, these brakes will take it to the end, I would presume. But they're deciding to do that, and I'm not sure. I'm not going to talk to anybody. That's the thing. So I'm only speculating until the guys have stopped working on the car, and then I've got someone to talk to, because I don't really want to butt in. And
have they got brakes to change, or they're just taking the discs off so they can get to something on the drive line?
Well, that's a good point, actually. But they've got brand new pads and discs out.
Oh, have they? Okay.
I can tell you now, the caliper that I'm looking at now, that has just come off. There's as much meat, if not more meat, on the pads that are coming off than the pads that are going on. So that's not a brake change for necessity. It might
Maybe
be
this is what
vibration or
I was going to
something.
say. Remember, they said they had a vibration. I wonder if they've warped a set of discs, because there's nothing worse than I've had it on a road car, and all that takes is for you not to bed the brakes in properly. You overheat the brakes. It's the vibration, is it?
I've just used the international language of hand signals.
I dread to think what your hand signal for vibration was, Joe.
Well, it was like sort of. I went on the brake pedal.
All right.
And I shook my hand as if it was like, you know what happens when your ABS kicks in and you get a judder, or brake judder.
Don't get that anymore, Joe.
Well, you're not the way. If you drive properly, you don't.
Well, even when you don't, I mean, it's amazing now, these race-based ABS systems. I mean, the road car ones have come on magnificently. The first race car I ever drove with ABS on was a Porsche Cup car back in 1996, 97, when the 996 came out. For 1 year in Porsche Cup, they had ABS, and they got rid of it. And I remember saying to Kelvin Burt, all right, so how does this ABS work then? And he said, oh, you don't get into the ABS. If you get into the ABS, you've already gone off. It was, as Joe said, it was like brake judder, and it rattled the steering wheel. Things have come on since then, and GT4 and GT3 cars with ABS have mirrored the strides taken forward in your road car. When you get into your road car now, and you hammer the middle pedal because somebody does something stupid in front of you, or you haven't anticipated, or whatever, there's barely any judder on the wheel. You feel it a tiny bit through the pedal, but the thing that we always used to be taught and teach people in driving classes was ABS stands for, never mind what it actually stands for in German, or assisted braking system, as some people say, it stands for always be steering. What it does is allows you to continue to adjust the car's trajectory without locking the front wheels up. And what most people do when there's an incident ahead of them is they jump on the brake pedal and they target fixate on the thing that you don't want to hit. Whereas if you look past that and for an exit, you'll naturally be taken towards that. You learn that as a motorcyclist, don't you?
Yes, you do indeed.
Look
where you want to go, not what you're going to hit.
It's the same in skiing. You're led by your eyes. You're led by your eyes. Look where you want to go. And these new brake systems are absolutely phenomenal on race cars. And so that typical brake judder that you get from the pedal is not really there anymore until it goes wrong. Or it ices, what the drivers call it, icing up, which is where the brake pedal just freezes and you're not actually getting that much retardation. Then you've got to come back off and go back on, which is very unnerving and counterintuitive. Bradley's still down there at the moment. How's that brake change coming on down there at Wolf Power, Joseph?
The brakes have gone on, the new brakes have gone on, the new disc and the new caliper with pads. However, there's still speculation going on underneath the car. The front tyres that have come off have got quite a bit of pickup around the centre of the tread, but that's a different type of vibration. That would be a constant vibration if it was pickup on the tyres. So it's a brake vibration, or a vibration when the car is under braking. So there's more work going to go on underneath these wheel arches for now. So we'll leave the Wolf Power boys and girls to sort this out, and we'll come back when they maybe have gotten to the bottom of whatever it is.
Jean-Francois Bruno on the Lamborghini number 710, the lightweight car, being ushered gently off the track, but I'm not sure whether...
That was the 331, Michael Mayer.
331,
He was actually trying to get out of the way. He almost stopped before the corner before, and the Porsche almost hit him as he was trying to get out of the way. And
so he had Lamborghini one side, he had KTM the other side and the Porsche behind him. At one stage, we were 4 wide across the track
at turn 8.
At turn 8, 9. Well, it can be done.
It can be done
Let
indeed.
me run through some race control messages. We've got another 10-second penalty. This time it's going to Century Motorsport and Adam Hadfield. Now, Adam, that's not to say Adam will have done all of the offences that's taken them to that 10 seconds, but he was the last one, and that was at turn 4. That's a 10-second penalty that's taken them over there. Excuse me, the infringement at turn 4 has taken them over their allotted minima and maxima rather, and the 10 seconds is their penalty next time they come in. Now, I just saw something about race control. Oh yes, track inspection outcome: avoid track limits at T20. Sharper edge.
Sharper edges.
Yes.
So there's a change.
Yeah. Let's get on with the racing and remind you of this 5.6 kilometres. Patrick Kolb in the 491 line speed came and goes down the inside at turn 1, runs all the way out and over the green. Motorcycle stay off this curb on the exit of turn 1. Now he's diving down towards turn number 2. Watch for the cones on the left hand side and the marker boards on the right. See where he brakes. He was about halfway down, loses the back end for a moment as he asked for traction, and he's gone way wide through turn 2. That's going to put him out of kilter for turn 3. He's dragged that back nicely, actually. Gets right the middle of the car, right over the curb at turns 4 and 5. That's a perfect line through there. Now into this section called Patience. I really like this. He's staying a little bit wider than some of the drivers we've seen, and only cutting to the inside when he sees the white edge of the red and white curb. He's gone very wide indeed in turn number 7. Well, I think that gets you on the power a wee bit earlier. Into the green at 8 and 9, and now coming up to turns 10 and 11, just off the top of a rise from turn 10 to 11. So again, making it difficult to spot your turning point in the apex. Now into the Pentagon. First apex, you can miss the second one. This is almost Nürburgring-esque. All the way out over the curb. I think that's another danger area for the tyres, by the way. Through 15, through 16, and do you know what? Other than a little bit of counter steer there when he just had to catch the back of the car, that was pretty much all one lock that he had on the steering wheel. But another big lose through turn number 18. He's got to be struggling with rear grip on that Cayman 718, and that's unusual. These cars don't have very many vices because they're mid-engine. The engine is very, very low. Flat 6 engine, of course, in these machines. 3.8 down towards turn 20, brakes just before the diamond cut section, and then turns in. Now let's see if he stays away from the edge of the track. Yes.
Yep.
You're all right on the red and white curbs with your right hand Cooks there, but go further over, Phil, and you're in danger.
You are indeed on that one. And just having a look at the GT4s at the moment, they're currently, with Lion Speed Racing, currently in 3rd position. Century Motors have dropped 1 position into 2nd, and it's Brett Strom in the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century BMW M4 GT4 taking the lead a few laps ago, just after they had to come in. The Century Motorsport team came in and fixed that loose fuel cap, and it did cost them the lead of that which they had led for the first hour. Coming up now, just under 3 hours have gone, John. How did that happen? It's been absolutely... There's always...
Where have the race gone, Phil?
There's so much going on. This is the same length track as we have at Dubai for the 24 hours. It's almost the same length. We've got 21 cars out there, and there's always a little bit of traffic happening. We've got the back markers, the lead cars. There's overtaking. People are starting to sort out, and I think we're seeing a couple of lines appear around the circuit now with the overtaking cars getting out of the way.
In some ways, I'm quite pleased that we have 21 cars. I don't think... I mean, I'm sure the organisers, CREVENTIC and the track would love us to have 50 cars here, but I'm not sure that I'd want to see 50 cars around here. Maybe 30, 35. I think that would be enough around here in the mixed category formats. Any more than that, and life would be life would get a little more fractious in
Yes.
that middle section between turns 3 out to, let's say, turn 19 actually, and that is half the track. That is half the track in distance, and probably more than half the track in time. So that's very, very interesting that we're seeing this race the way it is right now as we come up to, and indeed through, the 3-hour warning or 3-hour area of this track. Quarter of the race has gone. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. It's Phil Anson with me, John Hindhaugh, and you, whether you're here at the track or further afield, live in sound and vision. This is the 12 hours of Kuwait from Kuwait Motor Town. Hello to our technical team back in London, making sure this goes to the world. Thanks for their hard work. Tim Gray and his team. I think it's going to be Rob in the next section of the race. Coming up to just after noon in the UK, 1 o'clock in Europe on a Friday. Oh, sorry, you need me to talk a little quieter so you can stay listening at work. Sorry, is the boss there? 928 NKPP in very fetching dark grey stroke black. It's the car that we have seen for so many years, the same drivers, and at the moment it's Keith Bessam behind the wheel of that HRT performance car. So used to seeing that driver line up in touring cars down through the years, but now, like a number actually, Red Camel's done the same, of course, graduated up into a 992 Carrera Cup car, and just a moment or two ago, one of the Kuwaiti entered cars, that's the 929, with a big slide through the S's there, and that's not going to help the back tyres of Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi. Just going to show there, though, how people are pushing on. I was going to mention, Phil, we've seen the Carrera Cup cars down through the years in the 991.1s and 991.2s and now the 992s. Be consummate endurance cars, and they were never designed for that. I know that there's an endurance kit, including a bigger fuel tank, and such like the pneumatic jacks, better lights. You can have ABS on them as well, of course, if you want, and if you tick the box for that. But these are cars that were built to do 35, 40-minute races. It's quite unusual in IMSA, actually. We do 45-minute races. That's the longest Carrera Cup races now that they do. We used to do 50s before, but that's what they were built for, and yet we see them performing pretty much faultlessly right up to 24 hours.
Well, I'm going to mention a name, John, because they, in the 6-hour, yes, their cars on 1 and 2. That's Uber Racing, Christoph Uber.
Yeah.
Now, he is obviously races in Porsche Super Cup. He races in ADAC. He also races in the Porsche Cup the old Porsche Cup Middle East. And when I spoke with him about how did he transition, he goes, "We're sprint racers, but this car can do everything. This car does everything." So yeah, it's a very, very great piece of kit.
Unbreakable engine and gearbox normally as well. That's the thing that you think about. So it's actually quite cost-effective to run. You could say the same about TCR cars, Joe Bradley. They were built for 20, 25-minute sprints, but generally speaking, they've been pretty bulletproof in 24-hour racing. Although we have had some problems for the Wolf Power number 116. They had an outside chance of the championship coming in here. What's been going on down there?
Well, they're absolutely fine until something hits them, or they hit something.
Yeah, true.
And we've kind of gotten to the bottom of what this vibration might be. The guys have got the differential out, and they've dismantled the differential, and they're thinking that the gearbox and the differential is brand new for this weekend.
Oh.
However, they think that it might be a residue of that impact from earlier on, and they have now got the innards out of. They've got a ground wheel up and a vice, and they've got the actual differential out as well, and it's going to be very hard to check tolerances, and they're going to dismantle the differential and see just if there are any kind of slack bits, any teeth missing, any sort of even the edges of the teeth are important on things like gears and certainly on crown wheel and pinions in differentials. So that's what's happening now, and obviously it's a massive job. The differential they can dismantle whilst it stays in the car, and you can actually get the inside of the differential.
They're talking that up.
They're on the bench.
They're talking that up. They're not taking it apart. They're checking the torque on those diff bolts, and that's being tightened to a torque. That's not being slackened off.
Yeah, but
that's really interesting.
This is the bit they're putting it all back together after an inspection.
That's really interesting, isn't it?
Oh, driveline vibration. So many places it can come from.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, it's just, and especially a front-wheel drive car. It can be anything. So, well, they've got to take a punt.
Graduated back to rear-wheel drive now.
Exactly.
Honestly.
Yeah,
unnatural.
I could talk about my minis, but I won't.
Front-wheel drive, Joe Bradley, unnatural, particularly for racing cars. You raced Clios for quite a long time, and front-wheel drive touring cars, didn't you?
Hard to get my head around what you have to do with those things.
No, I know.
You know what? I'm not sure who actually said this, but the rear wheels, the rear axle on a front-wheel drive car is just to stop the rear bumper trailing the ground. And that's pretty much what it is.
Martin Haven,
Haven, was it?
The king of world touring cars. The rear wheels and the rear axle is to stop the bumper and the exhaust from scraping on the track. It's interestingly, of course, the world touring cars doesn't exist anymore, and part of that was because one of the teams was having big trouble with rear tyres. Interestingly, because we didn't see them race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife this year when we were there. However, a new touring car World Series, World Rankings coming. Marcello Lotti, the man at the head of WSC, for whom the TCR regulations, that he came up with the TCR regulations and the previous the World Touring Car regulations. And he's a very clever man. And watch out for news on that series. Coming up towards the end of this year and the beginning of next year. I had a really interesting chat with Neil Hudson on Midweek Motorsport, our Wednesday evening show in the UK, 3 or 4 weeks ago. He's the manager of the World Rankings, and there's going to be almost a World Cup final or a Super Bowl of touring cars from around the world at the end of next season. Keep an eye on that as these TCR cars continue to compete around the world in events such as the Hankook 24-hour series, designed for that. The Pilot Challenge in the States as well, of course, and some of those are up to and including 4 hours they're running at least twice a year. And these, I think the attraction of TCRs, Phil, is that they are factory manufacturer-built racing cars, and therefore they have a provenance, or if you buy them new, you get a works manual to go with them, and they have a resale value at the end of it.
They're a fantastic model. When they first came out, I sort of went, really? You're going to throw this out there? But it was accepted globally.
Yeah.
And that's what really threw me. We obviously run a few TCR cars in Dubai as well. And you've got the old DSG gearbox ones, and you've got various other incarnations. But the system, or the series as a whole for touring cars, has, in a place where I never thought it would be accepted in Australia, where we have more towards a Bent 8 type scenario. But you buy it as a race car out of the shop, and it comes with everything. And you go racing. You go racing straight away.
It's done for touring car racing on a global stage what GT4 and GT3 has done for endurance racing, for my money.
Yeah.
And that's where Marcello Lotti, who I have a lot of respect for, has been very clever with that. He's kept pretty close hold of what the manufacturers
on the 116
can do. The new Evo cars that are coming out are a little easier to work on, but they keep the prices in check.
Yep.
And at a little over 100,000 euros to buy a car and put it out there, it is a very cost-effective way to go racing, particularly long-distance racing. Joe Bradley is continuing to monitor the work. I guarantee you it'll have been all joke and do to stay away from getting a spanner out and helping there.
Well, my hands are dirty, I'll give you that. Yeah, I couldn't help it. I just had to touch the metal, the oily metal. The diff is broken. Long live the new diff. They're putting a new one in.
Wow.
And that was a new diff and gearbox for the race?
Yeah, they suspect that it's residue of an impact, yeah.
Right, so that was the quite hard hit that took out the radiator and some panels on that front clip.
Yeah, with the carcass of a tyre. Yeah.
It's enough. Very bad look. The bright orange and black number 701. This is the Vortex V8 Philippe Bonnel, sitting in third in GTX at the moment and 14th overall. What a great story Vortex is. We've seen them around these parts of the world for quite some time, competing in the Hankook 24 hours. Started off as silhouette cars that sort of resembled other manufacturers, and
we had the Donkervoort Sting as well. As well.
Well, if you remember, the first Vortex looked like had a BMW front end to it, and there was another one that looked like something else, sort of like Peugeot, rather like Mark Cars in Australia.
Yes.
But they've gone on to their own design, and this quite funky little coupe design, short tail. To me, coming from the northeast, I'm bound to say this, it looks like a sort of 21st century version of the old Clan Crusader. Very small, light.
Lost me there.
Wheelbase. It was, think of Darien and Davrians. That's what they came. You'll know what I'm talking about there. The KTM has gone a similar way. This is the new GTX, newish GTS, a little bit longer, a little bit wider, a little bit more aerodynamic at the back. There is a full house GT4 version of this using Audi engines that are mounted midships in those cars, and KTM and the people at the very top of KTM have been racing them. And, you know, it's my company, I'm going to go and race it.
Off you go.
KTM, obviously much better known for motorcycles. They now have taken in the Husqvarna brand as well, and still produce a variety of motorcycles for different areas of the world.
Yeah, now Jack Miller will be riding a KTM next season in MotoGP.
Yep. Interesting move from former Ducati man, Jack Miller.
Yes, I don't like him.
Miller the Thriller. Jack Miller the man when there are changeable conditions. He's always the first person to change tyres. So if it's wet and drying, Jack will be the first man on a full slick.
Do you remember that race where he was on the grid on his own?
Yes.
Because he was the only one who went out on the right tyre.
That's right. Everybody else peeled into the pits. Turn 4, if you're here, get yourself to turn 4, and there's some spots that you can take pictures there, because we're seeing, particularly the Porsches, as they're running out of rear tyre, just sliding through there. And the 909, the most recent one, that's Ivo Breukers, that's Dad, leading the 992 category. He's having a ball of a time. He's really decided to sharpen himself up. He's got both of his boys driving with him. He's lost a bit of weight. He's been in the gym. Very pleased with it as well. And as soon as I saw him, I said, "Hey, have you been in the gym?" Yeah, I have, he said. And sort of, yeah, I have. And you can still tell it's Evo, but he just looks like a sharper version of Evo.
And he's got to be quicker than the kids.
Well, you can feel that. There's definitely a bit of a friendly family rivalry in there. Down towards turn 1, just starting to see the shadows start to lengthen now. The sun's gone over the top,
and I'm gonna give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt here. That sun now is getting into his eyes as he's coming over that crest of turn 3. As we found out the other day, it's going to be an issue for these guys, and if you're new into the car, it's going to not hurt you.
Adam Hartfield just set a new overall best in GT4 in the Aston, the 429. 2 minutes 3.748. Some quite punitive penalties coming here. And for the QMF by HRT Sahel Qatar machine, exceeding the speed limit during the code 60. Now that's a sliding scale. 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Wow.
Minute and 4 seconds, and another time penalty. This is turn 4 track limits for the Rabdan Motorsport Enrico Fernando Fulgenzi. 10 seconds there, and in fact that's 2 in quick succession for the 979, because at turn 20 they've got a 10 seconds, so they've now got 20 seconds outstanding. Is that the 188 coming back in or going out, Joe?
The car's just come in, and it's caught the team out. The team just burst into action. I just happened to be standing here, and the team burst into action. Stefan Perrin has brought it in. James Kay came running out from the back of the garage, and he didn't quite have himself ready, just zipping up his overalls, putting his helmet on, grabbing his hands device. He was already across the other side of the car. He had to have his gloves thrown at him and his little cushion to help him out. So I'm not sure what the problem is, and as soon as Stefan gets his helmet off, we'll be asking the question as to, it was clearly not on schedule. It's clearly ahead of schedule because the team were just completely caught out by surprise.
Hello to Dave Alcock, who is tuned in and has tweeted at RSL_studio. Says, circuit designers have done a grand job here. Love the variety of turn radii, straights and the complex of corners. The elevation changes are a refreshing change from the bowling green flat tracks that we see so often. Well implemented and deployed here, he says. And hello to Adam Wareham as well. Good to know what you're doing. Let's go ahead with that then, Joe.
Stefan, that was clearly unscheduled. A problem?
No, we don't know what's happened. At the first corner, I hear one bang at the rear, and after the steering wheels is not online, it's a little bit at the right, and I prefer to go back in the pit for checking, but we don't know exactly at the moment what's happened exactly. And that's the new car, and you have not new parts for this car. It's very difficult. Okay.
Thank you, Stefan. So a problem with the handling of the car. I did see them bringing a rear hub out. It looks to me as though the car is now being jacked up, swiveled round. It's going to come into the garage. So whatever the problem is, it's going to need the car to be in the garage, and it's going to take a bit of time. Like I've always said, John, with these 12-hour races, doesn't matter what happens, it's always worth putting the car back together, because there's bad luck going to befall most of the competitors here over such a long distance. So you've just got to hope that you can repair whatever the problem is and get back out in quick succession and get back in the race.
EBR are leading in that blue, white and yellow new colour scheme for that Cupra.
They inherited that lead because the car in the pits, the AC Motorsport, were leading the TCR class, and they lost that as they came into the pits.
Just a quick update. Somebody was asking earlier on about the 992 fight in the Continents Trophy. HRT, the 929 car, 3 points ahead of Red Camel's 909, and the second of the QMMF HRT cars, 928, 10 points further back in the championship of the continents. So that's how it stands here. So Red Ant not playing a part in that. I presume, Phil, that's because Red Ant weren't at, I haven't got the full list here, weren't at I didn't score well at the 24 Hours of Dubai. That's why Red Ant weren't in the running in 9-9. He's just getting his GT3 spec out there.
Sorry, I've just got to shuffle my papers. Sorry, Tim.
The word, missus.
Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at what we have here.
Oh, yeah, it's got GT. So 992, yeah, HRT. Oh, Red Ant aren't here, yeah. So it's HRT from Red Camel. So Red Ant are on 45 points, the same points as Red Camel. But Red Ant, Bert and the team, Red Ant haven't come here.
They haven't come here,
so there's the answer to that question. But it is the HRT team that are leading by that scant margin at the moment. Hello, if you are just joining us. We've still got 8.5 hours to go. And about, what is it, coming up to 3:30 now. It's about 90 minutes before it's going to be noticeably dark, I reckon. Oh, spin at the final corner. And that's the 47 Team Kuwait by MRS GT. Mohammed Al-Kazemi. Now he'll be
running third, yeah.
Running third in category and overall. And in fact, I think was just about to be lapped by Jester Hankook in the second place car.
Well, he's been able to turn it around and get back into the pits. So, obviously,
Mohammed did he?
Yeah, he's just come into the pit lane. That's very clever, very well done. He may have flat spotted the tyres there.
Now the question is then, what is he? His pit is right at pit out, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that'll be a
long run down.
That'll be a long way for Joe to get to.
Joe's ankle's in good conditions. I'm worried about Nick's at the moment.
He's fine. I think it was just a little bit over exuberance with the rear tyres. Maybe went in a little bit quick actually into turn 10.
Yeah.
And as good as the Hankook tyres are,
well, they all have grip limits.
Yeah. Laws of physics, I think.
Yes.
You know,
especially with a Porsche.
Yes, well, there is the moments of polar inertia, aren't there, with a Porsche?
Porsche physics are completely different to every other race car physics. I can't drive them.
You get used to them.
You do. You do indeed.
You do get used to them. And there's times when you are very, very happy to have that traction at the back. Greasy surfaces, bad road conditions, they are super planted.
However, I thought that my lift-off to oversteer when I was racing my Clio 102 Cup car was very similar to the lift-off oversteer you get in a Porsche.
I'm sure.
Turn 15 at Dubai, coming up over the hill there. You lift out of there, slower traffic in front of you. It's going to do exactly the same thing.
It's been a very good stop by Team Kuwait by MRS. They're just finishing putting the new Hankook tyres on, and that car will be dropped. And they've just about got enough lock to squeeze out and into the pit lane. So it's hard left and then straight back. They could almost stretch into their pit, actually. That's not allowed, obviously, because we don't do fueling in the pit. Coming down to that 8.5 hour mark with another half hour of racing having been completed. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch.
Shane Lewis still leading the way in the CP Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT3. Around about 2 minutes now from Jesse Van Gogh in the Team GP Elite Porsche 911 and also in the GT3 category. But Shane Lewis in CP Racing running in the AM category of that one. Then it's the veritable KTM Crossbow GTX up in third position. Just inheriting that due to that spin from the 47 car, which is now down in the fuel bay. So moving up into the top three for that one. 47 stays in fourth position. They've got quite a lead over the 955, which is Sergio Nicolai in the Willy Motorsports by Eben Motors in their class, leading the 992 category at the moment, but only 4 seconds ahead of Ivo Brokers in the 909 Red Camel Jordan 6 overall. Good class battles going on out there, John. I mean, we're over 3 hours in now, and they're fighting tooth and nail. This circuit is lending itself to great racing. It's something we really didn't touch on when we were driving around it, but we didn't know how it would race. And there's a lot of, if your car is good in one place and not good in another, you can get away with it slightly, but you can't be too far off. And I reckon, given the limited amount of time that everybody's had to get a setup in their car, they've done a remarkable job to keep the classes very close together. Everybody's sort of gone down the same road, I think.
Yeah. A bit of sensible driving as well, to be honest.
True. And car preservation. It is a 12-hour race. You know, you got to make it to the end. And as the 47 heads out of the pits now, drops down to 6th overall, and 3rd and 7th now in overall, and 3rd in the GT3 category. And no tyres, straight to fuel.
That was interesting.
Yeah. I thought they'd take tyres. He did lock up.
On the 47?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they did take tyres.
They did take tyres, okay.
Yeah, they did take tyres. Definitely. It was stationary in its pit box for a wee while. And then it had to do that little wiggle to get through. It looks like there's been a bit of damage on just ahead of the right rear wheel. So we can get a better look at that. Or is that just part of the livery? I thought there was a bit of white tape on there. It might just be part of the livery, actually. Yes, it is. It's now coming through the S's into the Pentagon. Really good part of the circuit. Aston Martin in and taking the penalty. That was the track limits penalty that they had. Track limits infringement issued for the 979. So they've just racked up 40 seconds of penalties. The Aston has served its 10-second penalty. Also, we've got the 159. I have to say I missed that one. That's the BBR leading TCR car. That's a 10-second penalty for 6 offences.
Race leader in to the pits, Shane Lewis, on lap 97, almost 100 laps here. Into the penalty box, gets his penalty out of the way and heads on down. Let's have a look at his stint time at the moment.
Going straight to fuel.
Yeah, he's going straight to fuel. Thank you, Joe. And get that penalty out of the way.
8.5 hours still to go. It's 3.5 gone. It's live motor racing in December. How good is this? With a beautiful temperature still over 20 degrees. Kuwait Motor Town, the venue for the first ever 12 Hours of Kuwait as part of the CREVENTIC 24-hour series and the brand new Trophy of the Middle East. Let's head down to Joe Bradley, who's in pit lane.
Yeah, we've got the Aston in, as you guys described, the 429 numbered car, and there's a little bit of a problem with where the air jack goes into the back of the car. It was a bit loose, and I think it might still be loose. The man at the back of the car is one Graham Leslie, son of the legend that is David Leslie.
Thank you very much indeed.
He's been working on Aston Martins for Aston Martin Racing for many, many years, hasn't he?
I was dashing out of the catering yesterday, maybe, and I thought I saw Graham there, and I wasn't sure. And by the time I got back, he'd gone. So good to see the Leslie name still in motorsport. Fast David Leslie.
Graham's fixed it, and it's back out. So the Aston wasn't delayed too much, and it's back out into the race. I think it had a driver change there, if I'm not wrong.
What car number was that, Joe? Sorry?
429.
429. That was the Aston. That came in with Adam Hatfield at the wheel. I shall tell you if it's still Adam behind the wheel.
I'm not sure, because by the time I got down here, the tyres were on, the car was ready to come off the jacks, and all that was being done is the repair to the air jack fix. So I'm not sure if it did actually have a driver change.
I can't see it from here, but it'll trip the driver ID.
We've got a Leipert pit stop due any second, and Karong Lee will be so happy to actually get at the wheel of this car under race conditions, won't he? He's already suited and booted and be taking over from Jean-Francois Bruno very shortly. I'll give you a shout when that car appears.
Thank you, Joe. As our race leader, we're getting close to the 100 lap mark here in Kuwait. It's the first time we're going to get to 100 laps at an international event at this circuit. And what a circuit it is. Current race leader Shane Lewis in the CP Racing down in the fuel bay at the moment. And 32, the Porsche 911 from GP Elite in second. And then the KTM Crossbow in third, outright leading GGX.
Bradley has the bright green and black number 710 from 11th position overall. The late arrival, but actually doing very nicely, thank you very much. Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Jean-Francois Bruno getting out and Karong Lee getting in, Joe. That pit stop ongoing. New set of tyres. Also coming in is the
32, I think that is.
It is indeed. They had just inherited the lead when Shane Lewis came in, so that's Jesse Van Kruyk coming in there, and they've gone past their pit stall, Joe.
I'm with the 710, John. Very busy down here for some reason. GP Elite have, they're going to block off the Leipert car. The Leipert car, so the GP Elite car, the 32 Porsche, comes in, then it's pushed back literally onto the nose of the Leipert Lamborghini, which now has to be pushed back and had plenty of space to get out until those pesky GP Elite boys push that orange Porsche back. Now Karong Lee gets underway. So fresh tyres. Just going to have a look at the rear tyre wear on this car, especially the inside edge. And you know what? That looks pretty good. GF's done a good job in the way that he's driven that car to just looking at the tread, and it's looking pretty evenly worn across the full face of the tread. When GF gets his helmet off, and he has, in fact, I'm going to get a very hot and sweaty Francois Bruno.
Just to square the circle,
short moment.
Just to square the circle on that, the Century Motorsport car, the Aston, the 429, did take a private driver change. It's Bradley Ellis that took over that car.
Right, splendid. That was, because Brad's been sat there all afternoon and now he's not on his chair, so I should have deduced that one. I'm just going to dive in and drag Jean-Francois Bruno out for a quick update from him. He'll be happy to get. Come with me, GF. Let's have a talk in the sunshine. Now, we spoke to GF on the grid, I think. Didn't Nick speak to GF? I've got to say, mate, I am delighted to see you climbing out of a car under race conditions. You must be happy just to get that one in the bag, are you?
Yeah, it's needless to say the first few laps were quite exploratory in nature. But now found the pace. You know, the car's running strong, and we're in the fight for the podium. I think we're P2 currently. I had one puncture. I know there have been numerous punctures. Right rear seems to be the culprit. I was eating a lot of curb, so I might be responsible for that one. But yeah, on the inside shoulder of the right rear. The GT3 Lamborghini had 3, I think, and then a couple of Porsches as well. So.
Yeah, there was a lot of action actually while you've been in the car. Now, you did an absolutely outstanding job in getting that car back with that damaged tyre. We described what you were doing, but give our viewers and listeners a bit of an insight as to what's going through your mind when you know the car's got a puncture and you must be, you feel like you're stopped out there, don't you?
Yeah, well, first, number one rule is do no harm. So, you don't want to do any more damage because that rubber can, a lot of people want to get back to the pits because it's excruciatingly slow, right? And cars are flying by and the clock's ticking, and so you're under pressure to get there. But if you start beating the inside, you start breaking aero components, you can rip wires out, ABS wires, you can do all kinds of damage. So the idea is to try and keep the carcass on the rim, right? So it kind of cushions everything. So when you change directions, you got to be careful just to baby it, easy on throttle, and then just there's a certain speed that you absolutely do not want to go over to get the car back. The most interesting part, which surely wakes you up, is when I had the failure happen in the brake zone. I was coming, I think I was 275 when all of a sudden I felt her going. I was like, gosh, but
You've probably not noticed, because as a racing driver, it's best not to. There's not much runoff down there.
So I sort of knew, I had a feeling something was coming. So I call it stupid, but I still kept my foot in it. I felt coming out of the last corner, right rear was very loose, and I wasn't sure maybe it was pickup because there's a lot of sand, there's a lot of clag, rubber buildup. So if you go offline just a little bit, next couple corners, the car won't stop, won't turn. So I was on the fence. Maybe I dropped a wheel a little bit because I just passed the car, but I was cautious in turn one because losing a tire in turn one can be very ugly. And so, it kind of felt a little waggy. And then, I still kept my foot in it, got to the brakes, and I started feeling like, oh, here it comes.
I've got to say, when those tyres came off, I had a little quick look, and looks like you've sorted your driving out, and you've stayed off the curbs, because those rear tyres look in good shape.
Yeah, well, and on top of it, I made a couple of passes that I probably shouldn't have made, and there was a couple of track limit infringements, and they called me on track limits as well. So unfortunately, a lot of the work I did out there, I'm going to lose. We're a team we're going to end up paying for with track limit infringement. I think we've got a 10-second penalty, stop and go.
You wouldn't be a racing driver if you didn't ping the odd track limits, mate. Well done, mate. I'm glad to see you out there. Tactic for the rest of the race, how are you going about it?
I'm sorry?
What's the tactic for the rest of this race? Still a long way to go.
The tactic, is it? First you must finish, so keep the car safe, finish. We're working on a set pace, so we've got a set lap time and that the car likes, that the tire likes, and based on what the other cars around us are doing. So that's basically the tactic right now, is kind of the metronome.
Absolutely, good analogy. Thanks, Jeff.
Just over 10 minutes ago when he got his track limits time penalty, and it is indeed 10 seconds. We've got the Lion Speed Porsche going a little bit slower than I would like to see it. That's the Cayman and the 491 with Patrick Kolb at the wheel, and I'm gonna hazard a guess this is a right rear tyre issue. He's driving very slowly. He's got a little bit of right lock into that Cayman 718.
A lot of vibration there on the belt in the middle.
Where is he? Oh, he's nearly at the pits, isn't he?
Yeah,
so he's coming down to turn 20 now.
Just coming under the 12-hour Kuwait gantry on the way in, staying right off of the circuit. Once again, great courtesy shown, not throwing any rubbish up onto the circuit, but also driving at a pace, as JF said, to preserve the car. Don't do any damage. Really, really important.
Yeah, I like the Hippocratic Oath way of driving. First, do no harm.
Do no harm, indeed.
Very good.
Yeah.
Into the pit lane then for Patrick Kolb. He's into the pit lane off the circuit. He's not yet on the pit lane speed limiter part of the track. He can make so much time up coming in and out of this pit lane. Now he's on the pit lane speed limiter, and 491 doesn't have any outstanding penalties, so there's no need for him to have to make that decision. It sounds to me as though the Leipzig guys are waiting to see if there's a full course 60, full course purple, and see if they can get rid of that 10-second penalty and burn a little less time.
You were right, John. That right rear is gone. So some more trips over that curb at turn 20. Possibly the resultant action, driver change going on, as I think the teams now have got themselves into the right rhythm of telling the drivers this is where you have to be. And as JF said, they've got a set lap time that they're going to stick to the entire time that they're out there, that looks after the car and looks after the tyres. And it's taken us almost 4 hours into the race for the strategies to really start to play out inside the teams themselves.
Little crowd beginning to gather in this huge grandstand. It is nearly 7,500 seats, and I'm not going to suggest that that's filling up at all, but a steady stream of people have been coming in since just before the start, and we've got nice to see some families here with some youngsters, some pushchair strollers as well, so for some very little ones, all with ear protection, which is nice to see, and some slightly older children as well. quite a lot of people as amateur photographers here, I notice as well. Not with the photo bibs on, but at least seeing what is going on as into the pit lane. We're coming round to another set of fuel stops and tyre stops, and indeed in from 5th position, HRT, Geese Bessem, and the 928 Porsche. Joe Bradley is watching what looks to be, Joe, a fairly standard tyre and driver change.
Very standard, John. Geese Bessem getting out his good friend Harry Hilders. It wasn't so long ago that these guys had the record of doing every single Creventic event, and I think that was the up until the pre-COVID years, or up until the COVID year, that is. But they've been a big part of the Creventic series, the 24-hour series, and even before it was a series, they were part of the Dubai 24 Hours all those years ago as teammates. And the NKPP is their business. And with Harry Hilders now at the wheel, smoke billowing from the front wheel arch. That's just the heat of the brakes. It start billowing. You can sometimes see that brake dispersed into flames. Always great to have a chat to Geese Bessem, and I think that's what we'll do. We'll give Geese a chance to get a drink of water and cool off and get his helmet off, and then we'll dive in and have our first chat of the race.
There's still some pace out there, undoubtedly, at the moment, Phil, because Yassir Van Kuik, excuse me, has just put a new fastest lap of the race in on 53 flat.
We were in the 52s for qualifying, John.
Yeah, that is barely a second away from qualifying,
and that's 101 laps in.
Yeah.
So rubber going down on the track, so the track's gone from green into a usable state now after nearly 4 hours of running. Everybody understanding that you can't use all the curbs anymore, so all the drivers now changing their style slightly. We see lesser of the right rear issues than we saw in the first 3 hours. And as JF said, now we know what we need to do. Here's our lap time that looks after the car and the tyres. Off we go, and up and down pit lane. They'll be doing exactly the same thing. The 450 car with Brett Strom at the wheel, currently leading the GT4 category. Good battle going on in the GT4s at the moment, with various different makes, the Aston Martin and the Porsche Cayman and the BMW, and Joe's down there in pit lane.
Yeah, guys and I are just reminiscing. Just put your Hankook tyre sticker. That's off his seatbelt. You've been working hard there, my friend. That's salt. That's sweat.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a sport, eh? It's not billiards or something, or no, snooker. This is racing. I mean, I want to get out sweaty, being happy, and that's what Creventic gave me. I'm happy again. So, what else? I'm the most happiest guy in the world, and we're doing okay. Harry's going out now. I don't know, which number are we in the class?
I'm not sure. You're third in the class, yeah. That's a good place to be at this stage.
That's a good place to be. It's an old saying. The race starts after 11 hours, so we're just hanging in there, and then the last hour in the night will be the finish, and then we will come up, I hope.
Good friends with the driver in the car now, Harry Hilders. You've been racing for a long time, guys. Give us an idea. How did you guys get together?
Well, we had a friend. We sponsored his racing team. And then halfway through the season, he said, well, I'm quitting. And then we said, well, we already paid for it. So let's get our driver's license. So we got our driver's license. And then we started with the DNRT for the first race in Dubai with the Seat diesels. And we couldn't race at all, but then we were hooked. So now we're probably racing, 17 years, 18 years? And Creventic going bigger and bigger and bigger. And Martin, the race director, left, and Jeroen took over. Yeah, we've seen it, we've done it, and we know we love this game. And we love the atmosphere, it's friendly, it's amateurs mixed with pros. So you can weigh your strength against the pros, and sometimes we win, as we did in Dubai.
Wouldn't be a 24-hour series race without Geese Bessem and Harry Hilders. It's gonna go dark quite shortly within the next couple of hours. Do you think the track will change much? We haven't had much running in the dark.
Well, we had yesterday, and the track itself is very well eliminated. So I don't think you will see any drop-off in lap times. It's a very, very technical but good job. But if you do the same thing every lap, then you might finish. And that's the trick. And in the dark, the track stays the same. Just look at your clipping points and what you do with your throttle. Don't do stupid things.
Thanks, guys. I'll let you go and cool off. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Sage words.
I wanted to take a beer, but we're in.
Sage words from Guy Spessums there, down in the pit lane, about the driving. And he's right, you know, blind corners and driving in the dark, it hasn't changed from the last time that you were there. Of course, unless you're on the Nordschleife and there's been a plague of locusts, snowstorm, and 3 different seasons that have passed by in the 8 minutes or so since you were last at that particular corner. But he's spot on there, and that's a really, really educated way to go racing.
It is, because, you know, everybody says about night racing, and we ask the question quite often at Dubai for the same thing. The track does not change. The track it doesn't move. The track conditions change. And what I think we'll see here, John, as we saw last night, this track will get faster in the evening. Okay, because and a couple of the drivers have said when they've been interviewed down in pit lane, they think the tyres are going to get better in the evening, and just for what they're feeling in the car.
And let's not forget that this circuit, although it is a focal point for the emerging local motorsport culture, it's not being used 6 or 7 days a week, just like some European circuits. It's not being used 2 or 3 days every week, and it's certainly not being raced on every weekend. And therefore, it was a pretty green surface. When the drivers say that, they don't mean that in colour. They mean that it's not as grippy as it could be. Here's the GT4 RHC Jurgensen Strom car, and that was Brett Strom bringing it in from the lead in GT4. This is the 450 BMW, Joe.
Yeah, it's straightforward pit stop, it looks like. Century Motorsport going to work. Remember, not just one wheel locking nut on these wheels on these GT4 cars. It's a 5-stud pattern, so it's real NASCAR style when you hear the guns go in and brr, 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 brr.
Not NASCAR style anymore, mate. They've got a single.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Why would they do that?
The next generation
there was
cars
something
got
special.
a single nut.
There's something special about that.
All right, I'm going to test your anorak knowledge here, mate. She's the only current GT4 car that has a centre lock nut.
Isn't it a Porsche Cayman?
No.
Ah, right. Okay. What is it then?
Bradley doesn't know something.
Are you going to tell me, or?
It's the McLaren.
Ah, of course it would be the McLaren.
Rob was typing that, even as I was saying. I know he was. He's going to. It actually led to a change in regulations in IMSA. They only give it. They only give it 2 wheel guns rather than. Sorry, 1 wheel gun rather than 2 in IMSA competition.
I've got Brett Strom with me.
Let's have a word with Brett.
I'm sure Brett is not interested in wheel nut configurations. Brett, how was that, mate? What is this car like to drive out there?
We apparently nailed the setup on it because I was running my fastest laps at the end of the stint, which I frankly couldn't believe. This track is really fun. I think part of it was me actually finally learning the track all the way. But yeah, I was getting close to qualifying times at the end there for what we ran. I don't know, the Hankooks seem to work really well here, and the track is like, there's not a ton of cars here, so there's not as much traffic, of course, but the track makes up for that because it's like, it's a challenge, so it's fun.
So you're not the quickest car here, and you're not the slowest car here, so it must be very busy from that aspect.
Yeah, it's, some of the faster cars are not super well driven sometimes. So they'll pass you and then you brake in the next corner and all of a sudden you're almost taking them out. So that's interesting, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're not in one of the M2s because they're getting overtaken quite quickly. But some of the GT3 cars are very well driven, so you're suddenly like, whoa, there's a car all over me. But yeah, it seems like you're because there's not a ton of cars and it's a huge track, so you're really focused on like getting every 10th, and suddenly there's a GT3 car on you. So I'm used to like Dubai where it's just like car. But yeah, I mean, I had a ton of fun, so this is cool.
That must be refreshing not to have that constant. You can actually focus on what you're doing, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's different for sure. I mean, I love endurance racing because there's so many different speeds of cars, and keeping a consistent lap time while passing the slowest cars and getting passed by the sometimes you get slowed down much by getting passed by the fast cars. So that in itself is what makes endurance racing fun a lot of the time, beyond the whole team aspect. But this one's different. I mean, the track is so technical here. There's a lot of spots where there's just a teeny bit of camber here, teeny bit of camber there. So if you don't place the car perfectly, you're suddenly sliding across track, and so that makes a lot of fun.
So with the quickest lap times coming at the end of the stint, does that kind of lend itself to thinking about double stinting tyres?
Yeah, I mean, they were going off. I was driving it as hard as I could, and I had gotten some gas during the Code 60, so I was close to my max drive time anyway. So in that case, no, I don't think we would. But if we came in at, an hour, then yeah, maybe we just quick driver change. So our team is really quick on the tires. So other than, the cost of the tires, we don't really lose much. The driver change is near the same time as the tire change. So. And I like new tires. So.
Is your stints fuel limited then, is it? How long is that?
We're doing, I think, 70. I got to check with him since this was my first stint, but I think it's about 70 minutes on 110 liters. So, yeah, that car's pretty thirsty. I mean, we make some of our time in straight line speed. So.
That's almost your 2-hour limit for driver, being driver limited, so it works well.
Yeah, so if we get a Code 60, if we can get in with a Code 60 fuel and then a full fuel, then it's max drive time. So, but yeah, I mean, I was a little worried that, again, it's a big track with not as many cars. So I was nervous that it'd be like, okay, I'm driving around, but I had fun. It was cool.
You look like you have. You've never stopped smiling since you got out of the car. Great to speak to you, Brett. I look forward to talking to you later on the race. Look forward to talking to you later on.
Oh, sorry, say that again?
I said I look forward to you talking to you later on. I bet you're still smiling.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Thanks, guys.
Let's from the BMW GT4 car. Came in out of the lead, and his teammate now in that car in the fueling area. He's coming up to complete another 2 hours of racing, and we'll give you a full rundown for those of you watching and listening. With this race now thankfully settling into a bit of a rhythm. I like to keep up to date with what's going on the penalties. We've had a 40-second slew of penalties. Rabdan Motorsport, the 992 Porsche 979, having just been served. Oh no, actually there was 40 seconds. The 74-second penalty that the 930 has got, that's another Porsche. That is still outstanding. And also the Lippert Lamborghini has a 10-second penalty outstanding, as has the 159. Is that against that? Yes, it is. The 159, that is the BBR TCR car. And I think that's the only ones that are still outstanding. Yes, it is. Everything else has been served. And again, the reason I'm doing that is just to keep it in my own mind as much as anything else, Phil, for when we get down to the closing stages, indeed, of the races. Now, you've got 2 hours from the assessment of the penalty to getting it served, so that it doesn't mean you've got to break off, and you can come into the pit lane and do other things at the same time. Two very, very important things to note on the penalty system here in Hankook 24 Hours Racing.
And towards the end of the race, John, the thing that happens is fatigue. And that plays
for everybody.
For everybody. And that can compromise the driver can make mistakes, the pit crew can make mistakes, etc., etc. They've been out, everybody's been up since we had breakfast this morning at 8 o'clock with all the drivers, and so everybody's going to be up for 18 hours by the time you get to the end of this race. So fatigue will play a factor, I think, in the last 4 hours. Even though you have a lot of adrenaline in the driver's seat, the guys who are sitting down there in the pit boxes at the moment, by the time we get to that end, motivation to get it done and not make a mistake is very, very high. But it's the nature of the beast. It's just the way endurance racing is. That's why it is so good. And the Car 47 has just been issued a 10-second time penalty, just as you finished talking about time penalties. We got that one for the number 47 car, and that's Mohammed Al-Kazemi in the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing Porsche 911, running third in the GT3 category at the moment. And they will serve that penalty when they come back in.
That's the voice of Phil Anson, who you'll remember was with us at Dubai earlier in the year. Already getting geared up for that, been talking to a number of the teams here about their plans. Around about 65 entries at the moment for that, which is a manageable number. And interestingly, talking to CREVENTIC, a few teams saying 65. Oh, I might. Would you take a second entry from us on that? And that's very interesting, that, Phil.
It is. I mean, we've been there, John, obviously, when we had over 100 cars, and you're always...
I think we started 98 one year.
Yeah,
I don't think we've ever started into the three.
We lost a few in the practice,
yeah.
That's right. We had 104, I think, on the entry list, and we lost a few in the preceding days. So it was 98. But for that circuit and the way the circuit is, 70 to 75, talking to the people who run the circuit, are saying that's probably the sweet spot for what we have now. Remember, back in those days, we had Clio Cup cars running around and all that. Now we've got, and we had differential speed of over 100 kilometres an hour down into the braking zone at turn 10.
Yeah.
So that has sort of gone away now with the TCE category being a quicker car overall.
Yeah.
So we don't sort of have those differentials that we had before. But yeah, I'd say 70, 75 cars, and then put another 30 down at Yas.
Oh, hello. That's the next two rounds of the Middle East Trophy. This being the first. This is a crossover race ending off the 2022 season and effectively starting the 2023 season as well for the Middle East Trophy. Dubai, and then the week after the 6 hours at Yas Marine, the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. Three very interesting circuits. So that's another 2 hours of racing completed. We are 4 hours in, a third of the race have been completed. Here's how things stand, and we'll start with TCE this time. Compact field of 5 cars. It's still the championship leaders in the Champion of the Continent standings that are ahead. Tanart Sathiyin Thirakul, who's behind the wheel of their Leon competition, having completed a impressive 104 laps. They are ahead by some margin of the next TCR car, because both the 188 AC Motorsport machine and the Wolf Power Racing car have both had problems. Impact with the tyre carcass for one of those cars. So the two BMWs are second and third in TCE at the moment, and it's the 332 from the 331. In the overall and in GP, again, it's a championship leader who's at the top of the standings, and CP Racing's Shane Lewis has managed to pull out a full lap now on the rest of the field. So Shane has had the hammer down since he got into the car. Jesse van Kuik is in the Team GP Elite Porsche in second. That's the number 32 yellow and white car. No connection with Jos Verstappen or Max Verstappen, that car, other than the orange colour. 909 is the best of the Porsches, and that's Red Camel Jordans. That's another orange car. Then in fourth position, the third GT3 machine is the Team Kuwait machine, the MRS GT car. Mohammed El Kazemi is driving that car at the moment. Haythan Kwarajuli in the 714. That's another class leader, the GDS Razan Mordan Racing Crossbow in 6th overall, in 5th overall, excuse me. 6th is down to what? 6th down to 9th is a raft of 992 cars. Willie Motorsports by EB Motors, QMFF by HRT, Thuraya Kuwait, Qatar, excuse me, and the 928 HR Performance Machine, HRT Performance Machine comes up next. 9th, QMF by HRT, Sohail, Qatar. In the pits at the moment, the TCR leader in 10th position. So we go down a little bit further to Lion Speed and the GT4 car. So it's 14th for Century Motorsport. They lead GT4 at the moment by about a minute and a half from the BMW and then the Porsche. Plenty of variety there in GT4. Nice to see the 3 different sections. ARC Bratislava fighting back as the Light, but both Lamborghinis with right rear tyre problems early on, multiply so for both of those cars. Not happy. It's Matej who's behind the wheel at the moment, and that's how we stand after 8 hours. Another time penalty coming in, and it's a second. It is the time penalty being served, in fact, by the BBR team as Tanner Kim into the pit lane that time. Wolf Power with problems. Oh, and the bonnet has sprung loose, or they've had some contact. That car has had no luck but bad luck, and it's Yasmin Preissig again behind the wheels. Vibration problem earlier on, then they hit issues with debris from another car, and now it looks like it's the driver's side that's popped up the most as well, Phil, there. Well, Yasmin extremely experienced. She's quite a slight figure and does not sit up very high in the car anyway, so I'm not sure what she's going to be able to see. She's almost going to have to be driving through the side windows.
She's just about to hit pit entry right now. She's at turn 20.
How has that popped up?
It's very strange, isn't it?
It's popped up on the hinges at the back of that.
As the clamp failed?
Well, it's got the fasteners at the front. Nick Damon has just taken over down in the pit lane, so he'll be on his way to Wolf. Oh, it sounds like he's already there, Nick. You've beaten me to it.
Oh, you can hear me good, because I face my cameraman, so that's the only slight problem. Yeah, that's the car. I was going to say, oh yes, the Wolf Powers car's gone out. That's a major failure of the clipping system. They've obviously just done a big amount of work to replace the diff, and they put the bonnet back on again, small amount of tape, and it just pinged up on the gas against it. Absolutely nothing you can do about it. They're now leaning back again. The other, one of the other TCR car come in, the BBR come in to service. Car was in, and that was actually right rear problem, not tyre problem, a right rear hub and brake issue. So that was in the pits for a few minutes with James Kay on board, but that's now left again, probably a loss of 2 or 3 laps.
Spin out on the circuit, thank you, Nick. For Porsche number 929, Abdullah Al-Abzi. 4-way flashes on there. Now that, I think, is coming out to turn 20, but he's got a long... Oh, no, it's not. My apologies. Wrong part of the track entirely. So, where's that on the circuit? That is turn 1, is it? Wow, so that's a high-speed track. The long lens really cuts down the run. Thank you, Fabian. Last corner, 20. Right, okay, coming out at 20. I have to say that's where I thought it was in the first place, and I talked myself out of it. 4-way flashes came on there for the 929, Abdullah Al-Abzi. Well, that's a name as well that you'll be familiar with if you've watched motor racing out here, Phil, and you have seen plenty of it.
Indeed, I have, John. That sun is just getting into that position right now where it's right in the driver's eyes, right through turn 4 and around that area. But there is a little bit of cloud on the horizon, which may help them as we get towards dark here. 4:05 local time. We've got about 35 minutes. You can see that sun right there as he comes around turn 18 and 19. And it just really off-putting because you've got that swap over between natural light and track light where your headlights aren't quite efficient enough as the vortex is in the pits as well.
Official sunset here, 11 minutes before, 11 minutes before 5. 11 minutes before 5. So we're, 50 minutes away.
Yep, indeed. And
40 minutes away, sorry.
40 minutes away.
And it gets, for people who haven't been around here, there's no lingering twilight here, Phil, is there?
It's a light switch, John. It's a light switch. You just walk to the door and off you go. Click, and there you go. Day, night.
No romanticism of the lingering slider. I've sat in the Intercontinental Festival City at the end of a day when we're up there for the Dubai 24 hours and taking video from my phone, and if you in the right place, you can actually see the sun moving down behind the buildings on the strip, as it were, at Dubai, and it's exactly the same in this part of the world.
It's a very interesting scenario. The reason we don't have that is because we're very close to the equator, so the sun doesn't have a lot of atmosphere to go through like it does further north, UK and Europe, where the further north you get the refraction off of the layers. Towards the equator, it is what we have right here, a light switch. It does go a lovely shade of amber for 83 seconds, and then it's dark. Just having a look, the 979 just had a huge moment at turn 15 on the entrance there, just where you tap the brakes. The back end really came around on it as it's making its way through now. But with the Red Camel Jordan's team coming into the pits and now on its outlap 909, that's allowed the 714 and 955, the KTM and the Porsche, to move up into 4th and 5th outright. CP Racing and Shane Lewis at the wheel in the GT3 AM category, still leading on 116 laps. Around about 2 seconds up on the Team GP Elite. Now, they've been battling for the lead now for probably the last couple of hours on that, with that gap, and it's all about the pit stop strategy playing into that. Where we have the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, the 47 car, in 3rd position. The KTM Crossbow not out of the top 5 since about for the first 3 hours, doing a very good job. That's Haytham Karajouli at the wheel for that one. Haytham put that car on pole last night with a great lap, with his last lap as well. A local Kuwaiti, and he's doing very well. We had a great chat with him down on the grid and in the pits earlier on today, and he's comfortable out there in 4th position. Sabino D. Castro at the wheel of the 955. Willie Motorsports by Ebden, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, running first in the 992 category, followed by Rick Breukers in the 909, the Red Camel Jordan's car, and Abdullah Al Abasi in the QMF by HRT Thuraya Qatar, running behind them, and then Harry Hilders, who has inherited that car, running 2nd now in the 992 AM category.
At RSL_studio, hello to Blur Fiend, working hard on Porsches over in the US, watching and listening, and filling this workshop with the sounds of race cars from Kuwait. The marvels of modern technology. And hello to Ian McCarthy as well, and to Robert Jewell, who liked my comment about the Clan Crusader with the Hillman Imp engine as well early on. Yes, you see, there's some of us who remember old cars. Clan Crusaders that were built in Washington in what was, well, then I suppose it would have been Tyne and Wear, County Durham, I nearly said there. And they had a deal with the local development corporation that when they built a new road, before it was tarmacked over, so it still had the Dolomite top, they could go and test the rally versions on it without having to hire Forestry Commission. Nick Damon, welcome back to the pits.
Yeah, I'm kind of half high. So just to make sure we're going to hit. When I take this back in the pits again, unfortunately.
Which one? Oh, right, yes.
Quite sure the problem. Stefan Perez. Is it a vibration, or is it a problem that's causing worse issues than that?
We don't know exactly. I don't feel the same vibration. It seems to not be the same problem. We check. We don't know. Sorry.
That worst thing of all, where you have a problem, it's causing you a problem, but you don't know what the actual problem is or how to fix the actual problem. They've worked on both sides of the left-hand side of the car here, John. Also, the Wolf Power car's been. They appear to have fixed the bonnet issue, which is a weird one because it's actually not leveraged from the front, but they're now kind of wandering around looking perplexed at the front right of the car, which is a bit odd because they just fixed that. So I don't know whether they in all the repairs they've done, they've broken something else.
I don't understand how the back edge of the bonnet popped up, because as you said, it was pushed up on the hydraulic struts, but there are hinges there. It's not as if it's a clip. The clips are at the front, not the back edge. The whole bonnet doesn't lift off. They've still got hinges on those.
Yeah, so that's looking at it now, it doesn't appear, I'm not looking at the bonnet right now, why that would ever have happened, because the hinges are attached. And they didn't take them off because obviously the bonnet opened super wide. So there's no issue about doing the gearbox work and the different work they were doing. Right now, there's a man.
There's a man looking into it.
They're laconically prodding a couple of the structural parts of the car. I don't mean the chassis parts. If you think about if you think about the kind of the areas they hang things off, the kind of the lighter piece of metal where you hang off the lights, you hang off the radiators, you hang off. They are, but it's bolted obviously into the chassis legs. But this is this other area.
So the front clip and
exactly all those areas and the lower areas. And there's four guys looking at it. There's a man who's got an angle grind. So, but there's not. This would be a joy for any of the Discovery Channel repair shows because they can just show some angle grinding. But I think the big problem is they're not using an iPhone torch. That's the issue. But genuinely, there's four guys sitting there looking perplexed. The drivers aren't in the garage anymore. They're probably just fed up.
Is it an angle grinder or is it a cutter? Are they just going to cut it up?
One.
Are they not just going to cut it up and consign it to the skip then?
No, they're not. I think the problem they're working on now, which doesn't seem particularly linked in any way to the bonnet, is they're just trying to work out this stay, which is the holding stay, which goes back to their original issue of the under tray.
Yes.
And whilst all these parts look brand new, they're obviously having an issue on the right-hand side with that stay. They're looking at it. They've measured. They've got out one of these machines, which is it's a dual-axis digital angle protractor. They've got a digital protractor they're using on the whole situation. So they obviously are not in a hurry because they're very last, and they're going to stay very last unless someone else breaks down.
It doesn't help that the championship leaders are well up the field. They're in 11th at the moment. And they've just put their fastest lap of the race in a couple of laps ago.
I think they decided they're going to fix it properly.
Yes.
Maybe fix it properly, do a few laps, stick it back on the trailer for January. But so the lack of drivers in the pits is quite telling, I think, because all the previous problems, we've had no shortage of drivers in the pits.
Okay, thank you, Nick. That's down at Wolf Power Racing. Yasmin Preissig brought that car in with the rear edge of the engine cover, the bonnet, sticking up at an alarming angle, being pushed up there by the hydraulic struts. It's AC Motorsport also in the pits. James Kay brought the Audi in, the 188. So the only one of the TCR cars that's still running is BBR. Kennedy Kasiri has just taken over the Cupra Leon competition. He's up into 11th position. So the two TC Hofer Racing BMW M2s with still the lesser powerful one in the lead, 365 horsepower against 450. That's 332 and 331. Shouldn't they have made them 365 and 450? That race numbers, that would have been much easier. And so they're at the moment second and third on the overall TCE podium. Another car that's just been going very quickly, Bradley Ellis, a lap ago, put in that car's fastest lap of the race, a 1:56.348. No, check that. A 2:02.032. I thought that was a bit quick for that car. However, that was his fastest lap of the race. He's putting another good one in now as well with the personal best first sector for that car. Other leaders in class, we go all the way up to 5th position for Vili Motorsport by EMI Motors, Sabino De Castro and the 955. 714 Razun, More Than Racing. It's still Hytham Karajuli and the KTM Crossbow. And of course at the front of the field by just on a lap now, Shane Lewis and Jesse Van Kuik. That's the 85 Mercedes and 32 Team GP Elite car. Leader with a little bit of traffic is being held up at the moment. Now, you know, he's got the better part of 2 minutes lead, but Jesse Van Kuik is just putting that car's fastest sectors in, and he's desperately trying to get back on the lead lap. In fact, he's right there now, right with the leader of the race. He's about 10, 12 cars lengths behind, maybe a little bit more than that actually. But he's desperately trying to get back on the lead lap. No split race here, Phil, so this is a race in the next 7 hours and 41 minutes to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and watching those lap times come down for Jesse in the Team GP Elite car. Looking at last lap time, Shane Lewis 55.090, 53.57 for Jesse. So he's on a mission at the moment. Track temperature's cooling now as the sun is really starting to disappear behind the horizon, and also causing some issues for the light in people's eyes.
Well, yeah, as you're coming up into the Pentagon, it's in your eyes there. If you go further back around the track, you're going to be coming over the top of 3.
Yep, exactly.
And after that, you're kind of okay. The whole of the pit straight now is in shade. The pit lane has never been not in shade, at least the working side of the pit lane. I love this design. Absolutely brilliantly thought out by everyone concerned. And as somebody who occasionally works in a pit lane, it's much appreciated. The other thing that is great is that the commentary boxes never get any sunshine through the window.
It's amazing. And as we visit a lot of commentary, yeah, exactly, you can see the screens that we need. Just see up here to pass on all of the information. And so design-wise, I haven't found an issue yet, John, and we go to a lot of tracks, and normally we can pick issues out pretty quickly in regards to what we have to do and what the teams have to do. The teams are all really happy at the moment. They're really happy.
Yeah, absolutely right. Plenty of hard standing behind the paddock. Yep. Plenty of good hard standing car parks for spectators. I mean, 7,300 and something in this grandstand is the capacity, and there's plenty of car parking for 2-3 people to a car. There's plenty of car parking. You're not going to have to park and ride, and from before you use the drag strip area.
Exactly. And from this grandstand you can see 95% of the circuit. You just miss a little bit out down around turn 2, but everything and a little bit behind 16, 17.
Another new fastest lap for Bradley Ellis. I said he was on a quick one, 2:01.893. That is moving for a GT4 car. Really. The responsible adult has asked whether the chairs will pass the responsible adult test. Eve, you'll not believe this. These are exactly the same chairs that you have in your office in here, with the very comfortable netting back so your back doesn't sweat, and they are very comfortable indeed. I've actually done more sitting than standing, which is very unusual for me. Race.
The 429's pole time was a 2:04.5, John.
Yeah.
So they are getting quick, very quick out there.
Another time penalty, 10 seconds to the Lion Speed Porsche. Now that has got Andreas Bakkerud behind the wheel, the World Rallycross champion in that 491 Cayman. So maybe he's been hanging it out a little more. Leader coming through, and that's a quick lap for Shane Lewis now. That's that car's quickest lap of the race. 153.777, 153.777. So maybe just responding a little bit to Jesse van der Kuik, catching him, and he wants to keep a full lap ahead of the competition, because that is the advantage that CP Racing has at the moment, Phil.
7 tenths up on his qualifying time, John. So he's almost a second quicker than his qual. That tells me one thing. This track is rubbering in now. Temperatures are dropping. Tyres are starting to work like the teams have set the cars up for. Remember, we did qualifying at night last night, and all of the setup work was done in the evenings and the afternoon. We haven't been on track at not a lot of cars have been on track in that midday to 4 p.m. session. So now the track is starting to come to the cars, and I think that's going to be a big. What we're seeing now is air temperatures to where we were on track yesterday, and everybody's now, the cars are starting to smile, in my parlance.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
25 degrees outside, 22 kilometre an hour wind, keeping it absolutely gorgeous here in the grandstand. And
perfect now.
It's and the dusky light just showing.
Just to your point there about that setup work that was done yesterday, and we've heard a couple of drivers say, Gies van Besem saying, race till 11 hours and then see where you are. And I think this in some ways is a little bit like the Sebring 12 hours, because the race is going to be run in the darkness. So you're going to do, if I was doing keys to the race for this race, it would be do your best work in the dark.
Yes.
And that means not just the drivers, but the cars as well.
Yeah.
So, and I wonder at that point as well, if we rewind back a little bit to the start of the race, I wonder if maybe in the heat of the day, because neither of the Lamborghinis have had any problems recently.
No.
And I wonder if those cars their setup was slightly better suited to
later.
What we'll see. Yeah. We're not even at half distance.
No.
We're 95 minutes away from half distance at the moment, and pretty much all of the second half of the race is going to be in darkness. In fact, probably more than that. Probably 7 hours.
7 hours,
of the 12 will be in what you and I would call darkness.
We're about to do the first presentation.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane with some formalities before we go much further. Hello, Nick.
Hello there. Yes, we're about to do the first of a couple of presentations we've got today. Actually, 3 in total to be by the end of the race. We are waiting for the delivery of that most important thing. What is the most important thing in the world, John?
Cake.
Cake is the most important thing, and we are waiting for the delivery. And here comes a cake, because this is what we need. This is your life, Charles and Charles. If you could stand, please, to receive that most wonderful things. It's cake for 50 races. So for 50 races of CREVENTIC, you have achieved a Charles and Charles. Congratulations on your 50th. Well, I'm definitely a piece of that. I quite like some of the bits on the side. As I said, the most important thing in life, it's not racing, it is cake.
Well, I don't know. They're tied. They're pretty close together. But yeah, the cake that's beautiful. That's really nice of them. We appreciate everybody with CREVENTIC for all the things they do, but that's really nice to take note of that.
Let me ask you, what's your first memory of CREVENTIC races? What do you remember when you think about CREVENTIC races? What do you think about?
I have to think back. I think the first memory I had was not getting to a CREVENTIC race that I was hoping to get to. But no, it's. I think that the first thing that strikes you when you get here is it's a little bit different kind of racing, in that these folks are always trying to treat the drivers and us as friends and as a part of the race. So it's nice to be included and not just be something that's thrown aside as part of the presentation. You know, we're all sort of a group together putting this all together.
And Charles, if I was to ask you to what your memory, what race do you remember most? What result, good or bad? What do you remember the most?
Honestly, the Portimao this year when we won overall finally for the first time was, it really hit home. It brought a little tear to my eye just thinking about it, because I mean we had missed it. You know, we'd been really close many times, and you know that one just kind of stands out. But to reiterate what Charlie said, everybody at CREVENTIC is just fabulous. They make mistakes like everybody does, but they try to work and they take input from all the competitors and they make it a better place. And they're super sweet people. So we love coming here.
Gary, as the man who was one of the two men behind the history that is CREVENTIC, how important is it to have people like Charles and Charles in the series?
Well, let me answer for you. It's really important.
Actually, all our customers are important. But what we like from this team is actually they are as a role model of what we like to do for a gentleman racing team. With a spirit you cannot believe. They are there every time. They have sometimes problems. They go on. In Portugal, they had their first overall win, and this is their 50th, so that's difficult. It is. So that's like, and there's not only about the drivers. There's about the team. And that's what we like about them. So they more deserve this.
Congratulations! Thank you, Charles. Charles, Gary, thank you. And there's more cake. Oh, Peter's got. I think Peter's got an announcement. Sorry.
Well, this is actually just the beginning, because in Dubai we have a very special celebration for you both guys. And with a very nice surprise, can't tell you what it is, but it will be...
Is it another cake?
Another cake, you think? No, it's not another cake. No, it's not more cake. So you have to wait one more month, and you know what it is.
And they all have to tune in one more month to see what it is. Beautiful.
We'll just put the whole season on loop, and they won't be able to tune away.
Thanks, and thank you to you guys too, not just to the CREVENTIC group, but to you guys for bringing this so that our family, our friends, our fans, everyone can enjoy it. And it's a big part of the racing here. We love the coverage you guys give us.
Thank you ourselves at Radio Show Limited and O221. We are part of the CREVENTIC family as well, and we love working with you guys. So we should really get you a cake, shouldn't we, really? Guys, thank you very much, and someone needs to cut that.
Nick Damon will be interacting with the royal icing for a little while after this. He likes the twiddly bits on the outside. Congratulations to Charles Esplanade and Charlie Putnam. 50 races with the CREVENTIC team. We reckon that this is 80.
Yeah.
80th race, and they've been in. We reckon that before it became the FIA endorsed series, that there was 20, I think there was 31 or 32, and I think they've only missed 2 since those early races. So that is absolutely extraordinary. And really what Gary Willems there said is absolutely right. They are poster children for this type of racing. Whilst we love having the pro drivers in here, that this is really for people for whom they're not going to be at Sebring or Daytona or the Le Mans 24 hours. This is the time for those people to shine, Phil.
Most definitely.
Drivers like us, you know, if we had more time and more money, I've done one of the races in that 80, and it was undoubtedly the best racing experience I've ever had on so many different levels, just from signing on and doing the fast track sign on to actually competing in the race and everything that was laid on, and the podium celebrations and all of that. And that's the memories that you're making here.
Indeed. And I just want to hark back to what CREVENTIC has done since we started this series, 2006 24-hour in Dubai. And that was my first experience with CREVENTIC. They don't have an easy job. The cars change. They keep on adapting to that. More classes, changing classes. And I remember Gary saying in 2007, if you bring a car to our race, I'll make a category for it. And that was what got people excited. I remember we had the Donut King cars coming out from Australia to run there, the Mitsubishi Mirages, and
it was such a diverse grid back then. But racing evolves, and CREVENTIC evolved with it. Lots of people bought TCR cars. Let's bring TCR in as a category. Perfect idea. Touring cars are still out there. There's special classes for them. Let's bring them in. Let's do this. Look at the GT categories. Look at the Porsche categories. They picked the right marks to work with, and then grew that to grids of 90 plus in Dubai in the 24 hours. And now we've got solid grids. We have championships of countries. We have the Middle East trophy. We have all of these things that entice people to come back and race at amazing circuits like this. I mean, these guys are going to go home and talk to their colleagues back in their own countries about this Kuwait circuit. My goodness, what a place this is.
Back on the pit road for the 188, and this looks like a brake disc change for the AC Motorsport machine, Nick.
Yeah, they seem to have gone for brakes now. I think James Kay's out the car. He did do a couple of laps. Stefan hadn't really had a chance to drive to. Have a quick word with James. James, this is a very regular pit visit at the moment. What is the problem you're trying to get the bottom of?
Okay, so the first problem was the rear hub. One of the bolts broke in the rear hub, which stopped us going. And then I went back out after we managed to locate the part. And then the big vibration from the front of the car. We thought maybe tyres, something, but now we're changing the brakes to see if this is the problem.
So the two things are unrelated, just happened in the series?
It looks like it, yeah. Unless we have a gearbox problem and it's manifesting itself through the car on the brakes.
Ah.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, hope not.
Thanks, James.
There is the...
that was worried face on that.
It was a worried face. Yeah. And the resignation of a man who has seen race cars decide they don't want to race anymore for somewhere over 3 decades.
3 decades, yes.
Yeah.
In the 90s he started, yeah. So
1991 he said.
Yep.
I think I've seen quite a lot of James's career, obviously been involved with British Touring Car Championship in that sort of era. And people, it's easy to forget what a great career James has had. Drove a lot for Honda down through the years in the super touring era. What a driver he has been, and what a servant of the sport, and still giving to the sport. This circuit, elegant in its isolation at the moment here in Kuwait, but only it took us half an hour from downtown Kuwait this morning.
Yeah, nice freeway all the way down here, and the facilities, they're basically, they've set it up so well.
The entry road into the track, which if you are watching the TV pictures at the moment, are down to the bottom left where the cars are going in and out. The drag strip is in between that and the circuit. The landscaping there is this is a track that's been here 3 and a bit years.
Yes.
That landscaping would flatter a circuit that's been around for a decade and a half. And that's
most definitely, yes.
And it's the impression that makes as you're driving in, Phil, with
it's a long drive in as well.
It's a 4-lane road, 2 lanes either direction. You could easily make that 4 lanes one direction for a big event. You could use the drag strip entry as well to bring people in. I just think it's been expertly considered about what you need, and that does come down to car park. And there's nothing worse for me than bringing a nice car to a racetrack and then find
into mud.
You've got to drive it on mud to park it up, and then you've got to walk. And particularly if you're coming to hospitality, I come to racetracks with my boots on, as I have today. But if you're going to hospitality and you're trying to do business, then trolling across mud and getting your shoes dirty. Anyone who's not wearing flat shoes,
yes.
And let's be honest, not everybody does. There'll be ladies who want to wear heels. It's been well thought out. This into the pits for the Cayman. This is the 491 line speed car, which has a little bit of Herbeth help in that. Andreas Baccarin has just come in the pit lane. He's soaking up some of the penalty that car has got. They got 20 seconds worth of time penalty, and that's what he soaked up. He was also looking a little bit tail happy.
Yes, it was. I think the rear tyres are gone. I think the rear tyres have cried enough at the back end of that stint, as the sun now really starting to disappear from the horizon. It's a little bit of haze on the horizon, which is helping the drivers because it's not as bright in the eyes as it was previously.
Right rear puncher.
Right rear puncher, yes.
Ah, right. Is
on
that
the yeah, so he's coming with the right rear puncher. They are doing a full service driver change.
The second one.
That is the second one for that
Looks
car.
like his wheel comes off. Yep, being quite safe on the. That has very large rear disc brakes, isn't it? This Cayman. Very large diameter brakes. He's done a good job. He's not damaged anything. He's not left the cords all tied over the in and around the rear hub. Just so you know, that whilst this isn't on a GT4, I did know the answer to the GT4 question earlier as well, but I couldn't shout at you from 2 booths away. But you know, it's not often I know trivia about sports cars, but I knew that one. So the old 5 nuts are going on. Interestingly, he's got a little bit of damage there. He's managed to lose half the light cover. I don't know how he's done that. That's a weird impact when you've got a bit of light cover missing. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Andres Bakarud, who I do believe does rallycross. I'll get this one right.
Multiple champion.
Andres, was it part of your inability to stay on the track because you like being off-road so much, why you got the Porsche, why you got the puncture?
No, it wasn't me, was it? I don't know. No, I mean, we're quite some off on the pace, so we're out there trying to push our hardest, and I think we were like on the limit of everything. So being a little bit off there, it's calculated.
So you had a puncture as you came in. Had that happened quite late in the lap?
Yeah, it happened after turn 4. So yeah, I don't know what really happened, but I think it's been going on for a longer period of time there. Patrick had the same in his stint, so I couldn't be any worse.
Well, you had a look at the car on board, and it seemed quite lively. Is it quite loose?
It is. Yesterday, actually, yesterday it was very loose. Today it's very understeering. I think the temperature and the wind changes a bit, and yeah, struggling a bit with the front there, trying to squeeze everything to get the rotation in the car, and that tends to drag the corners out a bit over the curves and exit.
Great stuff. Thank you, Andres.
Thank you.
He's happy. He's smiling.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And coming third in class, in the GT4 class, just behind the BMW. And leading the GT4 class at the moment is the Century Motorsport Aston Martin, with Bradley Ellis at the wheel, 14th outright at this time. There's 7 hours and 20 minutes to go. Here's the pit entry for those who are watching. Ooh, nice. That was as you said, John. You have to hit it really hard, and then jump on the anchors at the 40 board.
He was down into first gear quite early.
Yeah.
There, and I wonder if that means that first gear is an automatic pit lane limiter. That's how some of these cars are
possibly
actually set. That was how the Aston Martin GT4 was set.
That's the 714. Haytham Kwarajuli at the wheel of that one. Third outright at the moment, leading the GTX category, straight down to fuel.
Also, we've had the leader in. I think we've had the leader in. Yeah, CP Racing came in whilst we were chatting to Andres. My guess from when we were giving the cake away is that Joe Foster was suited and booted, so I think he's taken over. So it's been a full service, and they are now at the fuel station.
Let me just check your workings out on that. I think you're spot on. Shane Lewis getting out of that car with a lap's lead, and they've held on to that lap lead and indeed extended it, because Team Elite stopped just before them, but obviously Lucas Groeneveld's back in that car now, and therefore he'll be making time back up whilst the fuel is being pumped. If you wonder why the pit stops are so long, the part of the philosophy of CREVENTIC Hankook 24-hour racing is to try and keep the cost down for the team. So there's no specialised fuel rigs. They're not using pressurised fuel. It is literally the same type of petrol pump that you'll fill your car up when you leave here or over the weekend. a pistol grip service station style fuel pump. There are 8 of them at pit lane exit. They are away from the working pits so that not all the team has to be suited in fireproofs, and that, trust me, in these weather conditions is very much more pleasant working conditions. See some of the pit lane guys working in shorts here, and that is far more pleasant working conditions for them. And that's just to make sure that you don't have to buy expensive fuel rigs and more suits for the drivers as well. Nick?
Down with the 429, full service for that it's very pretty, this particular
yes, it is.
Aston Martin. I think they are colour dependent. When you go lively on the Aston colours, not as good as when you have a nice sober look on this one. So just my opinion, what can I say? Ian is getting David Holloway. I think, was it Bradley Ellis who's in the car and absolutely dragging it, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Just trying to see what they're going to do about the issue of the air release, because I saw the thing. They're making up a tie wrap fixing. We're only the torch short now, so they're making tie wraps to make up for the air release. So they've had to think about it. As you can see, the bonnet's up. That's what they're doing. Sorry, the boot's up. Sorry, that's what they're doing. The trunk for our American listeners and viewers. You get a nice view of the massive fuel tank that sits where the rear 2+2 bench seat would be. Down it goes, and you can see they've now got a nice bit of... And look, he's going to pull it. Is it going to work? Tie wrap-tastic! Oh, it always works. And off they go. I'm going to try and grab a quick word with Bradley as he's got out. He can be chuffed about the fact he's gone 3 seconds faster than qualifying. Let's see if we have a quick word with Bradley. Just say, you are live. Please do not swear. So you managed to go. You're going 3 seconds a lap faster than you were in qualifying. Is that just because you've worked out where the track goes, it's cooler, or you're unbelievably good?
No, it's 1/10 quicker, but 3 seconds quicker than the average.
The average. Yes, that one. Of course, it was 3. Anyway, so obviously the car is coming into its sweet spot.
Yeah, then we found something in that extra test after qualifying, which made the car.
Sorry. So explain. So you found the sweet spot of the car.
Yeah, the qualifying was the first time I drove the car in real anger. You know, I did a few laps in testing to get the boys going, and I wasn't that happy with it. So we tried something in that extra night practice that was after qualifying, and we found a lot more consistent, stable car. Didn't feel like there was any more grip, just there was a lot more stability, more confidence inspiring. It felt like you could just do those lap times every lap.
And is it getting easier with the temperature down, the sun coming down?
Start on new tyres, so it was feeling nice. So I'm looking forward to the night stint later.
Great stuff, thanks Bradley. So yes, it's a more positive excitement here. So, but their car actually is working very well.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down there. Have a quick reminder of the calendar for 2023, and effectively this starts the 2023 season this weekend, and then we'll head to Dubai 24 for the substantive season start. This is the first round of the Middle Eastern Trophy. Then we're off to Abu Dhabi on the 21st of January. Reminder, actually, the 24 Hours of Dubai. Remember that Saturday-Sunday race this year for the first time. Then we're at the European Rush, which is 4 12 hours races at Mugello, Spa, Monza and Estoril, which includes a 6-hour qualifying race. Now, the last time I did a qualifying race that was anywhere near as long as that was at the Western Supermare Motorcycle Beach Race, where they had a 6-hour race on the Sunday and a 4-hour qualifying race on the Saturday on sand once the tide had gone out. And then we finished the European season with the 24 Hours of Barcelona a little later in September this year. That's to allow Joe Bradley to get his wedding done in August this year. Oh, I hear hearts breaking all the way around the world. So in terms of the substantive season, that is 5 European races plus the 24 Hours of Dubai, and then we add on this race and the Abu Dhabi 6 hours to make the Middle Eastern Trophy. We'll give you details of the Middle Eastern Trophy 23-24 at some stage during the season, but plenty to be excited about. And please come and see us if we're going to be nearby. If not, you know, you can always tune in sound and vision, and it's always available for you live and free with no blocks or breaks on the Radio Show Limited network of audio channels. And that's next year. 7 hours and 13 minutes to go. We're right on official sunset now, so expect to see the lights coming on around the circuit. They've just come on in the grandstand, actually, and they are just starting to illuminate around the circuit. Do not expect Formula One, Abu Dhabi, a Bahrain style of lighting here. That's not what this circuit is lit like. They are much lower level and slightly fewer candle power as well, which actually I like, because you still need, to a certain extent, Phil, to rely on the headlights of the cars.
Especially these cars which have corner lighting to pick up the apex. You'll see that. You'll see they're allowed to have some extra. Oh, we've got a fire down in the pits, John. This is the KTM.
It is the KTM, and they were in the penalty box soaking up some of their penalties.
Is that a rear brake fire?
Really quick work. Really quick work. And
all smoke, no flame.
This is Haitham Gadajuli, the man who's studying at Oxford University in the Milwaukee Tools 714. Now, that is really good work by the marshals down there, because there's no team members down there, of course. And Haitham, who's come up through a variety of racing. Nick Damon down there in the pit lane.
If there's no team members, then it must have been pulled in because he knew he was on fire.
Well, no, he's in the penalty box.
Well, no, because you need team members to serve your penalties.
Yes.
Yeah, good point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he must have known there was a problem, pulled it into where he thought it was a safe place, and there was great, incredibly good thinking from the young man. So he obviously knew where to come in and where there was going to be a fire extinguisher in the pit lane. So he must have known there was a problem. It did seem very smoke and not much flame. There were two colours of smoke. There was white smoke and deep brown smoke. Car itself, Home's okay. See if I can just grab a quick word with him. That looked very dramatic. What happened?
Basically just caught fire. I don't know quite what happened yet, but...
Did you come into the penalty box because it caught fire, or did it catch fire as you arrived in the penalty box?
No, I came into the penalty box because it caught fire, because there's a fire extinguisher there, so...
That's great thinking. So, but the car, was it still performing okay, or did it lose power, or it just suddenly flames?
It just suddenly caught fire. We were running fine, and then all of a sudden, big bang, and then caught fire.
So you weren't due in the pits, but you just saw in the rearview mirror all the smoke?
Well, no, I felt it. It was a big bang.
Oh. Big bang's never good. Well, great thinking, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Well, and also bad luck, of course. If it's a big bang, that sounds like something is no longer attached where it should be in the rear of the car, and it's an oil fire, would be my guess. We can probably trundle down with them and wait for them to take the engine cover off, but I'm going to predict this is terminal.
Yeah, it's not good if there's been some kind of clunking going on.
There's fluid on behind the
it's oil.
Foam.
It's oil. Yeah. So
that's a hole.
I think what they're concerned about now is pushing it down the pit lane if it's leaking. No, it seems okay. Oh no, there we go. Look, massive amount of oil. Oh, that is no longer a complete engine. I haven't got to taste that. I know what that is. That's engine oil.
I thought you might have tasted that sherbet that was all around it, though.
Oh, this is quite nice. Like a bit of, just to help with there. So that's not good. That's a car that at best has blown an oil line, and at worst has blown an engine.
Yep, indeed. Well, teams are going to have to be very careful, because the penalty box is now dirty, and they don't want to come in and do a penalty now. They've got fire extinguisher foam, powder and oil down there. The team down here, obviously, at the circuit will get to work on that very quick, but team managers need to be very careful about calling penalties in now.
I wonder if they can just move those cones.
Yeah,
you know,
just down a bit.
Move it a lane over, or move it down.
Just move it down in front of scrutineering garage. That's all they need to do just to get it out of there.
We have seen it in the past when there's been teams getting towards the end of the race where they are stacking for penalty. Spin out on the circuit, and that is the Porsche number 930. This is one of the QMMF cars, and that was the car that was running very nicely early on. Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani, and a fast spin coming out through Patience and through turn 7.
Yes.
And he's picked that car up very nicely. I tell you what, it is very dirty offline. Had the 955, the multicoloured Porsche, right in behind him of the Vili Motorsport car, and that was a bit of expert avoidance by Sabino De Castro, who seems to have been in that car a lot. Sabino.
Yes, indeed. I just thought he was trying to get a quick car, a slow car in front of him. Maybe he was just trying a wider line to get that run out of 7 and just got onto the dirty stuff. And as JF said earlier on, there's a lot of marbles out there. So he just got onto that dirty stuff, put the foot down, and no rear end grip, and away it went. But well recovered, running 4th in the 992 AM category.
And breathe. You are not going to make up all of that. Well, and he's had another spin. That's the other car.
That's the 929 car.
That's the 929. So that's Abdullah Al Abaisi. I was just about to say, don't try and make it up all on the next corner. And then I saw a similar, I mean, it's the same livery on that car. The yellow wing end plates for the 928. And he's just gone straight on at turn 4. And in trying to pull it back from outside the track limits to try and make somewhere near the apex.
Too dusty out there.
Really dusty.
Yeah.
Really dusty.
Very fine dust here.
Well, we were explaining to the guys, weren't we, when we were coming up from the airport and to the track on Wednesday, the sand here is like talcum powder.
Yes.
It's so fine. It really, like that fire extinguisher powder we've just seen. And it's very easy for it to get picked up and blown around. You don't really notice it until there was a little bit of overnight dew or maybe a splash of rain on Thursday evening, and when we got the car back on Friday morning, you see just how much of a coating there is, and that was without any major windstorms.
Exactly, it was just in the atmosphere, and that's how it works here. Now the headlights are starting to have a bit of an effect to the cameras around here as well. And
our cameras make it look a lot lighter than it really
is, because it's starting to drop. The light switch is half off at the moment, John. We're about halfway through that. It has a dimmer on it, but it's a fast dimmer. As the 85 car still out in the lead by around about a minute and 56 seconds over the 32 Team GP Elite. And they're running in 2 different categories.
Even Deja Vu?
GT3 Deja Vu?
It's a puncture for the 44 on the right rear. I don't know how many this is, John. Is this 4? 5?
Yeah, 4, I think.
Either they don't learn or they have set this thing up wrong.
Well, it's going longer each time.
Oh well, fair enough.
They have done at least one full fuel load.
Yes.
That's the inside shoulder of that.
Again.
It's gone.
Every single time.
Miro back in the car.
They
are actually looking under the arch on the right-hand side this time.
That'd be a shufty, but the actual bodywork seems okay, and there's nothing protruding that I can see. I'm sure they would have checked many times in that wheel well, but it's another flat tyre. A wave of frustration from Miro. Waiting for the other driver to come in. Miro's handing over to one of his teammates, but they aren't quite ready. They've decided this sets in with their driver change as well. But yeah, the problem is, of course, you get a puncture. It's not a planned stop. But yeah, so well, I'm sure they've got plenty of hours to lose more tyres.
Thank you, Nick. And so this has been a little more of a leisurely stop than perhaps they might have wanted to. I think that's Mikolasco who's going into the car. They're having a look around the front, bizarrely, and knocking panels to see if everything's all right.
Yeah, it is Mr. Glasgow.
So, coming down to 7 hours to go, coming up to 2 o'clock in the UK, 3 o'clock in Central Europe. Just beginning to see the effects of the sun having dropped below the horizon, 7 or 8 minutes ago. Darren Jorgensen in the number 450 BMW M4 leading its class and up to 14th overall for that car. Or 14th in its division, should I say. So that's been a pretty good run from the RHC Jorgensen Strong machine. Ahead of Century by just under a lap at the moment, about 1 minute 50. But at the front of the field, the gap has come down as well to between CP Racing and Lucas Grunewald, as I said it would, because it was all on the fueling. Joe Foster in that car has resumed in the lead with about 1 minute and 50 seconds between himself and second place. And just to prove that whatever James Kay mentioned and suggested on that 188 has obviously been right, because Mathieu Detrey has just put the fastest lap of TCE in that car as the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors Sabino De Castro car goes out after a driver change, I believe, Nick.
Yes, Simone De Castro got out. Fabrizio Broggi has got in. I think give you a chance for the Italian. Of more significance, out the corner of my eye, whilst that was going on, I noticed the garage door of the 714 Raison More Than Racing KTM. The garage door came down. Normally that is, of course, the traditional we've given up and retired. However, it doesn't quite work as well here, because look, they got Perspex windows in all the garages. We can still see what's going on. It's like, you know, you put your garage door down, I can still see everything at the bottom. But yeah, the engine's been blown. Not good. Bit of background on that 188. That's been a regular pit visit to the AC Motorsport car. They've been doing some sort of elimination. It came in, it just put a front left on. It came in again, they just put a rear left on. So they've obviously tried to work out where this vibration's come from. And theoretically it's worked.
Size, but should mention the size of the garage, by the way. You could get 4 cars in there. That's bigger than the Nürburgring garages. Maybe not quite as long, but they get 8 in there. You could easily get 4 cars in there. Coming round to the end of another racing hour. We're moving into darkness and the rest of the race from here. So 7 hours to be run in darkness. It's the first ever Kuwait 12 hours. The venue, brand new for CREVENTIC. The 23rd different circuit we've visited in the 80 races. And it is Kuwait Motor Town. And we're heading into darkness. Get back to GP Elites, second position, 1 minute and 44 seconds away from the leading car. And at the moment, Lucas Groeneveld doing a pretty good job, taking 3 or 4 seconds a lap out of Joe Foster, but Joe is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's managing the car, managing the tyres, and he's getting his time in that car. The beauty of this type of racing, Phil, is that not everybody is going to do the same lap time, and you've got to use those as tools in the same way as you would tyre management, strategy, fuel management. All of those things are there to be balanced.
Indeed, because it's part of your strategy on, you know, where your driver sits and what their, well, let's say an hour stint of what they can do. JF said it very well. They've got a time they're going to sit to because it looks after their tyres and it gives them their fuel burn that they're looking for. So it's an art. It's a very precise art, and you expect your drivers to go out there, whether it's what it is now, which is dusk, or whether it's raining or whatever. You expect those drivers to be out, even though most of them are amateurs, they are expected to maintain that level throughout their stint, as you know, and as we're expecting it to see towards the end of these next stints, that the times will come down yet again as we get more rubber out on the circuit, and the drivers start to get into their comfort zone for night driving. And I just want to mention, John, that our leading car, the CP racing car, which is running in the AM category, by the way, has been leading since the race since hour 2. And that's what multi-class racing is all about. If you get all of your sums right and you get your strategy right, you can go better than those cars or those semi-pro drivers that are racing in other cars. So there is a chance, and I think that's what CREVENTIC is always about. A 12-hour race, guys who could only get out on the track this morning are running second in their class already.
Yeah, good point. Leiper with the car that didn't do the early part of the week, wasn't here. Great effort by everybody concerned to get it here, get it up back, get it ready to race.
Second in class.
Yeah, doing a good job.
And before the pit stop thing, they were running in the top 10 as well.
I'm trying to work out what everything's doing. The dashboard I can read.
Yeah.
I'm really interested
on that
what's going on.
Centre console.
On the centre console, what looked to be a temperature gauge going up and down. But I'm not sure what that was. We've been getting very excited about how many races there have been. 80 races, this is the 80th race on the 23rd venue. We have drivers here who've done 50, and we've just calculated that Radio Show Limited have done 68 of the 80 since we started in 2012 at Dubai 24 hours. So in a couple of races, we'll be on a significant number.
Yeah, all those unfamiliar faces in my commentary booth.
Yeah, you didn't know what to make of us when we turned up in 2012, did you?
It was only Johnny Westbrook who said, "They're here," and he goes, "You know those guys? They're it."
And there began a beautiful relationship.
Did.
Yes, when we were younger, brighter, and had less aches and pains.
I had hair and a waist back then, John.
Oh, you didn't have any hair. you did not. You decided, I think, doing exactly the right thing, that as you were becoming less hirsute, the whole lot was going to come off.
It had to. It had to. My stylist said that. I use the same stylist as Yul Brunner.
Very good. It was a French polisher. The code 60 is out. And we have a technical issue down in turn 6. And that will bring everyone to a hold for the moment. So that means everybody comes back to 60 kilometres an hour. No overtaking. The pits will stay open. And Just waiting to see if anybody takes advantage of that. 714 is in the pits. That one's the one that we think is retired.
That's retired. That's already pushed back in with the closed garage door. We've just had Lucas Granville come into the pits from second position as well.
Well, he's not been out that long.
Exactly.
But it's long enough that I think the fuel
top up,
the fuel drop will be significant.
Stopping the pits.
And he
He's
will
not just fueling, John.
Nick Damon.
He's not just fueling, John. They're doing a full service. He's got a front left tyre. Yeah, they're doing the dance of the Thousand Veils and putting 4 tyres on in a skippy way. Driver not getting out, so they are.
That means he's going to extend his stint, Nick, doesn't it?
Yeah, but he's getting a nice fresh set of boots. He'll pick up half a tank of fuel because that's all you're allowed under Code 60, and off he goes. That car looks very, it must be an optical illusion, but it looks like it's running low at the back. I assume it's just a combination of orange and black makes it seem lower than it actually is. Here comes CP Racing. They've also stopped in the pit. Don't forget that Joe Foster's only been in there for a very short amount of time. He's also getting a new set of boots. I suppose at this point, well, it's been about 25 minutes since he went in. They're saying, right, we'll go the whole way. You'll get the 2 hours. Off you go.
Yes, exactly
so. He'll now come in, top that back up. That'll be over full, because don't forget that these cars will start with 120 litres of fuel, even though they may only be allowed to refuel 105 or 110, because you have a 120 litre endurance tank. So they can actually get overfilled from where their theoretical maximum is, if that makes sense. That particularly, if you are going to start following our events more often, which dear CREVENTIC for you should do, that really comes into play in the first stint in Dubai, where the Porsches normally lead after an hour and 20 minutes, don't they, with their massive tanks.
Well, and we did have that, of course, with the Cup car,
yes, with
Red Camels.
Yes, absolutely.
Led at the start of this race, exactly as that. They brim fill it and send it, and with a little bit of help from an early Code 60 after that puncture turn after 6 laps for the ERC Bratislava machine. If you're on the stream at the moment, and if you're not, you can be. If you either go to the series website or radiolemans.com and head to the resources page, where we have already started to build some of the archive from yesterday and today, and there's also a live video link there as well. You are being treated to aerial views of this circuit. It is absolutely splendid. Even this brilliant camera work does not do justice to it. This is one of the better thought out circuits that I've been to in the new era of circuits, where I seriously have not been able to point a finger and say, oh well, why didn't they do that way? I was impressed from the moment we turned into it on Wednesday morning and came up that long avenue, which is also lit, by the way, and very green either side. There's a full-length drag strip, and that's very popular here. That is
very popular.
They get hundreds of cars.
Yep, they get a pit capacity of 200 cars. So they can do, and street racing here is huge, absolutely huge. And this facility is get them off the streets, get them on the strip, and that's what they do here.
Including things for 4- and 6-wheel drive cars.
Everything VIP, you name it.
VIP means what?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be worth over, well, let's put it in normal parlance, $250,000 US.
Okay.
Anything under that doesn't race on those nights.
Okay. Nick, you like that, don't you?
Yeah, I couldn't combine all my vehicles and my house to get over there, so that's more of an issue. Plenty of stoppers, mostly for fuel. I have seen the 909 Red Camels Jordan car has picked up a bit of tyreage as well. The 188, that was, of course, our leading, in fact, only clean running TCR car, the BBR machine, that's come in as well. Quick brief stop at the pits, then pick up some fuel. So most of these people are taking fuel. I think the 450 is doing a full service. That's the BMW Jorgensen Storm racing car. But yeah, it's not the panic you normally see. I think they've kind of worked out this is going to be a lap or two. So if you get the information that the pumps are full, you hang on. One thing I did see, I can tell you that the Cayman is going to be serving a penalty, because I saw a Renauer, who could be our Renauer, running up to time it. So I kind of want to have a word, but I feel I can't just continue my rest of my life saying which one are you. Though interestingly, what has happened is the Cayman has overshot the penalty box,
It might not want to park where all the fire extinguishing is.
I'm not quite sure what's happening now. I think he overshot. Someone else has gone actually into the penalty box.
Well, that's been cleaned up.
I think they've moved that penalty box.
I think
the TV's still there.
Oh, no, you're right.
So I'm not sure whether this is going to count. Robert or Alfred is trying to make it count for the Cayman, and he's now going to go and have a chat with the people in timing and scoring. Go, look, honestly, first of all they'll say, "Who are you?" and then they'll go, "All right, then. So we'll let them off because you did stay stationary there 15 seconds in completely the wrong place, but not in anyone's way because his pit lane's super wide. Another plus point for this environment." I must say, this track is brilliantly well designed. It really is. I mean, I think the only other track I've seen, which is as well designed, and Phil might disagree with me because he's got more knowledge. I think Yas Marina's very well designed as well.
It's not as easy to work at Yas, though.
Oh,
I would say.
Well, no, because it's got behind it. It's not got 10,000 spaces of car park. It's got 10,000 yachts.
Yes, that is true.
Well, of course, you still haven't berthed your yacht. It's still in Ipswich, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They haven't tempted me over. I don't know how I got on that list.
Discount berthing for John. Oh, 30 metres. It's less than Ipswich.
Yes, absolutely. Hello to Robert Jewell, who is watching the race in Wales with the log burner going. He says, I've been watching and working in the series since the 2013 24 hours. Well done on the series for its longevity. Dave Alcock saying, on at RSL_studio, can't help but wondering how LMP2 and 3 cars would race here in the Asian Le Mans series, maybe a third venue for that series in the future. Can you imagine prototypes in T1 around the Pentagon sequence? It's a Class 1 circuit. It is a Class 1 design circuit. So absolutely WEC could come here. As far as the Asian Le Mans series is concerned, I believe that under the new control of SRO Asia, that this is the last year coming up of the 2-centre 4-race 2-weekend format, and they will go back to a true Asian calendar now that travel has opened up. Although hearing today, and though this is no surprise to anyone who listens to Midweek Motorsport, Chris Medland, a renowned Formula One journalist, saying it is now official that the Chinese Grand Prix will not go ahead next year. However, it will be replaced, and it looks like Portimao might be back on the calendar.
There's two that could be possibly on the calendar, John, through my messages this morning.
Yes.
And one is Portimao.
Yeah.
The other is Istanbul.
I should mention, by the way, for those of you that don't know, Phil
makes more logistical sense.
Phil is the voice of the English language coverage of Formula One across this region, and you're adding Formula 2 next year as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
And that's across which TV services?
SSC, Saudi Sports Company, and the Shahid VIP app, which you can get in this region as well. And it's all 24 races, 23, 24 next weekend.
206 next year. 2 every weekend.
It makes more sense.
Yeah.
Logistically, because I come from Australia to Baku.
Yeah, it's a good point.
And that's what it's all about, Nick, is about the logistics of it, the movement, and the amount of time that it takes for the various areas. So it does fit.
Hello to our listeners collective artist in residence, Neil Gardner, back at the day job.
Love his work. I just want to say that out loud.
Isn't it just wonderful?
Stunning.
And he's a smashing lad. He said, back at work, having taken his lady Kerry out for lunch, might have had a mince pie. Anyway, between jobs, enjoying the commentary and the videos. Well, that's a great thing nowadays. You can take it with you. Thanks, Neil. Keep up the good work. Can't wait to see your Monday masterpiece for this week. Under a minute to go, Phil, to restart.
Yeah, indeed, and just having a look at, we've just had over 34 minutes of code 60 with 6 hours and 44 minutes to go. I think that's pretty remarkable, actually, given everybody's new here, everybody's new racing here, and they've really behaved.
But no contact.
Exactly, that's what I mean. They've behaved. It's all been failure related, not driver related, as in collision related.
Again, I'll say this, that if you are watching the video stream as we go back green, it is not as light as our high-def cameras make it seem. And thanks, by the way, to the whole production team from 0221 who have worked miracles this week, and particularly to Flip and the audio team who got us on the air for qualifying.
I don't know how they
audio
did that.
yesterday. That was really well done, and we've got full coverage today. Our camera operators, long shift for them today, and all the technicals that had to be run in a very short time period. So it's not just the teams and drivers who have had to make things happen, but also the production team here for the TV. Dead easy for us. All we had to do was turn up and get excited about motor racing, which frankly is not a headline or a push for any of us for.
No.
And it meant that we were able to take a more leisurely walk down the pit lane and speak to everybody before things started in earnest yesterday. But again, well done to 0221 028 and all of the work that's gone on behind the scenes from the circuit and CREVENTIC to get this inaugural event off for the 12 hours of Kuwait here at Kuwait Motor Town. And I have to say, Phil, with everything we've said, this place has got a future. This has got a future.
Oh yeah,
no doubt about it, as far as I'm concerned. Particularly with the support for it within the community, and within government, particularly with the sports minister who knows a bit about motorsport.
Yes, indeed. So I think here, you have a look over the back here, the paddock's buzzing. Right, we've got a great little area down there. Best coffee.
Believe it, last night when we came out to qualifying,
it was brilliant. And being that this is the first international motorsport race that this venue has held, it's a very, very... They're going to be measured on this, John.
Yeah.
And they will be measured. My colleagues at F4 UAE are looking at this because they're coming here next year, 2023 season. So they're looking at the management and how the venue runs thing. They're doing a brilliant job.
F4 around here is awesome.
Epic.
Oh, it's going to be up. Imagine the drafting battles down
brilliant.
through that kink at turn 1. You've got to time your run
3 wide
straight down into turn 2. The light has taken over. The artificial light has taken over.
Love that look.
The artificial light has taken over. There's a little bit of crimson in the sky to the west, but the winter camps for the Bedouin just off in the distance as well.
Yeah, lovely. They're all lit up. They look amazing at night, and it's a very, very popular area. You know, we're south of Kuwait City, the centre of the city. Where we're staying is on the southern part of the city, and this place has been put in the middle of oil refineries. You know, this is where it is, but you don't notice that when we're sitting here and watching the action on track, and you don't notice it when you come down that driveway. All of a sudden, you're in somewhere special, and I really do pay credit to all the people who have put this circuit together. And hopefully we'll get Khalid Al-Madaf up here soon to have a chat in regards to how it all came about, because he's the man in the know, somebody I've raced with previously as well.
And has been to Le Mans.
Yes, and he's raced Stadium Super Trucks. That's where I give him the best. He gets all of my respect for racing those things in America.
Hello to Ryan Walker, well known in the sim racing scene. Hello Ryan, just catching up on the 24 hours, 12 hours of Kuwait. The new Kuwait track gets a thumbs up from me. Hopefully someone will get it into the digital world, Ryan.
Yes.
Sooner rather than later, because Joe Bradley is dying to turn some laps around here virtually. We had some slow passes around earlier in the week. Oh, a little bit of a slide there from the Cayman. At the moment, that is being driven by Dan Miller, the Lion Speed car, with a bit of help from Herberth and one of the Renard twins. With, slight track limits there through turn 8 from Dan.
He must.
Actually, that was turn 9.
Yeah, he must have blinked.
One of the real features around here is the gas being burned off from the refineries on the cracking towers. Being burned off from the cracking towers, and that's some of the flames you'll see in the distance around this area. I think we counted 8 kilometres of refinery as we came back into town.
Joe's got pictures of all of it. It's like, and you took a video of it.
It is. It's like a spaceport in a science fiction. It'll be on Andor next. We had the McLaren Technical Centre double for a spaceport in Disney's Andor recently. Well, at night in particular.
Oh, most definitely, yeah.
It's absolutely stunning, and it looks like a science fiction movie. And these are the surroundings in which we are racing for another 6.5 hours plus, so more than half the race still to go. It's the 85 CP Racing Mercedes AMG. Joe Foster leading, lighting up the brakes, lighting up the exhaust.
Oh, that exhaust.
Down the sills of that car.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Have an update?
Nick, go ahead.
Yes, I have an update on the 714 Razzoon More Than Racing KTM Crossbow. First things first, I've got a picture of the hole in the crankcase where something came out of it, which is very exciting. But secondly, they're doing a gearbox engine change. They may have shut this, that's just to make things easy, because they are going to try and get the car back out again.
Right.
So they are changing everything, and so it did go bang in a big way.
I had an alternator problem on my old Chrysler Avenger once when I was trying to get flat out up the Horton Cut. The alternator problem was one of the bottom end bearings came out of the block and took the mounting for the alternator off. Somehow I managed to get that car home and swap the engine block, swap the engine, rebuilt the engine to a slightly better spec with domed pistons in the overboard block. GT.
Well, that's the beauty about endurance racing, John. They've got time to get that done. A wisping of stuff out the back of the...
That's the leader.
Yeah, it is.
That is the leader. Now, let's hope that that is only a little bit of dust and dirt that's coming out of that.
Picked up through the diffuser.
Yeah. Kuwait City in the distance to the north, which people forget. Kuwait City is a coastal city. It's a beach city, effectively.
Yes, we looked out our windows and surprisingly saw the ocean.
It was quite choppy this morning.
It was indeed. Fishing boats were going out this morning.
Yeah,
so
they were.
Indeed. We'll keep an eye on the 85 with that, because it got lit up by the headlights on the car behind. So it just
Chapter second now down to 90 seconds, by the way. That's Joe Foster to Lucas Grunewald. Joe is not expected to match Lucas's times, although last time it was a 57.1 to a 56.2.
Yep.
So that's all right. Joe's just got to keep that car pointing in the right direction. That is the key. Grunewald's headlights piercing the darkness here, or at least the gloaming. Not full illumination here. It's a dull grey light. It isn't quite as yellow as it looks from the overhead shots. What is interesting about it is I thought it would flatten out the curbs, but you actually see the curbs really well with this light.
And the curbs have got white paint on the beginning of them.
Right.
And you can get that
point and the end, the beginning and the end.
Beginning and the end. So you can pick them up in your curb lights, as you can see on the Lamborghini there, that they flare out left and right. So that will illuminate them, and they're slightly fluorescent, so the drivers get a good look at where they need to put the car as we follow the Lamborghini there through into the that was in turn 15, as he's now making his way through 17, 18.
Behind the wheel at the moment of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, it is Zdeno Michalacko. He's put him in the car at the last stop with the sort of Sir Paul Smith multicoloured stripes on that car. Always a relatively easy one to spot. Heads across the start-finish line and down into turn 1.
Look at the marbles offline, John.
Yeah, well, noticed that earlier on from one of the low shots when we were keeping an eye on somebody who was coming back to the pit slowly. And not surprising, Phil, that the areas of most lateral loads, or the long radius corners and through the S's, that they are going to be pretty much one line.
Yep.
Now, I wonder if the possibility exists, not now, but in the future, particularly for longer races, in a period of chord 60, you might want to get sweepers out there.
The sweeper or the draggers, just to pick that up, because as we found out from our laps and as we found out from the proper people driving, there is, you've got to be right on your line to get your lap time. When you get offline, especially through this sector here, through turn 8, 9, 10, 11, getting past people gets you in the wrong position and you compromise it, especially if you're racing against somebody or you're trying to maintain a set lap time. And you're also now going to get pickup. And with this surface being very smooth, as we noticed, when we were out there, it's going to take 3 or 4 corners to get rid of that pickup.
I'm not sure what aggregate they've used on this circuit, but it seems to be a pretty good balance between grip and degrading the tyres. You need enough grip so the cars don't slide around, and because when the cars are sliding around, then you're actually overheating the tyres, and that is the issue. And as soon as the surface temperatures come up, things start to go a bit bad. Now, I recognise this gentleman who's just joined us here, and he joins us at the exact point that we are talking the track.
Was it half fast?
But, do you know what? I did not realise that. I was genuinely just starting to talk. We have Mr. Madaf here. How are you?
This is Mohammed Al Abdurazak. Thank you very much.
How are you?
I'm good, very well.
And let's talk a little bit about this track and what has gone behind the scenes and how this track came into being. These things don't happen overnight. I know we know when it opened in 2019. How much planning went in before that?
Well, the talks for this race specifically, or an endurance race of this type, started pre-corona and pre-COVID. And the whole world was affected with COVID, so it took a pause. And then we regained it just shortly a year ago, less than a year ago. And alhamdulillah, now we see it up and running live on our circuit.
And the circuit itself, how long was that in the planning before it opened in 2019?
I mean, there's fairy tales and lots of stories to hear.
Really?
Yeah, we've been planning different kinds of circuits, different kinds of plans from probably the 70s, 80s, and perhaps the 90s. It only took effect in the early 2010s.
Yes.
And with a year in construction, a year and 8 months, it got to life.
Is that all?
Yeah, towards the end of 2018. 2018, yeah. And we started the operation in 2019. And we operated for 3 months. Then we stopped for the summertime because it's really hot over here.
Yes.
And then we reoperated at the end of 2019 for a 4-month period until COVID hit.
Yeah.
And then we also operated during COVID for 3 months. And then we stopped for the second wave of COVID.
Yeah, oh, tell it. We call that the long yellow flag.
The long full course yellow. Exactly.
Long full course yellow, exactly. How important is it for Kuwait to have a facility like this? The knowledge, the understanding of motorsport is growing across the whole GCC. And we see it from Dubai to Bahrain, Qatar, all around this area. Motorsport is becoming, the language of motorsport is becoming more well known, let me say that. So how important is it that Kuwait has something to say in motorsport?
It's very important. We learn from our neighboring countries, and we also share our experience as well. We believe in being a whole as one. Europe has been the home of motorsports for the world. I believe in the next 5-6 years, this region will have something to say against Europe. Nonetheless, heritage is still a very, very strong word in the world of motorsports. So that said, during the summertime, it's always the main focus is Europe. But
Yes.
during the winter time, it's too cold in Europe.
Yes.
So I think this will be the second hub.
Perfect match.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have an off-season now. We work in. We start off in January over in Dubai, and we work through Australia, back to the States, a bit of Europe, and then back here again. It's a 12-month calendar now, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. No days off.
No weekends off. Absolutely. I haven't been able to find a free weekend to go racing myself this year because we've been so busy. What do you hope to achieve in the medium and the longer term here at Kuwait Motor Town?
So in the medium or for now, to expand the knowledge of motorsports and what this type of racing is, and how when this was announced, everyone wanted to be on board, wanted to become a race driver within it. They knew this was an international event. They found out there's a qualification process to it, where you have to have a set of race starts in the national event. This all was a crash course for anyone that saw that poster and wanted to join in.
Yeah.
So that was a knowledge step that we spread awareness with. Secondly, we also hope to start a national series in our hometown here in Kuwait. And with that national series, this becomes like a stepping program for this beautiful circuit.
We got the ARC Bratislava car in issues again, but this time, for the first time, I think that's a left rear puncture for Zdeno Mikuláško. So he peels into the pits from turn 20.
That's very interesting.
Left rear this time.
Left rear.
Not the right rear. Every other time's been...
Was he here last night for the sessions?
Yes. Yeah. That was the Lamborghini that was here. The other one was not.
Yeah.
One thing I want to talk about is the design of the circuit. Now, the track's beautiful, and we had some very slow laps in higher cars earlier in the week to get us an idea. But some of the features, including that 270-degree left-hander through patience, as we've been calling it, through the S's up to the pendulum.
It's catching on, no?
Oh, yeah. It's all catching on. It's all catching on. And we'll just have a quick look down into the lane, and that is
Looks terrible.
Well, it's again, there's been no damage to the car in that.
That's very fortunate.
Who's down there? That'll be Nick down there. Hello, Nick.
Yeah, this is unique. It's the first left rear we've seen go down. Perhaps they found a new curve to go over. There's still only one rear light.
Between the right lines.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
It's only got one rear light, I noticed. But yeah, that one was, again, what it basically is now is they've got very, very good at driving on three wheels. So they're bringing the car back with no damage whatsoever.
Yeah.
A lot of practice. Is that the sixth one?
Sixth for them.
Yeah.
5 left, 5 right, 1 left. That pit lane, first of all, is huge. It reminds me rather of, they've gone for fuel, by the way, in the RC. It reminds me a little bit of the Kota pit lane, although it goes in the opposite direction with the big concrete area and then the fast lane.
Yep.
But what is really clever here, and thank you for whoever did this, so please find out whose idea this was and shake their hand from us. We never get any sunshine in the commentary boxes, and we never get any sunshine in the working part of the pit lane. Genius. Absolute genius. So many places around the world don't think about that.
Yep.
Was that important? Was that deliberate?
You managed to catch the golden hour?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Beautiful sight, isn't it?
Beautiful sight. Was that deliberate when this circuit was being laid out? You had a clean sheet of paper. Let's lay the pit lane north-south.
I'm not quite sure for that, but I'm sure that we like the sun.
Yeah.
And we enjoy the sea. We're very close by the sea.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you see it?
Oh, yeah, we're right next to it when we're downtown. Yeah.
So I'm sure that was factored in at some point.
Now, you hold the position of steward. Yes.
At this race, yes.
You do, right. So is it also the ambition of having this circuit here, as here comes the other Lamborghini for a more standard pit stop in the pit lane? Karen Lee brought that car in and looks like is staying in the car. Has he already got out? But it's a full service for this car. So maybe Karen has already jumped out of that one. Yes,
Orski's got in.
Who's got in, Nick?
Orski has got in.
All right, thank you.
What his first name? I do apologise.
Yeah, that's John Gorski, isn't it? He's just got into that car. Is it the hope and the aspiration that not only drivers but teams and officials from this area will be able to get the skills required to look after your own racing and indeed represent Kuwait and Kuwait Motorsport further afield?
Indeed, it revamps the entire industry as a whole. Today we have the first-timer officials being here, locals, Kuwaiti locals. We have drivers driving for the first time in endurance races. We have a lot of people wanting to become race drivers and participate in something at their hometown. We have 20 student engineers, each one paired up with a team downstairs. So it's an overall picture of growing the motorsports community as a whole. And alhamdulillah, we are very fortunate to have all the support and exactly what we need. And we're getting there, slowly, surely.
And inshallah, we'll be back next year?
Inshallah, for sure.
Love it.
My hopes is to have the 24-hour of Dubai, and then the 12-hour of Kuwait, and then the 6-hour of Yas. It just rhymes together. It makes sense for me.
Like it. Well, and this Middle East trophy that Kuwait forms the very first race of really focuses in on this region and gives you guys something to plan for and to aim for.
For sure. For sure, indeed. We have Formula 3 regional coming up in January, Formula 4 as well, first outing of the UAE. It's going to be an exciting season. The learning curve for a lot of my employees here at KMT. And we hope to grow motorsports community as a whole.
Well, I still hold an international C licence, and it is my genuine hope that I get to race out here. Normally I'm working, so I'm not allowed.
So we'll see you in a bucket seat next year?
Well, we're going to try. We're going to have to try. We're going to have to try and do it, aren't I? Absolutely.
Let me tell you, if I have a car prepared, I'll have a few laps for you.
That sounds reasonable. That sounds reasonable. Can I just say, by the way, thank you very much to you and your team who've looked after us brilliantly. I know there's been some logistical challenges. You've met them all. You've helped out everybody who needed helping out.
Just saying, for the record, the logistical challenges was outside of our jurisdiction.
But you've still helped.
Yes, we did.
You've still helped. You've done it with a smile on your face, whether it's the first security guard we make at the gate, the guys who are providing your excellent catering here. Everybody we've met have made our jobs very easy, despite the things that were outside of your control.
Fine Arabic hospitality. That's how it is.
Well, it's been 20 years since I was here, and
I've visited Kuwait before.
I was here under very different circumstances. Think about what was happening 20 years ago.
I think it was 30 years ago.
very different circumstances when I was here 20 years ago, and I didn't get the chance to come back for quite a long time. So I'm pleased I'm back here now.
Well, welcome back to your second home.
Thank you very much indeed.
If you know if you need anything, we can help you with.
Thank you very much indeed, and say thanks to the team for us.
Thank you for your time.
We know these things don't happen by accident. Thank you. Excellent stuff then. The circuit doing a really cool job to look after us here for the weekend. And the chairs as well. Yes, Eve has mentioned that getting the proper chairs in the box as well. There is a genuine excitement here, Phil, isn't there? None of this is put on. There's people with smiles on their face.
This is genuine stuff. This is something that they're going to grow, and they've got, as you just heard, they have a plan. 20 junior engineers planted inside teams.
Yeah.
Where else does that happen? There's a Lipet car not going well.
Greg Gorski, not John Gorski, that was my fault. I gave Nick some bad information. I was looking at something else at the time. And Greg's got up to speed. He was just staying out the way.
I think so, yeah, on the 710. Yeah.
Yeah, in the Lipet car. So he's going well. I like the genuine enthusiasm that is coming through. It's not going to happen overnight, and everybody knows that.
And they also realise that. That's the key thing. They know that this is a building process. You know, we're going to have Formula Regional Asia, F4 UAE, more learning, single-seaters around here. You have to have different crash equipment for single-seaters. You know, they have to learn different things in race control about managing open cars around circuits. Lots of learning to do. But look at the team they've already put together to do it.
Yeah. Well, and look at how, you know, I think it's interesting to look at it in the context of the rest of the region.
Yes.
As well. When I first went to Bahrain before Formula 1,
yep.
And to the circuit there, I did 2 test events out there, a Formula 3 festival and a GT festival. And there were no local marshals, as the 710 just goes off a little bit there. And that's Greg just struggling wee bit to get back up to pace in that Lightwood car? Or has he got other problems? That car didn't turn in at all there. And let's just watch him round here as I finish my point. There were no local marshals.
Exactly.
And now between Bahrain and Dubai, they send marshals to other Grand Prix.
We go to Azerbaijan, we go to Baku, you know, the Baku Grand Prix. So between Qatar, Bahrain and the UAE, we service, when we had a Russian Grand Prix, we were there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so regionally.
Because Abu Dhabi as well, of course. Yeah.
Abu Dhabi. So all of a sudden we have this regional powerhouse that was like our marshals. When we started Grand Prix there, BARDC marshals came over to help. CAMS marshals from Australia came over to help.
That's right.
We get the best education from the best people who have been doing it for a long time, and now we've become the learning centre for this region. And that's what we send here, and to help to grow.
And that is joined up thinking, isn't it?
It is.
It is joined up
It's
thinking.
GCC think.
Is there a bit of competition between all of them? Of course. Yes, of course there is. And, you know, I think of, normally we think of Lusail as a motorcycle venue, but that's a Class 1, a Grade 1 FIA circuit as well.
It's signed up for 10 years for Formula 1 from next year.
Yeah.
So it's going, you know, so we're spoiled here. We've got 4 Formula 1 races in this region, an hour and a half plane ride apart. Okay, so that's where else in the world does that happen now?
Well, you'd have to be right in Central Europe.
Exactly, exactly. So this area is becoming on. And what that's bringing with it, John, is support categories. Yes. Then that grows that as well. And all of a sudden it becomes a little snowball.
Well, again, because you and I have been around for
too long,
a long time. We've reached our 3 score, and we've reached our 3 score, not the play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I think back the formative years of Carrera Cup and the kind of talent that's come through that, and it wasn't necessarily talent from the region, but I saw that growing in the percentage of how many local drivers. I mean, Christina Nielsen came out. That was
indeed
one of her first. I see similarities when I'm looking at Carrera Cup Asia. The first couple of years I did Carrera Cup Asia, there was maybe a third of the field that were going over from Europe or further afield. Now, there's been some travel restrictions, so that's had an issue. But the grid sizes haven't really changed. We've still had 22 cars, except they're all from that region. And I see similar parallels here to that as it's growing. You can't make history overnight. What have we just heard? Heritage, it doesn't grow on trees.
No, exactly.
Heritage does take time. That's the nature of heritage. It'll come and it'll happen. You can't say there's not a car culture out here. There's a car culture.
Huge car culture out here.
And that's the...
It's a driver.
Shoot.
It's a driver. Track days and stuff like that. The Kuwaitis now have a track to come and do track days at. Yeah. And track days are an important part of getting to motorsport.
It's I think for non-pro racing, track days are the driver.
Yeah.
Track days and sims.
Yeah.
Track days and sims are the way to get through it. All very well. That 7:10.
It's not up to race pace.
It's not up to pace with Greg at the moment, and Greg was turning quicker laps earlier. He's not getting out of 5th gear.
And he can't turn in the corners. That's the big problem. He just ran off again.
I think they're having gearbox issues, because I'm not seeing anything more than 5 on his dashboard there.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get another onboard down between 1 and 2 the next time around. But I wonder if they're struggling a little bit with gearbox. I think I'll nip in and say this is the Lightwood car we're talking about, by the way. At the front of the field, the gap has come down to 1:10. It was about 1:50, but that's fine. It's still 1:10.
That's adjusting due to traffic, John, because on 2 laps ago, Joe did a 59 because he had traffic, and Lucas did a 54. On those previous laps, they're both in the 55s. Yeah. So we're getting traffic variance there as well, because everybody's in traffic at the moment, especially at the top end of the field.
Kantasak Kashiri has just done the fastest lap of the race for the 159 car. That's the TCR and therefore TCE leader. 2:02.6 for a TCR car. That's as quick as the GT4s are going. In fact, it's a little bit quicker. Let's head back down to Nick in the pit lane. First, Nick, I haven't asked you this all day. How's the temperature? I mean,
Lovely.
You haven't been hot and sweaty because you didn't get direct sunlight. How's it now?
Well, I came down, I'll be honest, after my little break, and the sun was going, I thought, oh, I'm going to need an extra layer. But no, it's lovely. It's really pleasant. It's, I think, 17, 18 degrees, you know, and having a lovely time. Just had a very quick chat with Jean-Francois. There are no gearbox issues with that car.
Okay.
Apparently, I'm not sure this is off the record or not, but Greg obviously has a little bit of, finds it a little more difficult at night.
Okay.
But it is quite lit. So, yeah, so it's fine. It's working okay.
No, he has got up to 6th there. Thank you to the guys in the... I always say the truck, even when it isn't the truck. But, you know, in the gallery, everybody knows what I mean when I say the truck. Thanks to the guys in production for showing us that. So Greg's just it, but, you know, they've got nothing to gain by throwing it in the wall right now.
Well, the thing is, as I said, they've got a plan, and they're going to keep to that plan. Everybody's going to do their lap times that they can do comfortably without putting things at risk.
They're still only 43 seconds from the lead in the class.
Exactly.
And, you know, at the moment, Greg's up against Nathan Freak. Well, he's not going to take time out of Nathan Freak, so there's no point in trying. What he's got to do is rack his time up and keep the car between the white lines.
Like he's doing right now.
That's exactly what he's been doing. The other GT4 car we need, or the other GT car is the GT4 car that we need to talk about. That's David Holloway's for Centuries Aston, second at the moment. And they are in a bit of isolation at the moment. They've got about 3 or 4 laps on lion speed after the problems for that Porsche earlier on. And leading GT4 is Nathan Freak in that BMW. So that gap between those two cars I mentioned actually wasn't a class battle. So it's the Vortex and Lionel Amarouche, who started from the pit lane, who's leading and is in the top 10 for the Vortex. I hear a small cheer go up from CREVENTIC fans all around the world.
The Vortex, yes.
In a car that this might be its last out.
Well,
that's what we're hearing.
Apparently there's a new model on the way, according to Mr. Damon. We'll wait and see with bated breath what turns up in Dubai in a few weeks' time, as it will then do its normal thing and present itself on the starting grid at the 24 hours.
Can I just mention the propensity of Porsches at the pointy end?
There's a lot of P's in that.
Yes, I know. At the pointy end of the timing screen. CP Racing by 1 minute and 8 seconds. And then it's Porsche from Team GP Elite, Porsche from Team Kuwait. That was the pole sitting car. There's 3 minutes between those two. And then we have we have 5 out of 6 of the 992 field from 4th down to 8th position. Now there are some laps between those, led by Luc Breukers, who started the car. So we basically just about cycled back around to the lead drivers again. Fabrizio Brogi is driving the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors car in 2nd. In 3rd, HRT have Guy Bessem. Now there's only Easton Harry Hilders driving the 928 car. QMFF by HRT, Ibrahim Al-Manal. Olivier Dons for Rabdan Motorsport in 8th position. It's 15th class, and there they are, all the 992s, bar one in the on the timing screen.
And we're not at half race distance yet, John. We're only, 9 minutes and 50 seconds away from half race distance. And so for a lot of these teams, the race hasn't started yet. It's about just getting to a point in the race.
Was it Geese that says the race doesn't start till 11 hours?
Yeah. Well, remember when the Dubai 24-hour was an endurance race? Now it's 24 one-hour sprints for the GT cars.
Yes, it is.
And so the whole aspect of this racing has changed. However, in the classes, it's still all 3 wide.
3 wide and disputing it down in the final corner. That was a little bit dicey there for this. That's not a class battle that was going on. We had one of the Bonk Motorsports M2s.
332 that was.
Good eyes. We had the
429 Aston Martin.
We had the leading GTX car, the Vortex.
And the 429 currently running second in GT4 as well. So 3 wide, turn 20. Not what you
can
really...
be done.
Well, it's just been proven that it can be done.
What? Just before we close, we've got 8 minutes till the next racing hour ends. Just to close this off, you've been here a while now. You've seen the growth of motor racing, and in your unique position as part of the Formula One coverage in this area, it's often easy for us in Europe, perhaps lazy for us in Europe, to look at Formula One as actually not part of motorsport. There's Formula One and there's the rest of motorsport, because we don't get the trickle down from Formula One anymore in Europe. Are you getting the trickle down from the interest in Formula One in this area of the world?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got to understand that motorsport, track-based motorsport in this region is not more than 25 years old.
Yeah.
We don't have the lineage of the Silverstones, the Spas that have been around since the turn of the century or post-World War II. So we had to start from the top down rather than the base building up. And that is the difference in this region, that how you get motorsport where Formula One is your first real big race that you have in your country, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi, and the UAE. So we did it. We had the funnel up the wrong way. It was, we were starting at the sharp end, and then we had to spread it out. What happens here in Kuwait is that they've seen how every other part of the GCC have managed their motorsport and then taken the best parts from that. And that's a very, very smart thing they've done. And they've listened. All of their drivers who race in Kuwait, lots of them like Zayed and the guys, I know them from years from Porsche Cup Middle East, guys who've driven radicals here and radicals throughout when we used to race in Qatar as well. We're a community, a very small community that is based over 5 countries. But we all keep in contact and we all work together because we all want it to be better.
Yeah.
I come from Australia. I've got lineage in motorsport in Australia. So coming here, it was a completely different thing. It took me a couple of years to get my head around it. But then helping out and being an FIA international steward, being a racing driver as well, I've got the knowledge to be able to help out in multiple areas. And everybody else does too. And that's the difference. We all have the same passion. It doesn't matter if I'm working with 16 different nationalities. It's the passion for this sport that changes it.
And that makes it everybody pulling in the same direction, kind of thing, instead of trying to fight your own corner. Which, I understand why that happens.
Yeah.
I do understand why that happens. Because there's a competitive edge in anything you get. If you can get a rules change, if you sit on a committee where you can get a rules change, if you're on this committee or that committee, the touring car committee, the GT commission, the endurance commission, you get a rule change that benefits your manufacturer, then obviously you're going to try and do that. I understand that. But what I've seen in the last 2 years since the conversions of IMSA and ACO rules
definitely
was enacted, and it was announced a little more than that, and once again the big safety car period slowed all that down. But I've seen a collegiate atmosphere between teams and manufacturers who will be the biggest competitors on track come the Rolex 24 in January, and they have worked together to make it work, because they know that if they don't, then they don't go racing.
Exactly.
He's the leader in GT4 coming into the pit lane, Nathan Freak. And we'll head down into the pits now with Nick Damon, who's got another pit stop.
Yeah, we had the ARC Bratislava car, which remarkably didn't seem to have a puncture, to be honest. So well done them. But they are having a good old look at the right rear that's come off. Whether they were getting a warning on it, I don't know. They're doing a full service anyway. We're all having a look at the tyre now. Oh no, it was going already. It was just about to go. It hadn't gone, but it was just about to go, and they're waving at the Hankook tyre man. So yes, that was already showing stress on the inside shoulder, but it hadn't gone.
That's great though, isn't it? Because what they'll see there is a tyre that's still quote unquote intact. That's going to be really good intel. I think we've got a drama here, Nick, further up the pit lane for the Vortex
going in the pits.
Yeah, they
It's managed to avoid the pits for so long. and now it's going in the pits. It's rolling back as we look at it.
Mind the door. Mind the door. On the, you're going to have to close the driver's door. It's going to be.
No, it's going to clear. It's fine. It cleared.
Camera angle.
There we an issue with the slight step of their entry point, and they are now.
Nathan Freak brought that in, Nick. What I don't know is whether that was.
Nathan Freak didn't bring in the vortex.
Sorry, no, he didn't bring in the vortex at all. What did he bring? He brought in the BMW.
Yeah, that was fuel only. He went through for fuel only stop on that one.
It was Lionel Amarouche who brought in the car. One of the things I noticed, Nick, if you look on the top of the roof, they've lost their air intake.
They have. They've taped round it. So obviously they lost it at some point earlier because they've. Sorry, Seb. They cleared the tape. Let's have a look. So it's a big old smoke here on the rear left. So it's probably, he says, is it a braking problem? That smoke coming from the engine. No, it is a braking problem on the rear. So they've cooked the rear brakes in some way, but they run now to get some air and cool it down. But up until now, the vortex has been going particularly well. I thought. I hadn't seen any sign of a problem.
I think they're going to do a brake change, Nick. They're going to do a brake change on that car.
Yeah, I think it's the rear that's certainly. Yes, but just to confirm, the 450 with Nathan Freak on board, the BMW, that just came in for fuel only. So he trundled down the pit lane and got another slurp. Assume so he can make his full two. The Vortex is about to get definitely a new disc, and my guess is the whole lot. Dry brakes, and it won't take a dry brake system, so they won't have too many problems. I think we're about to get the second place car in as well, actually, John. The all-Dutch machine. All-Dutch driver machine, GP Elite, no relation to Max Verstappen, as we now know. Yeah, that car's going to be on in a moment.
There is literally red-hot metal coming out of the hub and the brakes. They've got... there's been metal-to-metal contact there between...
They've run out of pads.
Between brake pads and disc.
Yes. They seem to have pad there.
Sorry, Nick, can't hear you.
They do seem to have pad there still, Phil, but it doesn't necessarily mean there hasn't been some sort of seizing that's happened or something's moved within the brake. And you're absolutely right, those little embers are quite impressive, aren't they?
Say again, Nick, sorry, just lost you there for a moment.
The embers are quite impressive.
They are.
Lucas Groeneveld's just soaked up a penalty on the way in the Porsche for GP.
Here he comes in, Lucas, full service, including driver change. I can see it. Bang, hit the spots. Just trying to see who's going to get in. Obviously, it would be one of the Van Kujics, because it has to be, doesn't it, really? It's D Van Kujic who's got in. Marvellous long distance in the dark reading of belts. Lucas is out. Pretty standard stop. Belt being done up. Are they going to manage to do the thing where they can get all the tyres done? No. So wasn't too long. Still looking down at the belts, about to fire the car up. This is all wasting time. You could be going already. And off it goes. So another Porsche back into the race and a full driver change.
Whilst I agree with your assessment of the situation, Nick, about all that wasted time, you of all people know how difficult it is to get in and out of small sports.
Yes, but I couldn't even get in at the road car. Though at that point, you hadn't worked out there was a seat adjuster.
That's true.
I kind of let me in. It kind of crawling through, moving my old inflexible body, and they go, "Oh, guess what, Nick? I found there was a seat adjuster 2 days later."
Yeah. Who was that?
Somebody like you with a very high voice.
The thing is, that's a race car. Your seat doesn't move in a race car.
That is true.
You can't take the wheel off.
The thing you have to remember is I've been stuck in many cars. I've been stuck in a GT1 car. I don't want to show off.
No, that's very true.
I'm handing over to Joe now, by the way.
All right, thanks very much, Nick. And whilst that goes on, let's take a look at the standings at half distance. No one living on a prayer, but we are halfway there. CP Racing, with 166 laps in the book, will stretch their lead out as Lucas Groeneveld has just come in, soaked up a penalty in the second place Team GP Elite Porsche and then gone for fuel. Team Kuwait makes its 2 Porsches in the top 3 of GT3 with Zayed Ashkanani back at the wheel of the number 47. That car started on pole position after a stunning qualifying by the local team last night. Then it's the battle for supremacy in 992. Red Camel Racing lead. Luke Breukers, starting driver there as well, back in the car, and they lead by over a lap to VD Motorsports Fabrizio Brogi behind the wheel of that car, the Italian in the 955. Then it's Guy Bessem with Harry Hilders and Kim. I don't think Kim Andre Huschild has been in that car. He's been in the HRT Thuraya Kata car for sure, which is in 7th position. 979 Rabden Motorsport by speed lover Ollie Dons driving that in 8th position and 5th in class. These are all in the GT category, of course. As we go through the top 10, in 9th position in that category is QMMF by HRT, the Sahel Kata car. And then it's the Vortex in the pits at the moment and getting a brake change, leading in the GTX category. Leipert Motorsport, second in their category. That is the GTX category. And at the moment, just over a lap behind, and that is coming down very quickly. Then it's the GT4 leader of the Jurgensen Strom by Century, RHC BMW, the American flag car, in 12th in GT. Century Motorsport's own Aston Martin is next up in GT4 and is just over a lap behind the leader. AR3 Bratislava fighting back from multiple of the punctures, and it's Matej Konopka who got back into that car after Zedno Mikhalasko got out. Lion Speed, they've had their issues in the Porsche. We think the crossbow is going to come back. They're doing an engine and gearbox change with that. Haitham Karajuli doing a cracking job when he heard the bang and bringing it in straight away and finding a extinguisher point. In TCE, BBR are leading, as they have been for most of the race and indeed most of the season. It's the two Hoffa BMWs in second and third, the least powerful one, or the lesser powerful one, 332 with just 360 horsepower in the lead of the two TC classes. Then AC and Wolf Power have both had their issue. AC back in the pits at the moment, and then Jasmin Preissig though back out in the 116, although some 113 laps on the overall leader, which is CP Racing. Joe Foster leads, having completed 168 laps. There's 5 hours and 56 minutes remaining.